Setting the stage for this second half has to be what's going to be more important, the momentum from the first half or the approach that this is a clean slate?
For me, it seems like this is a fresh start for everyone. You played 5 rounds, you got to know your opponents. Now, let's just zone in. Like, for example, some teams haven't done so well yet. This is their chance to make a comeback.
Absolutely. We saw the PBG Alaskan Knights, who did not win even a single game until yesterday, won their first game, and now into the second half, they're going to try to carry over the momentum.
We're expecting a lot of different narratives now with the colors reversed. How will the teams respond to this new situations? Lessons have been learned, and this is where we are. We had the top 2 teams with a face-off. Something had to give, and it was the Triveni Continental Kings taking down the Mumba Masters. 12 match points right there. We've got 2 teams with 9 points, and then the Alpine SG Pipers, the American Gambits with 6, and PBG Alaskan Knights finally scoring a match victory. Get on to that leaderboard. And what a dramatic day. It was action all around. We had 3 incredible matchups yesterday, starting the day with a 9-5 victory of the Triveni Continental Kings over the upgrade Mumba Masters. The Alpine SG Pipers went down to the PBG Alaskan Knights. We had a Ganges Grandmasters, a closely contested battle, neck-to-neck match coming down to 8-7 against the Fire's American Gambits. Incredible chess, lots of drama. What was the highlight for you?
I think for me, the highlight was definitely the PBG Alaskan Knights getting the first victory and Gukesh Domaraju winning that beautiful game against
Gukesh won his amazing game here. Fabi.
Against Fabi, and look at this resignation, and look at that, the fist pump by Gukesh, an emphatic victory by him for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Ah, and that smile on his face and the smile on the face of his teammates and the coach, and wow, this is so beautiful here. I think this was the highlight of yesterday, and I hope that their story continues today because they will be playing very soon today.
They will be playing not just very soon today, but also later today, as they're playing 2 matches this evening.
And maybe that's exactly what you need, you know, finally momentum in your swing. You want to get into action as quickly as possible. But let's talk about the first match that we had between these 2 mammoth titans of the league. Triveni Continental Kings looking unstoppable currently. They're at the top of the leaderboard with a 9-5 victory against, well, a team that was crushing it and crashing it, the upgrade Mumba Masters. And it all came down to one board, Sagar.
Yes, absolutely. It was the very, very critical game. And the upgrade Mumba Masters, you know, they played so well. But there's this one guy who is like the Mumbai ka Don. I have to call him that. Ali Reza Firuza. Bhai, what a guy. 5 out of 5.
And here we can see the highlights from this game as Maxim started with E4 and the Nachdorf opening chosen by Firuza. The opening MVL is a very big specialist in, you know, he's the coach's dream. Firuza, they build teams around a player like Firuza Ali Reza.
He's the clear trump card, the ultimate trump card here for the Triveni Continental Kings. He's taken down icon after icon, game after game. Latest, of course, in that victim list, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from the upgrade Mumba Masters. Player of the match, player of the tournament so far. 5 out of 5 on that icon board. The whole league is asking one question: can anyone stop Ali Reza Firuza?
Absolutely. And the guy does not eat his breakfast, so then there's no way to stop him.
Because he's hungry to get more points for the Triveni Continental Kings, and it's going to be difficult to stop him.
And well, one team that wants more match points, Harshit, to that is the Alaskan Knights, and they got on the leaderboard yesterday with a 12-8 victories against the Alpine SG Pipers. It was a make or break or do or die for Gukesh's team, and they got it done. He delivered on that icon board when it mattered the board most with 4 board victories. It was a bloodbath, Sagar. Every game decisive in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I had so much fun watching this match. And on board 2, we must remember that Arjun Erigaisi played an incredible game to beat Anish Giri. And then on board number 3, we had Dominguez, who beat Pragnananda. That's not at all easy. And Katrina Lagno beating Ho Yifan. So that was brilliant play by PBG Alaskan Knights.
They were struggling to find even their first win in 4 rounds. But in this match, in game 5, they won 4 games in 1 round itself. And these are the final few moments. the players blitzing out the moves. Queen e7 blitzed out, but a blunder as Gukesh wins the piece, and this fist pump. Ah, what an expression by him.
Will he do it again today? That's the big question. But he's facing Firouzja? Is he?
Wow. He's facing Hikaru Nakamura in the first game.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is a big day for him today.
It's a huge day here at the Royal Opera House, at the Global Chess League. What a performance it was by Gukesh. You know, all eyes on him, carrying the weight of expectations, taking down the world number 3, Fabiano Caruana. When the questions arose about Gukesh, the world champion was ready to respond. A breakout moment for the Alaskan Knights. We're going to go into our first break, and we'll be back breaking down all the action that's coming up.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती
और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FI's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FIRES, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
FIRES, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Come on guys, hurry up.
Arjun na.
And day 5 had incredible actions. We had the top 2 teams collide. Eventually, Triveni Continental Kings winning it. We had the PBG Alaskan Knights finally getting on the scoreboard with their first match victory. But that wasn't all the action. There was one more dramatic match left at the end of the day. Ganges Grandmasters taking on the Fire's American Gambits. An incredibly closely contested battle. Eventually, it was the Ganges Grandmasters with an 8-7 victory. Vishy leading the charge there, getting a very important point. But Sagar, there was drama on and off the board. And it happened on ENIAC versus Tavrula on the women's superstar board. And that could have changed the scoreline as we saw it.
Absolutely, Tanya. It was so close there. And somehow the transmission of the moves had gone away. So at that point, the players had no idea how many moves were done, what the results were. Nothing was displayed on the television. And so Inyak took a draw and her team lost. But Coach Srinath and Prachura, they made an appeal. The appeals committee sat late in the night. They went through, they spoke to all the arbiters, captains, everything, and then said the result stays because of certain reasons that they jotted down. And so the appeal did not go through and the result stays.
And that's got to be disappointing for the Fire's American Gambits. You know, not an easy situation to deal with when you're not able to really understand where you are in the game. What move are you expecting the bonus time to be added, Harshit? What do you make of the conclusion that was decided by the appeals committee?
I mean, to be honest, I think it's very hard for the appeals committee to make a decision, because it's also not fair to play an entirely new match just because the DGT moves were not updated, and that's why it was marginal yet a decisive victory for the Ganges Grandmasters.
And one player who made it happen for the Ganges Grandmasters, who can't stop making it happen for the Ganges Grandmasters, is Javakir Sindarov, the youngest ever World Cup winner, and he is on fire here. In Mumbai, he's pretty much playing like the Mumbai local here, running match after match, and he took down Richard Rappo yesterday. For Javakir Sindarov, he's earned 15 game points for his team.
He scored 4 out of 5. He's beaten Pragnananda. He's beaten Vidit. He's now beaten Richard Rapport. And that too in just 22 moves. He absolutely crushed his opponent.
Yeah, it was the London system that was deployed by Richard Rapport. But here it was resignation by Richard as he was down 2 points, completely losing. And the player of the match, the MVP, Javakir Sindarov, signing. Oh, and here, look at this moment as Vishwanathan Anand steps out into the fan zone, trying to sign as many autographs and give pictures as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look at the crowd here. People wanted to get Vishy's sign, and later on in the day when I met these people, they were ecstatic that they got Vishy's autographs. You know, it's such a nice moment for many of the people there who have been idolizing Vishy for years and years. Now finally to see him in front of their eyes.
Yeah, what an environment, what an atmosphere it is here at the spectacular Royal Opera House. Fans, it's a packed theatre, packed auditorium to which the players are playing. And I think for the Ganges Grandmasters of Vishy Anand on the icon board to hold that draw against Hikaru Nakamura in that match, incredibly important to get that match victory at a very crucial stage of the tournament. And you know what? You didn't even have to look at the scoreline. You could look at Hikaru's face. You could look at his expressions to really tell the story of what was happening. Because I think for the Fire's American Gambits, this was potentially the one board they wanted their icon to strike on.
Oh, definitely. And he got up to see what happened on that game as the Richard game concluded, and Hikaru shaking his head there as he knew he had to play for a win. But Vishy, too solid. Actually, from position where he was better, Vishy managed to just hold Hikaru to a draw, and here Hikaru very disappointed that he could not contribute toward the team's.
So many expressions on his face.
Look at that one.
That's like saying, oh, there's no way that I can break through Vishy's fortress. You know, like Vishy played so well yesterday.
Yeah.
Incredible play.
And that's what champions do, right? When it's required to really deliver, playing against Hikaru in our pre-match discussion as well. I think for the fans as well, at least on paper, Hikaru, given his form, looked like the favorite going into it, given the time format, given the unique structure of the league.
I agree. Yeah. I thought Hikaru was the favorite here. But Vishy is playing so well since he beat Gukesh. I think he's feeling that energy. And I believe
he lost
that
the first 2 games, but right after that, I think he picked up his pace. And I think now Vishy is definitely going to be someone to look out for on the icon board.
Well, we're talking about Hikaru. He's going to be back in action really soon, as our first matchup does feature the Fire's American Gambits versus the PBG Alaskan Knights. It's going to be Hikaru versus Gukesh on that top board, the top board clash. And to break it all down and perhaps get some insights into team strategy, Arohi is with the coach of the Fire's American Gambits, Grandmaster Srinath.
GM Srinath from the Fire's American Gambits joining us today. Firstly, your thoughts on the big game, Gukesh versus Hikaru?
Always exciting, and even more special that I'll be watching it up from up close.
So the last time that you all played the PBG, it was a close contest, all draws except for one on that board with Teodora. What are the thoughts today about that?
It has been close contest in all the matches so far. The teams are so evenly contested. So, yeah, I imagine it will be another exciting and close contest. But wherever possible, we look to maximize the chances. Wherever possible, we will look to score more points. It's not just about the match points anymore, but also about the game points.
So, talking about Rappo as well, he had a bad game last night, but he's been having a great tournament so far. Does that boost his confidence for today's game, making a comeback after yesterday's loss?
I mean, a loss like that, especially with the circumstances of yesterday, doesn't do anything to boost anyone's confidence. But we will try our best to bounce back from it.
All right, all the best for today's game. The reverse fixtures start today. Keep the spirits high.
Thank you.
We also have, thank you so much. We also have Swayams Mishra joining us from PBG Alaskan Knights. How are the spirits in the camp after the win that y'all secured yesterday?
Yeah, I think we are quite motivated, and it was a much required win for us. And I think the team is ready to continue the momentum as well.
Did you all go for a walk last night as well?
Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. No.
Does it also help that yesterday you won your first game with white, today you're playing white again?
Yeah, definitely. I think getting double white helps, especially for the players to continue the momentum after winning. So that's, of course, a good bonus for us.
Well, the favorite today, Gukesh, you heard all the cheers for him today. You heard all the cheers for him last night when he won the game. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think I've never seen so much the crowd being so much active and the fans loving it. I think everyone was rooting for us, and I'm thankful to the fans and the support and love they're giving to Gukesh and our team as well.
Keep up the momentum and all the best for today's game.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The first reverse fixture of the season coming up shortly. As of now, back to the studio.
For the PBG Alaska Knights, they're definitely looking at keeping that momentum from yesterday's first match victory that they had, with Gukesh taking down Fabiano Caruana. He's looking for the second American that he can bring down here in Mumbai. He plays Hikaru Nakamura. Not going to be an easy battle given the history they just had in the India versus USA match when it was Hikaru with that iconic win and an iconic king throw. A bit of a grudge match. Lots of action coming up. Let's bring up our leaderboard as we get into the action for today. All the matchups that are there, and this is how we're set up. Triveni Continental Kings will be in action later. They currently lead with 12 match points. You see the Masters and the Grandmasters together at 9, and then you've got the Alpine SG Pipers, the American Gambits with 6 match points, and then the PBG Alaskan Knights for 3. I think it's a task that's pretty cut up for the bottom of the leaderboard here. Alaskan Knights have to go all out. They need to get on a hot streak to have any chances at all. And I want to ask you that in the second half, which team are you expecting to flip the script?
You know, if today PBG Alaskan Knights beat the Fire's American Gambits by a big margin, they can actually get away from the last spot. And this, I think, I was not thinking it would happen too soon. That's how close they are. Yeah. So one big win and they're back in the reckoning.
This is definitely a big, motivation for them to leapfrog to the 4th position if they have a decisive victory. Will be very interesting to see how Gukesh and Arjun will continue their form from yesterday.
It's a dramatic day of chess coming up. We've got 4 incredible matches lined up for you, and the fate and destinies of 6 teams here. And probably the most critical day given the standings as we looked at it. And what a day it will be. We will start with the Fire's American Gambits taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights, and that's the match we'll be breaking down for you on the other side of this break.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती, और गोल
सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fire's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का।
And we start the day with perhaps the most important match for our standings. It's the teams at the middle of the leaderboard and one that's struggling at the bottom. If either of these two teams want a clear run to fight for the top two spots, they have to do it now. It's the Fire's American Gambits taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. Momentum is on the side of the Alaskan Knights here. How much of a role will that play, Harshit? Also speaking about the controversy that happened with the Gambits yesterday.
I think it's going to play a big role, the momentum for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And I think this is a make or break match for both the teams. Only 5 games to go and the top 2 teams qualify for the finals. I think, Sagar bhai, this is going to be a very important match for both teams to win.
Yeah, and I think the PBG Alaskan Knights will be feeling very confident here. So you can see here Volodar Murzin takes on Daniel Darda on the Prodigy board. And I think both of them haven't been in the best shape. So I am not sure who exactly to root for here or who's the favorite. But I think this will be a very close match.
I think Volodar Murzin is going to be a favorite in this match as Daniel Darda struggles to find his form.
And you're absolutely right about that. Volodar Murzin and Daniel Darda are the lowest performing prodigies of the tournament so far. Murzin slightly better than Darda with 6 board points and only 2 draws currently by Darda in this tournament. So this might be the day that he turns and flips that script. But it's going to be the same story. For the PBG Alaskan Knights, they can't stop on this board. They have to do it top to bottom simply because game points are also incredibly important for this team.
Absolutely. And we come to the women's superstar board here. I have a feeling that the Bibi Sara versus Katrina Lagno match is super close. Meanwhile, on the Teodora Iniak and Sara Khadem match, I have a feeling that Iniak is a small favorite. Sara is yet to strike in this tournament.
And after that controversy that we saw in Teodora's board, she's going to be very excited to bring home the full point. And going to the superstar men's board, we have Richard Rapport, who had a tough loss yesterday against Lenier Dominguez, who defeated Pragnananda. So I have a feeling that Lenier will be looking to continue that streak. And then we also have Arjun Irigaisi, who is going to be taking on Vladislav Artemiev. And these are the highlights from Arjun's crushing victory yesterday against Anish Giri.
He beat him in 25 moves, Harshit bhai. I mean, who can beat Anish so quickly? I mean, it's very rare.
Anish being one of the most solid players on the circuit, he's extremely correct with his play, very principled approach. So having a miniature like that, and it felt like a vintage Arjun game. He went all out for it, and that's it. Handshakes it was with Arjun getting the player of the match. That's got to feel good, you know. Your good friend gets it done on the top board, and then 4 back-to-back victories. Arjun really setting the tone for that match. But today, Sagar, it will come down to this board one more time. Gukesh did it against the world number 3 yesterday, but Hikaru Nakamura, you know, he's a wounded beast from what happened yesterday to his team. And a wounded beast is a dangerous one.
Yes, but Gukesh has the white pieces. And I have a feeling that he will be really wanting to beat Hikaru. This is actually a super exciting clash, you know, guys. I would have loved to stay here and commentate on this one, but I'm going to go down and watch right in the playing hall. Also watch Hikaru's expressions, you know, like this is, look at him. He's a man with all sorts of expressions. There's disgust, anger, smiling face, happiness, all sorts of emotions.
You know, I think we can have an entire stream dedicated to Hikaru Nakamura. Just a camera on him. You don't need the evaluation bar. You don't need to see what's happening on the board. The face tells the full story.
I think in today's game, he's definitely going to try to change those expressions from expressions of frustration to expressions of joy, as he's going to try to bring 4 points for the Fire's American Gambits against the world champion Gukesh Maraju.
And what a match that will be for Fire's American Gambits. If they want a real shot to fight for the finals, they have to look at getting the job done against the team that has the lowest match points. That's the PBG Alaska Knights. Brings me to my favorite part. I've got 2 flags in front of me as the teams are walking in right now. Hikaru Nakamura there. He's a man on a mission. That walk doing the talk. Richard Rappo. We saw Artemiev. We've got Bibisara, the former World Blitz champion. ENIAC and their prodigy board Murzin. They all look like they're coming with business on their mind. They know that this is a must-win match for them.
Right, but look at the PBG Alaska Knights. They are also looking upbeat here. And after 1 win with 4 losses, I think this is the time when they are feeling at their best. And yeah, it's time for us to tell our final prediction. What do you think, guys? PBG Alaska Knights or the Fire's American Gambits?
I am once a PBG Alaska Knights fan, always a PBG Alaska Knights fan, as I'm rooting for them again today.
Well, I have a feeling that today the Fire's American Gambits might just break through. It'll be a close match though.
Will they fire up on all cylinders, or will it be the PBG Alaska Knights? Proving to be a nightmare for the American Gambits. You know, our studio is divided on the prediction there. You tell us, who do you think takes this big battle? And when we return, we've set the stage for you. It's time to get the pieces flying across the board. We get back with all the moves.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती,
और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
Chess हो या markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fire's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities.
For the first reverse fixture, let us welcome the first team, the Knights in Shining Armor. Give it up for PBG Alaskan Knights.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light, crowds roar like a rising
Introducing the
tide.
players, Gukesh Dombaraju, Arjun Erigaisi, Lenia Dominguez, Katerina Lagno, Sara Khadem, Daniel Dada, along with their coach Swayams Mishra. And now up against them, let us call team number 2. Give it up for the Fires American Gambits. Introducing the team, Hikaru Nakamura, Vladislav Artemiev, Richard Rappo, Bibisara Asalbayeva, Theodora Inyak, Volodar Murzin, along with their coach GM Srinath. All the best to both the teams. Y'all can now take your balls. And now for the first move, may I please call Mr. Amit Anshu, Head GSI ITES Amazon Web Services, along with Mr. Gurnar, CEO Iceland Chess Federation. Also joining them, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
Fasten your seat belts, guys, as we are about to see the ceremonial move being played on the board of Gukesh Dombaraju, the current world champion. Knight to A3, Tanya.
That's the first surprise of this match, you know. That is not advisable. Do not try this at home, expecting Gukesh to put that knight straight back and play more towards the center. Hikaru probably happier with the ceremonial move.
Oh, absolutely. The players take those moves back. We are not seeing knight to A3 by Gukesh for sure.
And look at that, an early walk by Hikaru. It's a staggered start, so he moves around to see what's the action happening on the other boards. Our women's superstar, Inyak, is the reigning European women champion. She's playing against Sara Khadem, who's been struggling in the tournament so far.
And this is going to be a very crucial game to follow, as Inyats did not manage to convert that important decisive advantage yesterday. And we have two boards that have already begun. Maybe we can quickly take a look at the opening that has started in the game of Katerina Lagno and Bibisara Asubayeva as they make on the moves very quickly. Started with the Sicilian opening, d6, bishop b5 check, not going for the classic approach with pawn to d4.
I'm actually looking at the players behind them. They are so locked in, even though the matches haven't started on the men's superstar board there. We see Arjun and Artemiev. We see Gukesh. Hikaru's not there. He's playing against the chair right now, but the first move's yet to come, completely locked in as this one progresses. I think in the women's superstar board, there's something to be said for the Fires American Gambits having an advantage. They have the two-time World Blitz champion Asubayeva playing against Katerina Lagno, also former World Rapid champion. And Inyats, as you mentioned, against Sara, I think that's a board they're really looking to strike on.
So the Superstar Women's board is definitely two boards where the Fires American Gambits will try to score important points. And every win with the black pieces, Tanya gives them 4 points.
And that's huge. Let's remind everyone that in their first encounter, it was the Fire's American Gambits that won the match against the Alaskan Knights with the white pieces. They had an 8-5 score, a pretty close match, a close battle there. Lessons learned. Can the Alaskan Knights get their revenge? And there we have our superstar board. Handshakes. Arjun looking for his second win in a row. Can Artemiev stop the madman of chess?
I don't think so. I personally think that Arjun, after that crushing win yesterday, is going to be giving the PBG Alaskan Knights 3 points. By the way, Lenier Dominguez also winning his game yesterday against Pragg. But let's try to see what opening Arjun deploys against the very solid Artemiev, who has drawn all of his games so far.
Extremely solid by Artemiev, and I think the Gambits are looking on this board for Artemiev to do what he's been doing. Arjun, as Magnus said, ice in his veins, absolutely mad chess, the madman of chess there, playing for the chaos, playing for crazy positions. Will Arjun be able to get his kind of chess on the board is the big question.
And he's playing against the rock-solid Artemiev. Somehow he needs to break the, solidity in Artemiev's play. Bishop to f4.
Ooh, that's the first sign of attempting to do just that, right? If you're white, you get the London system going. And I won't be surprised if Arjun will start pushing the h-pawn early on in this battle.
So you are predicting an early h4, h5. I won't be surprised if Black King goes on the king side for h4, h5 to happen. Vladislav taking his time to understand if he should go for a setup with d5, bishop d6 or b6, bishop b7. Quite a few options for Black here.
And we see Artemiev there. He's taken a pause. So he's surprised by Arjun's decision there.
And the icon board.
Let's go. Big one, Harshit, is the clash between the world champion Gukesh Domaraju against the 5-time US champion Hikaru Nakamura. The Prodigy board also gets underway.
The Prodigy board also starts, but let's stay with the icon board as Gukesh has started with pawn to e4, king's pawn opening. The board's not updated just yet, but I'm sure we will get to see the moves.
I want to go full screen. I want to get our icons on full screen here as opening moves are coming out quick. We will fix that board on the bottom right. But it looks like it's been a king's pawn opening with an early h-pawn advance by Hikaru.
Absolutely. It looks like Gukesh went for the Italian opening. Knight to f6, attacking the pawn on e4. d3 played by Gukesh, supporting it. And now knight to g5 is always a recurring idea. And that's why Hikaru stops that idea with pawn to h6. Also stopping this bishop from c1 going into g5.
An early surprise here by Hikaru. And that's a very smart move. In this format, 20 minutes with no increment, no bonus time until move 41. If you can get your opponent to think early on, burn the clock, that can come to bite you later on. So Hikaru definitely against Gukesh wants to use the clock as a weapon.
And look at this, h6 played by Gukesh, and after that Gukesh goes for a very rare move, pawn to a3.
And Hikaru is saying, because I haven't developed my kingside bishop just yet, I will fianchetto it. He moved the g-pawn as I saw it happen. Harshit, he went g6 here. He wants to place the bishop on g7, go short castle, and get a very dynamic middle game, a non-standard way to handle the Italian.
And Hikaru knows that if it comes down to it, he has to even play for a win with the black pieces. Yeah, let's quickly go to Arjun's board and see if we have any developments on that board on the superstar men's board. And we have a few moves. After bishop f4, Vladislav went for pawn to d5, e3, c5, challenging this central pawn chain of white, c3, defending it, and knight comes in to d7. This is the live position that we have on the board.
So there's already a little bit of a tension in the center, but this is standard theory so far for Artemiev. He wants to get his queen out to that b6 square, start targeting the b2 pawn. Arjun continues with development. Artemiev with a different plan here. He consolidates the central pawns. He wants to line up his bishop on the b7 diagonal and then jump with the knight to e4.
I'm a bit surprised by this, Tanya, because generally I liked your idea of going queen to b6 and bishop to d6, challenging this bishop on f4. But now, after b6, white playing bishop to b3, bishop to b7, this bishop on f4 suddenly looks extremely strong, and your move, pawn to h4.
Whoa, whoa,
what?
Whoa! This is from a previous one. I don't believe this happened. That was a little bit of a glitch. Let's go back. Let's bring it back to Arjun, as you were mentioning that you were a little surprised. And we'll bring that up. Let's go full screen on our players as we try to fix this and get the games back up for you. But Arjun there on the think right now. Well, it's actually even Artemiev on the think right now. And I believe we've got the boards back with us. And it's Arjun's knight that jumps to the center of the board first.
Yeah, and as I was saying, the bishop on f4 is completely unopposed. At some point, this move pawn to h4 to h5 is definitely going to be on the cards. Arjun with an early initiative for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
So we've got the Italian on the first board between the icons. We've got the London on the second board between the men's superstar. Which other countries in play will we see? Which other cities will we see in action?
Do we have any French?
Or maybe the Spanish?
I don't see any yet, but do you want to quickly check what happened on Gukesh's board, as we have a few moves on that board because the boards have been updated. We saw the move pawn to g6, knight c3, bishop comes into g7 as we predicted, h3, d6, bishop comes to e3, queen e7, queen d2. Is Gukesh wanting to castle long?
He does, and very importantly, he stops Hikaru from castling because the queen and the bishop lined up against the h-pawn.
That's a great point, Tanya. This prevents black from castling as the pawn on h6 will be on pre. Bishop comes into e6.
Hikaru saying, you go queenside, I'm going queenside as well. No opposite side castling in this one.
And Gukesh is like, I just tricked you. I castle short now and you cannot you cannot castle short anymore because the pawn on h6 is falling. If you castle long, b4 and this move a3, which looked so cryptic in the beginning of the game. Now
look at that. You know, we got all those expressions by Hikaru yesterday.
And again.
He's got about 789 of those expressions. And I wonder this one as well. Can we add that to the book? You know, this, hey, you're going short castle. What do I do now?
And Gukesh.
Look at that.
Yeah, he's trying to also take a look at what's happening on the other games because you don't want to castle long if your team is already doing well. You want to play something solid. And what does he do? Queen d7.
He's keeping it flexible. He isn't committing which side he wants to go to. A little glitch there. The queen did land on d7. Harshit, Hikaru saying, I'm not going to show my cards just yet. I'm setting up for a long castle at some point, but I'm eyeing that king side. I'm eyeing that h3 pawn. Watch out for a sacrifice on it, Gukesh.
And this ideas like pawn to g5, knight to h5 are definitely going to be in black's mind right now. Bishop takes e6. I like this because this bishop on e6 could have been a dangerous attacker for the black side. White chops off that bishop on e6 and now Hikaru needs to choose what to capture back with. He captures with the f pawn.
And that's a very thematic capture in these openings where you do take the double pawns in the center, but you get an open F line and you control a lot of key squares as well. But this is Hikaru essentially saying, I'm ready for a fight in this one.
He absolutely is. He's keeping the position flexible. He can go g5 at some point and just declare war on the white king if he puts his king on the queen side. I'm curious to see what's happening on the women's board. Sara Khadem is taking on Theodora Inyats, and we were mentioning that Inyats for the Fires American Gambit is going to be looking to win this game with the black pieces. And it was a very unorthodox opening as after d5, Inyats went for pawn to b5.
And it's exactly what you're saying, right? With the black pieces, when you're pushing for a win, you want a dynamic opening like this. A complete imbalance there in the pawn structure. As we see, black is already advanced all the way. There's the first trade that happens. The white knight comes out. There's an open B line created early on. As white continues with development, Theodora also says, I want my bishop to be fianchettoed. And I believe this is where we are currently on our live board. But there's already a castle that's happened. Some more moves?
No moves just yet on the DGT boards, but no, this is the other game. Can we get the camera of Inyats, which is board 5?
And there we switch, and you're absolutely right. This is exactly where we are on our live board. Inyats looking pretty relaxed.
And she definitely has managed to throw Sara Khadem off guard early in the opening.
All right, so still quite a battle, but an aggressive opening choice by the Fires American Gambits on this one. I think they're looking for a strike here. Sara Khadem for the PBG Alaskan Knights has been struggling in the tournament.
Oh, definitely. And let's quickly go to the game of Arjun Irigesi.
Whoa, whoa.
Exactly. Knight e5, knight takes. I was expecting Arjun to capture with the bishop. He took with the d pawn. Knight goes back to d7, queen g4, allowing a tactic. And after this move, pawn to g5, Artemiev gets up from his chair.
Arjun's the king of chaos, but Artemiev is hitting that chaos button with this last move. Now, there are two pieces attacking that pawn. It can be picked up, but you're talking about tactics. Let's bring back our board because we need to explain what's happening here. It looks like a pawn sacrificed by Artemiev, but it's all around that knight jumping to the center of the board. If queen takes pawn, you trade the queens. You're super happy. The knight jumps to the center of the board. You've recaptured with a very healthy position here. But let's back up just yet right now. If you take with the bishop, you're hitting the queen. But there are certain ideas in this position that black has set up.
And don't you capture the pawn on e5, which looks extremely tempting. Feels as if you're hitting the queen back on g4. There is this intermediate move, a Zwischenzug for white, which wins him the game. Bishop to b5 check, and this is all over. Because if you block with the queen, you lose it with the check. If you block with the bishop, I capture and your knight has to go back, and then your queen falls. And this is why, after bishop takes g5, there is this key move as bishop g5 happened.
He plays it. And Artemiev shows the key move.
Rook to g8.
Rook g8, he finds it. Arjun Erigaisi is under pressure right now. He immediately responds. That bishop was pinned. He could not have taken the queen. Let's just back up one move really quickly here. Rook g8, bishop takes queen, rook takes queen. And suddenly the bishop doesn't have great retreating squares. The pawn on g2 is hanging. Then pawn on e5 is falling off. This would have been an Artemiev show. So Arjun defends the bishop instead on our live board. Can Artemiev double down on this pin?
And the way to double down, Tanya, is to play this move pawn to h6, forcing the white bishop on g5 to make a decision. And as you said, if the bishop moves and captures the queen on d8, the rook is going to join the party, hit the pawn on g2, and this looks great for black. We expected Arjun to be putting a lot of pressure on Artemiev, but he's proving why he's one of the best blitz and rapid players of the world.
Put pressure on the pinned piece.
PP, on the PP.
That's the theme. That's the idea that Artemiev has to follow here to try to push. Arjun, I think he just missed this g-pawn moving forward. He missed this idea by Artemiev of g5, and Artemiev, he's alive.
He's alive. He's trying to consider his options here. Way between bishop to e7 and pawn to h6 both look quite decent. Can we quickly check Lanier versus Richard? Because we haven't had a look at this game, the Superstar Men's Board 3. And here we have it.
Let's do it. And this one looks like it's come from a Sicilian, as we see potentially a knight off is what my guess would be, but a strange knight on e7 instead of the usual f6 spot. This is the live board. And the strategic points that I want to make here is that d6 pawn, a weakness for white to target. With this last move, the PBG Alaskan Knights, Dominguez Lenier setting up rook d1 to coming in, and Richard Drapo, in true Richard style, going for dynamics on the king side.
And I like this. He realizes that he has this one weakness on the pawn on d6, and that's why he's creating some counter chances. f5, maybe f4, and trying to just set up some sort of an attack on the king side with knight g6, knight coming into h4. But right now, with the pawns on c4 and e4, the Maroc C bind setup, I have a feeling that white is playing for two results.
And it's all about pawn breaks for black in this position. It's either f5, d5, or b5. These are the three pawn breaks you're looking at. With the structure that you pointed out, the Maroczy structure of chess, getting d5 and b5 extremely difficult. So Richard goes for the third. He defends the pawn that was under attack. But some decisions to be answered here. Lenier Dominguez, will the strategic plus points in this position trump the dynamism of Richard Drapo?
Lenier Dominguez is down on the clock 6 minutes, and Richard Rapport is trying to put a lot of pressure on the clock of Lenier. Do you want to quickly check what's happening on the icon board as Gukesh Domaraju and Hikaru Nakamura have made a lot of moves? We saw it after f takes e6. Gukesh reroutes his knight to g3 potentially, d5. As soon as the knight moves from c3, black goes for this move, pawn to d5, threatening d4, trapping the bishop. White goes pawn takes, chop chop, d4. Knight e4, queen d1, and this is the live position on the board.
And I'm going to say it, I think this match might very well get decided on this board. Look at what we have here. Hikaru Nakamura's king still in the center, and he's opened the center up completely. The king side, are you going to go and feel safe there with your h and the g pawns already up the board? I would be doubtful. He's looking at an opposite side castling, which means we're going to see a race towards each other's king. This is going to be a really fun, entertaining fight for us.
And you can feel the pressure through the board between these two players. As you mentioned, black needs to make a decision where to put the king. And I do agree with you that the king must go on the queen side. If you castle short, somehow with you missing the pawn on f7, the pawn on g6 becomes weaker. And I think Hikaru Nakamura might long castle right here, right now. But look at Gukesh. He's like, what's happening on the other board? Let me just quickly take a look so that I know whether I should take risks or I'm happy to keep it safe and simple.
Well, it might be too late for that question. I think this is just by nature a risky position. You're looking at a full-blown fight. There's no way to actually liquidate, go into a solid endgame. It's already a crazy situation on the board right now. Hikaru about to take his decision with the king. Won't be surprised to see if the move that you've highlighted happens. But first, he trades at the center of the board, expecting a knight to land there. You don't want to give up that strong dark squared bishop if you're white.
Oh, definitely. You don't want to give up this bishop for the knight on c6 because then the bishop on g7 is going to become a dragon bishop. He takes with the knight on d4. Very interested to see how this develops. But let's go to the game of the prodigies between Daniel Darda and Volodar Murzin. This is a very interesting game as right now after knight a4, pawn takes d4, knight takes, Murzin simply captures the pawn on e4 and asks white, where's your compensation?
But this is playing with fire, and that's a dangerous game to play because you can get burnt. Look at Black's development right now. You're up a pawn, but none of your pieces are really out. White so ahead in development currently. I think you can even trade, line up a rook on the E line, rook e1 ideas, hitting that knight, try to target the b4 pawn eventually. Yes, the evaluation bars, the engines might say, I'm up a pawn, I defend this to perfection. But for humans, they have to be incredibly precise, and that's the tough part.
And both the players are struggling here. And this means that they're low on confidence. And Daniel Darda needs to step up for his team PBG Alaskan Knights if they are trying to make a complete comeback from the bottom of the leaderboard. Here he takes the bishop on e4, knight takes e4, played.
Takes bishop, and what decision will Darda have to play for that initiative? Currently, he's only scored 2 draws for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
That's tough.
He needs to change that narrative. He needs to. Every board matters here at the Global Chess League, the Prodigy board. Things can get decided. I will say one thing. The way the games are shaping up, Harshit, yesterday the Alaskan Knights had a decisive result on every board.
Every board, that's true.
Do you think we might see that happen one more time?
And we actually saw Daniel Darda losing yesterday, but we did see Arjun Erigaisi who stepped up for the team PBG Alaskan Knights. And can we go back to that board as Artemiev does not go for pawn to h6, and here we have the cameras. He goes for bishop to e7, and there is a move for which you have to be very brave. And if you cannot, synonymize brave with Arjun Erigaisi, then I don't think you've seen his games before, because you can just chop the pawn on h7.
Brave is his middle name. It's Arjun Brave Erigaisi. If he sees it, which he will, and it's all calculation from then on, you're hitting the black rook. But what happens if there's a trade on g5, how you're responding to it? Those are the lines that are going through Arjun Erigaisi's head right now. Can he pick up this pawn for free? There is this g5 bishop. There are ideas like rook takes bishop, winning 2 pieces for a rook even in this position. And how are you evaluating this? There is a huge pawn deficit on the right flank for Artemiev. Does that make up for giving up 2 minor pieces?
And I think this is what Arjun needs to evaluate. A position like this where he has given up his 2 pieces for a rook. But as you said, because white has this cluster of pawns on the queen side, the black king on e8 still being weak, f5 ideas in the future, this is actually significantly better for white. But for that, he needs to make this decision of capturing the pawn on h7. The other move, the other controlled approach is to simply take the bishop on e7.
But that goes into an endgame, Harshit. That would mean rook takes queen, bishop takes queen, and we'll have a lot of trades. That just doesn't feel like an Arjun kind of move and an Arjun kind of position. He wants to make bishop takes pawn work here on the live board. And he's reaching out. He's about to make his decision. What will it be?
No, he takes the bishop on e7.
It is the more cautious approach.
But in team events, sometimes it makes sense to have this cautious approach and not burn bridges, because he does not know exactly what's happening on all the other boards. Takes the queen on g4, and here we go full screen. Arjun takes the queen on d8.
But the most testing line had to be the one that you had pointed out. Bishop takes pawn would have made this battle a very double-edged game. Right now, Arjun, he's saying, I put my king in the center. It's where it belongs. And currently, white, in fact, is up a pawn in this position. And there's another one that's hanging.
Yeah, white is up a pawn. The pawn on h7 is falling. And maybe we were too critical about this approach of capturing the bishop on e7, because if you take the pawn on g2, rook comes to g1, and this actually looks like a pleasant endgame for white. So I think the decision of Arjun, especially in a team format, was very smart.
All right, well, we will keep an eye out on this endgame. It's going to be a grind from here on. Let's go over to our icon board
Let's go.
right now and get an update on that, because that is all action all around. It's fire on the board. Look what's happened. After knight takes pawn, Gukesh's last decision, Hikaru says, I want to keep maximum pieces on the board. He retreats the knight only to go forward with his own pawn to drive Gukesh's knight away from the center of the board.
But doesn't this move basically tell us the story that the black king is never going to go on the queen side? Because now this bishop is too strong on this diagonal. But here we came in on the perfect moment because white has a crazy idea, Tanya.
I don't know what story it tells us, but this game is going to be an absolute blockbuster. Because look at what we're seeing right now. You're mentioning a crazy idea. It's got to be something around Hikaru's king at the center of the board.
Exactly. It's because the black pieces are a bit underdeveloped here. White can advance forward with his knight to e5. Yes, you have attacked my knight, but I have attacked an even more important piece of yours, the queen on d7. If you take my knight on e5, oh, this looks too strong. The bishop on e5, you can't really take the knight on e5. If you don't, if the queen goes back, knight comes into e6. Did he find it?
That would be devastating.
Oh, he goes bishop e5. Also a good move.
Good move, but a different piece there. The knight move looked incredibly strong. And look at Hikaru. He's just refusing piece trades. He's not allowing the knights to jump for the PBG Alaskan Knights just yet. He comes back, avoiding the bishop trade.
But does
That's
this...
a question mark.
It does get a question mark, and Gukesh needs to come back with his knight to e2. Backward moves tend to be the hardest ones to find, but here it's very important for him to do it, and he does it.
And I will say this, you know, Gukesh Domaraju, he is very aware of the pressure around him, the noise around him. There are, whether it's Hikaru, Fabi, Magnus, there are a lot of statements that have been made about Gukesh being the world champion. And there's always this feeling the youngsters have, especially Gukesh currently, that they want to prove themselves right now. He wants to, this match means more to him. Playing against the likes of the top three, the holy trinity of chess, that's Magnus, that's Fabi, that's Hikaru, to get those wins, to prove that he's a deserving world champion.
Well, he did take down one of them yesterday, Fabiano Caruana. He has the opportunity to take down another one, Hikaru Nakamura, right here, right now. He brings in his rook to e1, developing. I like this move. And actually, his advantage is growing, Tanya, because the pawn on g6 is very weak. The pawn on d5 is also a bit weaker because it cannot be supported with this move, pawn to c6. And now, time to jump in with your knight to f4, hitting the pawn on d5 and the pawn on g6. If you go g5, take this and you get the h5 square for your knight.
I love that idea that you're pointing out.
And he does it.
Two weaknesses and Gukesh is on it. He plays, what is that saying? Two birds, one stone. You get the knight in, you're hitting both of them at the same point, basically provoking Hikaru to make more weaknesses on the king's side. Will he be forced to push pawns? Has Hikaru taken too much risk with his pawn advances at the start of the game?
I think he has. And can we get that view with all the 6 boards just to tell you what's happening in the evaluation on all the games? And here you can see the white players are doing quite well on the first 3 boards, Tanya. Gukesh with the big advantage, Arjun slightly better, Lenier also slightly better. So where is the Fire's American Gambit trying to score a full point?
That's the top row for you on which PBG Alaskan Knights seem to have the upper hand out of the opening. But look at that bottom center board right there. It's the one where we see Inyak. We spoke about this. Perhaps it's the women's superstar boards where the American Gambits feel they have the edge.
I think this is the board. Theodora Inyats needs to win it with the black pieces. Can we go to that board? Board 5 between Theodora Inyats and Sara Khadem. And here we have it. Here we have it. Why is black doing better here?
It's that bishop, the gem and glory in black's position. The fianchettoed bishop on an open diagonal. Very difficult to challenge it. Notice how the black knight is ready to jump to the b4 square as well. A beautiful spot, can't be kicked out of there. The b3 pawn weakness. Somehow in these positions, if you're playing white, for Sara, she should have had a central advance going already. You want your e4, you want your f4, you want to push in the center. She hasn't been successful in achieving that, which means out of the opening, black has all the trumps, while Sara has struggled to get her own counterplay.
Black is playing on the queen side, and you are right, white has to play in the center, but it feels as if black is leaps ahead on making progress on the queen side. And with this move, rook to b8, bishop d7 at some point, Inyats is getting a significant advantage here. Is there any update on the icon board? Because I don't want to miss anything on that one.
I don't think anyone wants you to miss anything on that one. We should stay here. We should get this up right now. After the knight jumped forward, Hikaru says, I will just consolidate my center, makes a small move, passes the ball.
And now black is potentially trying to set up this connect 4 with the move pawn to d4. And maybe it's not a bad idea, Tanya, to stop this idea of pawn to d4 and go with this move pawn c3.
Pressure is on Gukesh. Tick-tock goes the clock. Now both players are around the 8-minute mark. Let's just lay out this fact that if this becomes a time scramble, we go into a bullet blitz territory, Hikaru Nakamura's odds go skyrocketing.
Absolutely. Once you get below that 3-minute mark, I think Hikaru Nakamura is going to up his level. Like, I mean, he's just too fast. Too fast and too good.
You got that guy sitting opposite you, leaning back like that, looking at the board, you know, with the nonchalant that he does. You've got to be feeling the intimidation there.
I don't know if Hikaru actually believes that he has a good position or he is bluffing. Because the engines tell us a story that Gukesh has a +1 advantage.
Look at the difference in body language that we're seeing here right now. Gukesh fully leaned in, locked in. We can see the advantage for white, but as a player on the board, you know that black has its own trumps. The F line open, the E line open. All of Hikaru's forces compact at the center of the board right now.
And you could see Gukesh's eyes widening as he knows, he senses that his advantage is here, right here. Queen to c2 maybe, putting more pressure on the pawn on g6. We need to bring this rook on a1 into the game.
Bring all the toys to the nursery. That rook which is not playing, I love that idea that you're pointing out. You know, again, focus on the two weaknesses, the g-pawn and the d-pawn. But right now, Gukesh is still on the think. He has to pace up. Harshit, big decisions lie ahead in the game.
Every second that ticks on this game of Gukesh, the heartbeat.
Did he play c3? Did c3 happen?
No, this is the live board. This is the live board. And yeah, with every second that he thinks, the heartbeat of the fans of the PBG Alaskan Knights increases because Gukesh is now down to less than 6 minutes.
And Gukesh about to make a move. He
goes h4.
He clamps down on that right flank. He's now not giving Hikaru the possibility to advance g-pawn and kick his knight out. He wants that knight on f4.
It stops g5, but Tanya, it gives black the ability to jump in with his knight to g4, and that's the best move.
But it's a tough one because you're trading a very key defender. The dark squared bishops are off the board. Your king might start feeling very naked.
Actually, it's a difficult move to find because after knight to g4, bishop takes g7. Guys, this is the analysis board. If you take with the king on g7, then there is knight e6 check.
Not happening.
And you have to take the knight on f4.
Giving up that key bishop.
It's tough. It's tough.
I would be shocked if Hikaru goes for this. Unless somebody tells you that you need to find the only move, there's only one good way, then you find a direct line like that. But Hikaru, his chess is from another planet. If there's anyone capable of finding the best move here, which is such a non-human move, it is Hikaru Nakamura.
And actually, Lenier Dominguez on board 3 has quite a big advantage as well. As the pawn on d6 is weak, white has managed to exchange the queens. The pawn on b7 potentially could be a target in the endgame, and white is ready to just double the rooks on the d line and put pressure on the pawn.
It's the clampdown in the center on the light squares that white is playing for. Full control of d5. Look at that beautiful bishop on e4. All the diagonals covered there. It's looking on all corners of the board right now. The knight about to jump in. All right, so PBG Alaskan Knights looking good on this one.
Yes.
A huge endgame advantage here. Lenier will push for the win. What's happening on the second board there? Arjun Aragaisi taking on Artemiev. It's an endgame. Looks quite balanced, but there is an H-pawn. If the rooks come off the board, is that the way, the path to equality here for black?
Yeah,
he does it.
You should definitely take the rook on g5, pawn takes g5, and I have a feeling that this game is going to end in a draw, very likely, unless Artemiev makes a substantial mistake. So I think this is the key moment right here that we should focus on, because Hikaru Nakamura on the icon board needs to find this move, knight to g4, and the concept of taking the knight on f4.
But as Hikaru's thinking, let's get a quick update on our lower three boards there. The Women's Superstar and the Prodigy board. The match could pretty much get decided on these.
Let's start from the Prodigy board. It's very equal. Actually, Volodar Murzin is a pawn up, but in this endgame, I predict the game to end in a draw. But if anyone is better, it's Murzin.
All right, but let's say this one in the balance, you know, these
Okay.
kind of positions have a lot of tendency towards fizzling out right now. It's an open game. So if this ends in a draw, let's go on to our women's superstar board. Inyats against Sarah Kadam in this one. And I have to say here, the Fi's American Gambits, they're dominating.
Yes. Actually, can we go to board 5? Board 5's camera, that would be great. And yes, here we have it. Bishop to d2 was the last move played by Sarah Kadam. And now black can play this move, knight to c4, bringing this knight into the game, attacking the bishop on d2. And as we were mentioning, that black has made so much progress on the queen side, whereas what is white's piece is doing? The bishop on g2 blocked by the pawn on e4, and unless white gets f4 and e5, which I don't think he is, it's just very bad.
This looks like white hasn't made any progress. And look at that. It is Inyat's pawn that's about to move forward. It's advantage Fi's American Gambits on this board. Let's move on to our next women's superstar board. Bibisara against Lagno. This is the clash of two former World Blitz champions.
And it looks very equal right now. But as soon as I was saying that, look at Lagno. She's like, this is not equal at all. I'm going to prove why. The bishop performs better with pawns on both flanks of the board. Pawn to f5. Trying to open up the position, and the bishop on h4 can slide into g3 at some point.
This is looking really good, and Lagno is trying to destabilize that knight at the center of the board as well, creating more weaknesses in Bibisara's pawn formation. It's Lagno on the push here for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Lagno is better on this board. Or, oh no, a mistake?
All right, but we will move on next to the Lenia Diamond Quest.
Yes.
We checked up on that. PBG Alaskan Knights doing well on Lenia, on Lagno's board. Let's check in with our icon board.
Because Arjun is equal.
Yes, Arjun's equal. That game is in the balance between Arjun and Artemiev.
And look at this, Tanya. We said this is a very difficult sequence to find. Not difficult at all for Hikaru Nakamura, as he blitzes out this sequence. Rook goes back to f8, has better chances to hold.
But still, it looks very dangerous for black. I have to say, yes, you know, it's not difficult to find if your name is Hikaru Nakamura. He usually does find the best moves. The grittiest defender. His resilience, second to none in the chess world there. But it's just the pawn formation, the weakness around the black king. Look at that queen stepping forward, now tying down Hikaru's knight on e7. And it's just very difficult for Hikaru to find counterplay. If you take the bishop, the white knight jumps forward, hitting the queen, hitting the pawn.
Oh no, this looks very promising for white right now, and I love this move, queen to d3, keeping an eye on the pawn on g6 and also saying that I'm ready to jump in with my other rook to d1. Hikaru down to 4 minutes 20 seconds. I have a feeling that Gukesh is going to be super confident about his chances right now.
Gotta be feeling good as we go into the time scrambled territory, and the pressure is on Hikaru. Just easier to play with white. Your pawn formation healthier, more intact. Your king feeling safe. So much about king safety here. Rook coming to the center of the board. And if you wait long enough, you know what? Gukesh won't even allow the trade of the dark squared bishop. He might just fall back and control the dark squares for the rest of the game.
And I have a question. Can black play this move, queen to f5 here, just trying to trade off the queens and go into the endgame?
I think he did make a decision. It's another piece that comes to f5. Instead, Hikaru planting the knight. He puts a block on the diagonal of the contact between the white queen and the pawn on g6.
And maybe it's time to bring our rook in the game and hit the pawn on d5. Rook a to d1, such a natural move.
But there are makings of tactics here, right, Harshit? That knight on f3 that Gukesh has, it's overloaded. It's defending the bishop on e5 as well as the pawn on h4. Has Hikaru
takes h4.
Has he set up that idea? Is that a trick on the board? Is knight takes pawn the sneaky?
So if white plays a move like pawn to a4, knight takes h4 is definitely in the cards right now for Hikaru Nakamura. Gukesh is thinking what to do.
This is such a... And look at that, Hikaru with that head nod. You know, he's willing himself. I might be in trouble here. I might be feeling uneasy, but I've got my tricks here. Hikaru's pieces look incredible in the center of the board. And Gukesh does the same with his own.
He brings in the rook into d1. And now the psychological warfare is on. As Hikaru Nakamura puts on a show, he's looking super confident here. But in fact, his position looks dangerous because the pawn on d5 is sensitive. But knight takes h4. Will it happen?
And we speak, and look at that, Gukesh, he's not just focused on his game. He wants to see what's happening on the other boards so that he's able to take a decision of whether he wants to pull the brakes, go to safety, or does he need to go all out for his team.
But Tanya, look at the game of Sarah Kadam. Sarah Kadam is actually winning now. against Theodora Inyats.
And what a turnaround that's going to be. Sara Kadem, an underdog in this match at the start. Theodora was the one who was pushing it, but now Sara hits the bishop.
And she's a pawn up. Oh no, she's not a pawn up because black has this extra pawn on H7. But does it even matter? Because white is ready to go king g2, rook to c6. And the board where we predicted the Fires American Gambits to do well, it's actually the PBG Alaskan Knights who are doing really well.
Well, you might have just called the future. You said pawn up. I think she's about to be a pawn up with that a6 pawn looking incredibly weak. It might be time to just get your rook into the game. It's only a check on the first rank. The white king will be safe. Notice how the black queen and rook disconnected. One is on one side, the other on the other side. No coordination. So Inyak says, I need firepower, gets the pawn up.
And I love this move, queen to f3. Sara Kadem saying that I know you want to put pressure on my king on g2. I won't allow that. You know what? I want to actually trade the queens because if you do, who's going to protect the pawn on a6? No one.
Sara Kadem with an advantage here. Let's go back to our icon board there. The big clash right now.
Ooh, mistake. As soon as we came on this board, Gukesh puts his bishop on f4, but this allows a tactic. Can we go full screen on Hikaru Nakamura? Oh, rook takes e1. Both players having a blind spot.
But there were tactics around the h-pawn hanging. It wasn't so clear because it would leave a calculation to be done with g6 weakness as well. And we do have a result, a quick result coming in that Lenya Dominguez and Richard Rappo does in fact end in a draw.
So it's 1-1.
It's 1-1 so far for the PBG Alaskan Knights and the Fires American Gambits. Let's head back to our icon board. And we've got one more result coming in.
Another draw. Bibisara draws her game against Katarina Lagno. So it's 2-2 currently. And I think there is a reason why the players from the PBG Alaskan Knights are making quick draws because they look at the board of Sara Kadem, board number 5 here, and they notice that she's completely winning here.
Look at that rook on c6. The way it's completely killed Theodora's queen to defend that a-pawn. And the worst thing you can do in chess is to use your queen for a defense of a pawn.
Yeah.
It's tied down there forever. The black queen, let's highlight that. No bright future for this one.
No bright future at all. She has 15 seconds on her clock. Inyats. And Arjun Erigasi is completely winning. What? Can we go to Arjun's board? A blunder. A huge blunder by Artemiev in this equal bishop endgame because bishop h7 and who's stopping the g-pawn?
The point might be no one because that g-pawn is going to deflect black's king into defense, but it might not be in time. The white king will use the left side to actually infiltrate by his own king. We've got a result here.
Yes, Sara Kadem wins.
She gets the first win for the PBG Alaskan Knights there, and what a performance by a player who's been struggling just when it matters. Sara delivers, being the dark horse in that game.
And just by this one win that their team had yesterday, the spirits are high in the PBG Alaskan Knights camp here as Arjun Erigasi is about to promote his g-pawn towards a new queen.
He's winning on the board. He's winning on the clock as well. Look at that. The moves are coming in fast and quick. Arjun, he's calculated this till the end. He's about to win a bishop. He's about to win a piece right now. Artemiev,
gives
desperation.
Up his bishop. He gives up his bishop for the queen, but now white is just up an entire bishop. He can go king to g4, king to f5, and this is going to seal the victory for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Well, it will all come down to the icon board and it will come down to the prodigy board there. Let's not forget 4 points for a black victory. So it still might not be the job done, but they will get, well, 1.5 foot in to get that match win. And this is just clinical now. Arjun, that one pawn, that e4 pawn is enough to win the game.
And I think a final few moves that are going to be
Let's go
played.
full screen. Let's go full screen as we see the end of this one play out. And right after that, and that's it.
And
it's
resignation.
Hatchet. The PBG Alaskan Knights get the second win in this match. What a comeback this team is proving to be. Let's quickly go to our icon board.
Let's go.
And there we see in the background Grandmaster Swayams Mishra, all smiles for his team.
And you could see Gukesh there glancing over to the results of the other boards, and he should be very happy to see that even Hikaru has made a big mistake. White has a tactic. Bishop takes h6, and look at Gukesh. Can we go full screen? Look at him. His eyes are widening, and I've seen this. Whenever his opponents make a mistake, Gukesh has this expression.
He's about to do it. I think he's reaching out for the bishop. He takes that pawn.
Boom.
And you can't recapture it. The queen would have jumped to the g6 square. That would have been game over. And now Hikaru pushes the pawn. The white queen lines up against the black knight.
Knight comes into e4. Now the bishop on h6 is falling. It's time to drop back your bishop to f4 to also protect the knight on e5. Only move.
And currently, Gukesh is up a pawn right
Also,
now.
yeah.
He falls back with the knight. He's
Also a good
also
move.
up on the clock currently. So that is so important when you're playing against a speed demon
Rook
like
comes
Hikaru.
into e6.
The rook jumps to a lateral defense.
And we might see another victory by Gukesh
Look at
as he
that.
pushes his pawn to h5.
And what a move. Gukesh taking a look at the other boards. And ignore the double question mark. This is such a provocative move here by Gukesh, putting full pressure on Hikaru.
With the amount of time that they have on the clock, this is a fantastic move.
But Hikaru, he is one of the best defenders, the best defender in the world. Look at that.
Ooh, what a move. Tricky, tricky. Your queen is falling, your rook on e1 is hanging, and Gukesh must be very confused.
He missed this move. And Gukesh, he gets his composure back, captures the pawn at the center because the rook gets pinned.
But knight f3 check.
He sacrifices an exchange. Gukesh does. Hikaru will pick that rook up, and it's all about king safety. Hikaru Nakamura's king is under big fire right now.
He plays queen to e6, and now it's time to play queen 8 check to win another pawn on a7.
And it's going to be one with a check, but he doesn't care about pawns. He's going for the king.
He made a blunder. He made a blunder.
Oh
Tanya.
my goodness, and black is winning now. And
G
look at
takes
that.
h5.
Hikaru Nakamura, he leans in, he
Oh,
recognizes this
no.
moment. This is what he does every time. And Gukesh knows that he's lost now.
How did this happen? He
He
goes knight
missed
f6
it.
check, king g6, no more checks. The knight is a great defender. And suddenly the bishop on h6, the knight on f6, all are hanging.
Gukesh completely missed that the kiss of death checkmate was defended by the black knight. And is this the moment the whole match is about to turn around now? And look at Hikaru. The moment he takes his opportunity, he seizes it. He's not letting go of it. Completely in control now.
It might, luckily...
He's up a rook.
He's up a
up
whole
an
rook.
entire rook. And look at that.
And resignation. Hikaru Nakamura wins. Wow. And look at Gukesh. He's completely stunned, but it might not be enough. But look at this game.
And Gukesh is unable to leave his chair right now. What a turnaround that was. And it all comes down to this board currently with the match score as it stands. Let's bring up our analysis board really quickly with the players cam.
But right now, it is the PBG Alaskan Knights that are leading. And it's a draw. It's a draw, which means that the PBG Alaskan Knight wins.
Yes, it all did come down to the Prodigy board. It is the 2 victories by the PBG Alaskan Knights, getting those very important 6 points. And though Gukesh goes down on the icon board, it's still enough for them to get their 2nd win in a row.
Oh, this was such a close match. Gukesh had a huge advantage, could not convert it, actually made a blunder. Hikaru won on that board, but it was Arjun's victory, along with Sara Khadem's victory, that clinched the match for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And I think the player of the match should go to Sara Khadem, Tanya, because she was really struggling in this tournament to do well.
And look at that, they have smiles, including on Sara's face right now. And for Daniel Darda holding that draw, incredibly important. Sara getting the big win against Theodora right there. But for Gukesh, it's got to be feeling, he's got to be feeling, you know, mixed emotions right now, mixed feelings. So close to taking down Hikaru Nakamura, and it came down to that one move blunder. Hikaru can be pleased with the board result, but not the match result.
Oh, he's definitely not pleased with the match result here. Gukesh, we saw how disappointed he was then. He still is disappointed, but surely will be uplifted by his team's morale there as the team wins. The PBG Alaskan Knights wins.
And what a much-needed victory it was for the Knights today. They proved to be the nightmare for the Fire's American Gambits, who now have a big wake-up call for their run to the finals there.
Between PBG Alaskan Knights and American Gambits. Match points 3-0. Wants Alaskan Knights. Please, teams, come to the top.
And you can see a smile on the face
And
of Hikaru.
game points is 9 instead of 7. 9-7. Won Alaskan Knights. Okay. Now we invited teams to make hand shaking procedure.
And here you can see the handshakes between all the team players here. PBG Alaskan Knights with a 9-7 victory against the Fire's American Gambits.
The final moments here as the players walk out. The fans, of course, waiting right there. They will be signing autographs. We will have the player of the match announcement as well. But what a comeback performance this has been by the PBG Alaskan Knights. You know, just as the world was ready to write them off, the Knights said not yet, and Hikaru is the first player to walk out. That's a head shake. He's disappointed.
Yeah, but he's a true leader. When the team wins, he gives his team the whole credit. When it loses, he takes it all on himself. Hikaru Nakamura here, and you can see Gukesh and Arjun, very good friends, walking each other, and there are some happy smiles there as Kathrilala Lagno, Sara Khadem, Darda and their coach Soham Mishra walk their victory towards the lounge.
And this is how our first match of the day went, with the PBG Alaskan Knights getting their second win in a row, and it was against Hikaru Nakamura's American Gambits. And though Hikaru did win his match, and what a roller coaster that was against Gukesh, Hikaru getting the win. But in the end, every board matters, and it was the Knights getting the 9-7 victory. What a way to come back, announce their arrival into the second half of the tournament, and we'll break it all down for you one more time on the other side of this break. You stay tuned with us.
See you soon.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fire's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or market, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Come on guys, hurry up.
यार सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। ठीक सिर्फ
shot of the day. This was with the PBG Alaska Knights getting the first win 9-7 against the Fire's American Gambits, announcing their arrival with 2 back-to-back victories right here. And we are heading over straight to Arohi for the player of the match.
Once the Knights start to gallop, there is no stopping them. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 16, played between the PBG Alaskan Knights and the Fire's American Gambits this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Aditya Bajaj, Senior Manager, AWS, and the Player of the Match award goes to Sara Khadem from PBG Alaskan Knights. Sara, big congratulations to you. You had a slow start to the tournament, but finally you've picked up at the right time.
Yes, I had a very bad tournament, I would say, but I'm really grateful for the team that we have, and I think we will have a better second half of the tournament.
So, what do you think has changed in the first half of the tournament for PBG and the second? Because y'all have picked up after that win yesterday. Today, y'all were very good. Some certain small mistakes on certain boards, but then y'all have the final result going your way.
Well, I mean, anyways, winning feels very good. So when you win, it changes the whole thing for you. But I think we were very unfortunate in the first half. It was very unusual to see most of the players not in shape. But I hope the second half goes well for us.
So are you especially elated because of the fact that last time when you all played the American Gambits, the deciding board was yours, where Theodora won against you. All the rest other boards you had draws happening. Today, you not only just won your board, you also won the player of the match here. You are standing with the winner's tag for the game as well.
Yeah, obviously I felt very bad after the first round because everybody was playing good and I just lost my game. So I think that changed maybe the mood of the team also a little. But I'm glad I could recover this game.
Congratulations on your win today and hope you continue the celebration.
Thank you so much.
That is it from the presentation ceremony. Back to the studio.
And guys, the PBG Alaskan Knights have won another encounter. Harshit Bhai, what a comeback by the team. First winning yesterday, today beating the Fire's American Gambits, even though Gukesh lost on board 1.
Yeah, back-to-back victories for them. And even though Gukesh was unable to, win against Hikaru Nakamura, it was Arjun Irigaisi with a crushing victory against Artemiev in an equalish endgame, and then also Sara Khadem, who won the player of the match, the MVP, bringing those important 3 points for them.
Let's have a look at the results and see how this entire match unfolded. You see Hikaru Nakamura playing brilliantly on board 1 and winning from a position that was not going his way, but then Arjun Irigaisi struck, Sara Khadem struck, and it was draw on the remaining 3 boards. What a close encounter, which helps the PBG Alaskan Knights equalize their score with the Fire's American Gambits.
Yeah, Lanier Dominguez was also better against Richard Rapport, drew his game. Lagno, a solid draw against Bibisara, and Daniel Darda also making a draw with Murzin. This means that the Alaskan Knights have a real shot of making it to the finals.
What a comeback it was for the Alaskan Knights, I think, especially for Sara Khadem. I think what a win it was. He was completely dead loss and now she came back. And there we have the match between Gukesh and Fabi. He goes for E4, E5. I think it was the Italian. Yeah, I mean, Hikaru here really went all out against Gukesh. There was, King that was weak and Gukesh went in. He got a big advantage. I was sitting in the hall, I was listening to the commentary of you, Harshit and Tanya, and I was so excited. And at this point,
you see Gukesh bringing his hand forward in resignation, definitely unhappy there, but very happy to see that his team did well and won. It's the most important thing, for your team to win.
Yes, let's have a look at the standings on our screen here. You can see that the PBG Alaskan Knights are at the bottom of the table still, but look at the far right corner. The match points are now equal for the PBG Alaskan Knights, the Alpine SG Pipers, and the Fire American Gambits. Sahaj, this tournament is getting exciting.
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly what we wanted to see from the PBG Alaskan Knights, winning 2 games in a row and Gukesh leading the charge. Absolutely love it.
मजा आ गया दोस्तों. And Kanji's Grandmasters and Upgrade Mumba Masters are at 9 points, and the Triveni Continental Kings, the undisputed #1 team, and they are going to take fort now. They are going to play the next match. We're going to talk all about it. But firstly, guys, the PBG Alaskan Knights, do you think they'll continue this run and actually make it to top 2?
You know, if Gukesh had won his match and he was so close, he was just one move away from winning his match, then I would say yes. But right now, it's topsy-turvy for me, but his team is performing really well so far.
I actually think that we might see a Cinderella story. The PBG Alaskan Knights losing their first 4 games now have won 2 in a row. And if they keep this up, they are going to play a game in the evening. If they win that game as well, I do think they have a great shot of making it to the top 2 places.
Right, the evening game would be very exciting to see. But right now, we have a guest along with Arohi down at the fan zone. Let's go there.
Mr. Aditya Bajaj, Senior Manager, AWS, joining us on the stream. Welcome. How has your experience of Tech Mahindra Global Chess League been so far?
Okay, I think this is one of a kind of event. I was pleasantly surprised to see the environment, the ambience, the people, the players and all. You know, in a country like India, we follow a lot of sports, right? And it's very encouraging to see so much fanfare, so many people actually coming and watching chess. So it's been a different kind of event, thanks to Tech Mahindra and the partnership with AWS.
On a personal level, tell me why chess? I mean, of all the sports that India is known for, or the famous sports in India, why chess? Why is that your pick?
Yeah, I think chess gives the individual's ability to develop intuition, predict what's going to happen next. You know, they have to think 20 moves in advance compared to other sports which you don't have to. So chess is something which is really picking up, and it's really great to see so many youngsters standing here, people waiting just to meet players. So it's really encouraging to see how chess is advancing in India.
Your favorite player?
I mean, obviously, it has to be Gukesh, nobody else. Yeah.
Have you had a chance to interact with him, though?
Not personally, but yeah, I met him at lunch. So he was kind enough to take a photograph with me. So, I mean, really kudos. So very humble player, very down to earth. I mean, was kind enough to come and take photographs. Even when he was having lunch, got up and took photographs. So, I mean, I think we are heading in the right direction as far as chess is concerned.
Well, Gukesh has that kind of fanfare, especially since yesterday he's been winning and the fans have been loving it. And I'm sure you have been too. Thank you so much for joining us.
Take care. Thank you.
And enjoy the games. Back to the studio.
It's so important to have sponsors for an event, and here we had AWS sponsoring this event, one of the sponsors, and guys, the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, setting so many innovations, the fan zone, the commentary inside the playing hall. Are you guys enjoying it?
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. It's so good to see the synergy between the tech world, which is coming into chess, and supporting it to grow. We have it here at the Royal Opera House. The players are having this perfect, you know, atmosphere of playing where the spectators can watch them live, listening to us. So many interactions. Maza aa raha hai.
Right, and Sahaj bhai, I believe you also are having a wonderful time here.
Absolutely. Out of 50, the top 15 players, we have 13 of them in the same place. इससे better क्या हो सकता है?
It's amazing, guys. It's time for us to take a short break, and on the other side, we'll be looking at more of those top players in action.
Chess हो या markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FI's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
Fires, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
We've officially entered the second half of the tournament where the teams will be playing the colors that they didn't the first time. Match number 2 for today, we have the Triveni Continental Kings and Alpine SG Pipers, and the coaches for the two teams, Luke Van Wely for Triveni, Praveen Thipse for Alpine. They'll be exchanging the Kings in their hands as the two teams will be playing the opposite colors. Also having the tournament director, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, joining us for the exchange. Hello, welcome back.
Thank you.
This time with white. Any special plans?
Yes, I think first day we decided we won the toss and we chose black, and it didn't turn out well. So I think it's a good reason to look for avenging the defeat, which was quite a close match. But yes, a strong team. We are facing a strong team, but okay, we are also geared up and we are hoping for trying our best with this white colors, which is supposed to give slight advantage to a player.
So, yes, strong team definitely, but we have to talk about Ali Reza and the way that he's been performing. He's been demolishing anybody who comes against him. But let me tell you, Caruana has a better head-to-head advantage over him. Does that help in your game today?
Well, overall, I think it does help, but they've played mostly in the classical games. So this is a different format. And for Fabiano, it's a first league, so he has not been used to playing without increment. And I think while the first half, I see that some of the players are struggling to adjust to the system. But now that the first half is over and we are geared up. But yes, one wouldn't say there would be an advantage or something. But yes, I think if Fabiano is in his real form, then probably I expect a win from him. I think he just has to be himself, be back in his form.
Has he done any special preps to be himself, to be back in form before the game?
Well, I think that's a six-red strategy, and probably you'll know after the result, please.
All right, all the best to the team.
Thank you.
Can we also have Luke Van Wely joining us for Triveni Continental Kings? This time, reverse psychology or straight?
Well, you know, my strength is in winning the toss, but there was nothing to win anymore, so...
Oh, there is. There's the game, and Ali Reza is on a roll.
Yeah, for sure. Ali Reza is on a roll, and well, he's very motivated, and he's 5 out of 5. Nevertheless, you know, you always have to be careful, you know, because he's playing Caruana.
So let me give you a stat. Today you're going to play against a team that has 3 candidates players, 1 world number 1, UEFA. How is the team approaching this?
Well, we know that the Alpine, there's a tough opponent. On paper, it's the strongest opponent, and we're playing with black. So, but we have momentum, and we have momentum for good reason. And our main goal is actually to keep this momentum going, which is not that easy.
Because of how good the other boards are, do you think you're going to focus more on the Prodigy board today?
Not really. I mean, all boards are equally important, and well, of course, if Ali Reza keeps on going, the other guys, they just have to follow the leader. But I mean, we also have Sujina, who is actually a very promising player, and well, I'm looking forward to her matchup with Hui Yifan.
So are we. All the best for your game today.
Thank you very much.
That is it from here. Back to the studio.
And guys, the Alpine SG Pipers won the toss. Actually, there was no toss. They played black last time, so they have the white pieces this time. It's going to be quite an important game that's there. What do you guys feel? Harshit, white pieces, small edge to them?
I mean, this is a very big opportunity for the Alpine SG Pipers to prove why they are such a strong team. I mean, they have 3 players in their team who have qualified for the candidates. It's Fabiano Caruana on the icon board, Anish Giri on the superstar board alongside Pragnananda, and this is definitely a big match for them.
I think between Fabi and Ali Reza, I think Ali Reza has been on a dream run with 5 out of 5. And Ali Reza, if he continues this run, it will be very hard for Alpine SG Pipers to, you know, make a comeback. I'm leaning towards Triveni Continental Kings, but I'm not sure.
We are going to break down this match very deeply in the next few minutes. But before that, we're going to have a look at the match that just concluded. The Fires American Gambits and the PBG Alaskan Knights, the Prodigy board. Daniel Darda and Vododar Murzin. Harshit bhai, what was happening here?
It was kind of a close battle all along. Daniel Darda kept it around equal. He was down a pawn, but had great compensation with active pieces. This game ended in a draw.
Right, and then going to our
Superstar
women's board. Here we had quite a lot of excitement, and in fact, Sahaj, Sara Khadem became the MVP thanks to her victory over Teodora Iniak.
Absolutely. I think Teodora had fantastic opening preparation. She got almost a winning advantage with the black pieces, but something went wrong, and then I think because of time pressure or some other reason, the position became equal, but she could not hold on to it. And Sara just somehow took over and did not give a chance after that. And I think she fully deserved the MVP spot here.
Right, and the game between Bibisara and Katrina Lagno, that ended in a very solid draw.
Yeah, that was a very solid draw. So then we can move on to the Superstar men's boards.
Right, this is where I think a lot of action did happen. It felt like Lenier Dominguez had an advantage against Richard Rapport.
He definitely did. And actually, I think he looked at the board of Sara Khadem, recognized that she has a huge advantage there, and just bailed out. He made a draw. Not bailed out because he was actually in the position of strength, but he made a draw there. But it was Arjun Erigaisi playing against Vladislav Artemiev. It was very equal, their endgame. It was actually a bishop endgame with equal pawns, but from that equalish position, Arjun managed to squeak in 3 important points.
And look at the highlights of this game. We are going to have Arjun's game here. He is actually the real architect behind this victory. Yesterday also he beat Anish Giri, and today beating Vladislav Artemiev, the guy who is just so solid.
Absolutely, and that move G5 was such a surprise for Arjun. I thought, the situation is kind of slipping from Arjun's hand, but no, he took over from that spot because Artemiev, I believe, missed a move like H6. I think we'll see it very, very shortly. Rook G8. I think he goes Knight F3, and here somewhere he had this move H6, which was quite good for him. And in this bishop endgame, he just completely took over. Time is such a huge factor.
Yeah, and Arjun Erigaisi, well, the guy is known for his amazing play, scores a win. It's time for us to look at the icon board where we have Hikaru Nakamura here striking against Domaraju Gukesh, but it was not a one-way battle.
Oh, it was definitely not. Right from the opening, Gukesh going for this rare maneuver of playing pawn to a3, pawn to h3, then breaking in the center with pawn to d4, getting a big advantage. Black had weaknesses on the pawn on g6 and d5, but he faltered in the time scramble where Hikaru Nakamura always excels.
Gukesh had such a major comeback incoming, winning his yesterday's match, and today also it looked like until the very last point that he's going to win his match against Hikaru, and what a victory it could have been. But happy that his team won PBG Alaskan Knights, and hoping that they can come back on the leaderboard.
Right, and there were so many expressions on this top board. If you have a look at it, you will see that Hikaru always has this animated look, while Gukesh is this calm person, and Hikaru was like, I don't know what's happening. I don't like the position, my teammate's position, while Gukesh was locked in.
Yeah, Gukesh was focused on this board and this board itself, whereas Hikaru, look at that stare that Hikaru gave to Gukesh in between. Wow. Now scanning the position left and right, and this was the time scramble. And this is where he looks at the clock and he's like, what's happening?
He was unhappy, but then at some point he knew he was winning there, and he managed to win. He was somehow just very alert, Hikaru, yeah?
It was my first time watching Hikaru in action because I was watching the entire thing with the commentary. And you are absolutely right. Hikaru's expressions are something unreal. Yeah, you should definitely watch them live. And he was, I think he, at the end, played better chess in time scramble.
Absolutely. He played amazing chess. And there we have the first game of the day is done. The first match is done. The Fire's American Gambits went down to the PBG Alaskan Knights. We have the next one coming very soon. The Triveni Continental Kings versus the Alpine SG Pipers. We are going to break down this matchup. But before that, a short break.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना,
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती
और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
माँ, मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा
जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
माँ, मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा
जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
And we have the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the Alpine SG Pipers in the second match of the day. This one is going to be the big one. The Triveni Continental Kings are on the top of the leaderboard. We are now going to break down this match and try to figure out who are the favorites in this one. Let's go and check the Prodigy board. We have Leon Mendonça playing for the Alpine SG Pipers, taking on Mark Andrea Morizzi. Guys, your thoughts on this one?
For me, I think maybe Morizzi has a slight advantage, but anything can happen in this match. What do you think, Arjun?
I think that Mark Andrea Morizzi is a favorite, but I like rooting for the underdog, so I am going for the Alpine SG Warriors in this one.
Alpine SG Pipers for Harshit Bhai. What about you?
I am going for the Triveni Continental Kings. Let's go.
Wow.
What about you?
For me, it seems like Leon Mendonça. For sure, he's actually playing really well.
Okay.
He's in his zone. Let's go to the women's superstar board now. We have here, oh my goodness. I want to first check out the game between Nino Batsiashvili and Alexandra Koschenyuk. Last time they played, Nino was the one who came out on top. What do you think today, guys?
I think Nino has been in crazy form in this event. Even though Alexandra Koschenyuk is the more experienced player, but I'm going to go with Nino Batsiashvili on this one.
Okay, Nino for Sahaj Bhai. What about you,
Nino
Harshit?
for me as well.
Wow, both of you going for the Alpine SG Pipers. But guys, the chess queen, Alexandra Koschenyuk, must not be underestimated. She may strike back this time. And then we have the clash that I think is an amazing one. World number 1 versus world number 2. Ho Yifan versus Zhu Jinner.
And they are both from the same country of China, and I'm sure while growing up, Ho Yifan was a big inspiration for Zhu Jinner, but I do think that we are going to see the pass of the batons here, and I'm going to be rooting for Zhu Jinner in this one for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Can I do both? Because
Yeah, you
I'm
can.
rooting for a draw here. So I'm going to do both ones over here. Let's go.
That makes a lot of sense. I have a feeling that Ho Yifan must be taking this game very personally here, because Zhu Jinner is someone against whom she wouldn't want to lose. So I think I'm going with Ho Yifan on this one. Let's go to the male superstar board, the men here. Whoa, we have the Indian boys on board number 3, Pragg and Vidit Gujarati. Let's start with that one, Sahaj bhai.
Oh, it's very hard to say between Pragg and Vidit, but Pragg is playing with the white pieces, so this is so difficult.
Kar lo bhai, kar
I'm going to
lo.
go with Pragg for the Alpine SG
Wow, that's a
Pipers.
bold one.
And I do think that Pragg should be a small favorite, but as I said before, I am rooting for the underdogs, the Alpine SG Pipers.
So Pragg.
Sorry, Triveni Continental Kings Vidit Gujarati.
So, Harshit bhai choosing Vidit, my guess here is that it will be a draw, just like in the first time they played each other, it was also a draw. And then we go to the next one. We have Anish Giri versus Wei. Bhai, kya lagta hai?
I don't even know, but Wei did win their previous encounter with the white pieces, but Anish has white this time. He's super solid. I think we can all agree on this. It's gonna be a draw.
Anish Giri and Wei cannot produce a result, I feel. This will be a draw, but if a result comes, I think we'll all be very surprised here.
But man, we are going to talk next about the biggest clash that we are all waiting for to see if on the icon board, Firuza Alireza can take down Fabiano Caruana from the Alpine SG Pipers. What are you guys' feelings on this one?
Well, someone has to stop Firuza at some point, right? Will it be Fabi here? You think so, Sahaj bhai?
I feel that Firuza is on a dream run, and I already have my flag up here for
Arre bhai, inhone to
Firuza.
Triveni.
Let's go, bhai. Ali
Going
Reza
for
Firuza.
Fabiano.
Oh, Harshit bhai, very good friends with Fabi, rooting for him. My guess here is that Firuza gets to 6 on 6 and becomes, he's already Mumbai ka Don. He might become Mumbai ka Mahadon.
Bhai, absolutely. And I think with the black pieces, he's a super dangerous opponent. He is fully capable of taking down someone like Fabi in this time format. He's a clear favorite.
चलो तो दोस्तों अब हमने 6 boards we have done it. तो क्या लगता है आज ये दोनों के बीच में 6 players each, who is the favorite to win this match?
The favorites, I think, are the defending champs and the current leaders in the standings, the Triveni Continental Kings, for me.
Okay.
You know, I think that we are going to see 2 wins from both sides, but because the Triveni Continental Kings is playing with the black pieces, they'll get 4 points for every victory, and I do think that they are going to continue their hot streak and win this match against the Alpine SG Pipers.
Guys, I'm going for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Ooh.
And look at them, they are here. And Anish Giri, well, he's not... You know, first I thought he had a phone in his hand. He was tweeting or something. No, but he doesn't have it, guys. He's just walking. Fabi, Anish, Pragg, Ho Yifan, Nino, Leon by kya team hai? And the legendary Praveen Tipse as the coach of the team.
They looked all smiles before they entered the tournament hall, but look at Firuza. He is leading the tournament by himself. Wei, Vidit, Zhu Jinner, the chess queen, and Marc-Andrea Morizzi, followed by the team coach, Luke Van Valley. The leaders of this tournament right now are going to be trying to extend their lead here.
भाई लोक वैन वैली हमेशा 2 flag लेके आ जाता है वो.
All I'm saying is that जब आपका icon player is winning all of their matches, that's such a huge boost for the rest of the team.
I agree.
It's like वो burden आपके ऊपर नहीं रहता है. And look at Alireza, that walk. I mean, he knows he's there. 5 out of 5 already कर चुका है.
Walk of a champion.
Walk of a champion.
Yeah,
Indeed.
this is going to be a super exciting clash, guys. These are the pairings that we are looking at. These are the players who are going to play against each other, guys. The Triveni Continental Kings and Alpine SG Pipers. We are going for a short break, and on the other side, we will have the live action.
Let's go.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती
और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
माँ, मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा
जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
माँ, मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा
जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
Give it up for the strong troopers, the first team, Alpine SG Pipers. Give it up for the players, starting with Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Pragg, Hui Fa, Nino Batsiashvili, Leon Mendoza, along with their coach Praveen Tipse. It's now time to call the Kings to take center stage. Please welcome Triveni Continental Kings. And now introducing the players, Ali Reza Firoja, Wei Yi, Vidit Gujarati, Zujina, Alexandra Kostenyuk, Makandria Moridze, along with their coach Luke Van Whaley. All the best to both the teams. You can now take your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Kulin Tanna, CIO, INOS Alpha, along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director.
And we have a massive clash here between the Triveni Continental Kings and the Alpine SG Pipers as our guest for the day makes the move E4, Sahaj bhai.
Ooh, E4, I think a good choice. Will Fabi actually go with that choice as well? It's his favorite.
It's his favorite move. We will see the women superstar board is where the action will begin. The Chinese #1 and #2 player Ho Yifan and Zhu Jiner. And here you see Nino Batsiashvili and Alexandra Koschenyuk. We have the moves that have begun.
E4 and knight f6 in Nino's board, and E4 with the How You Fun's board over there, playing the Italian system. Knight f6 happens and she goes d3. Very quiet setup, very similar to the game of Gukesh and Hikaru, with a slight difference that h6 की बजाय उसने bishop c5 खेला है.
Right. Let's have our digital board coming up here. Ho Yifan versus Zhu Jiner. We can go from this one forward. It is the Italian, as Sahaj bhai has mentioned. These are generally very slow moving games, very strategic. Pawn push आगे होगा कि नहीं, d4 का, bishop g5 आएगा कि नहीं. Many questions here. Let's have a look at Nino versus Alexandra Koschenyuk. यहाँ पर क्या लग रहा है भाई? London system आ गया है.
Absolutely, my favorite, and also with knight b2 move order, that's the best one you can have. But Koschenyuk goes for this bishop e7, which is traditionally believed to be a bad opening, but आजकल engines की वजह से it is being played more and more. I'm guessing Koschenyuk wants to have a game, does not want to trade those bishops with bishop d6, and to have a game.
Bhai, knight has jumped in, and whenever the knight jumps, the G and H pawn start to roll down the board. So this is going to be a huge attacking game that we are going to witness between Nino Batsiashvili and Alexandra Koschenyuk. And while the women's superstar boards are going on, let's join in our men's superstar board. The arbiter comes into the Wei versus Anish Giri game. And Anish opens with pawn to d4.
Absolutely. The two candidates playing against each other.
Yes.
And there we have Pragg versus Vidit. This is an all-star lineup. E4 played by Pragg. Sagar bhai, do you think there's going to be a result in the Pragg versus Vidit match?
I think to beat Vidit is super difficult, guys. He's one of the most solid grandmasters out there, and he plays the most solid line e4, e5. I mean, Pragg definitely a small favorite because he has the white pieces. He is in form in general. But in this tournament, Pragg hasn't fired yet, nor has Vidit. So I think it'll be interesting to see कि आज कौन fire करेगा.
Absolutely, and playing the Italian opening once again. And you know, I heard from a top 5 player in the world before that Pragg right now is the best player in the Italian opening period.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Which is, I think, a huge statement. And if Pragg wants to strike, this is the best way, right? So, an opening where he feels the most comfortable in. He goes h3, कुछ g4 के plans हो सकते हैं. Maybe he wants to go short castle. Very important point यहाँ पे सागर भाई. Black should not go h6 because then g4 is a real threat.
Then it so happens that the king remains here and you go g4, g5, rook g1 by mate ही कर देंगे.
Exactly, mate ही कर देंगे यहाँ पे. And we have
the
icon board. Let's go Fabi versus Ali Reza.
Oh,
C4.
He goes c4, the English opening. And on the Prodigy board, we have Leon Mendonça versus Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, d4, d5.
Very solid by Maurizzi there. Ooh, look at this.
भाई,
Ali Reza जीतने के लिए आया है सागर भाई.
भाई अली रेजा ने क्या ओपनिंग खेला? c4 को उसने खेला g6, d4, e4 को खेला bishop g7, no center control. He is going to play King's Indian here. Knights.
King's Indian बिना knight f6 के खेल रहा है वो. That's even more risky.
He's played e5. And isn't this the favorite weapon of Yasser Sairawan? कभी तो वो खेलते थे, है ना?
Yes. In fact, I think it's known as the Everback variation, if I'm not mistaken. So, Yasser Sairawan used to play this quite often, and knight e7 से निकलता है यहाँ पे f6 की बजाय. And the point is कि आपने white को center दे दिया है, but you are going to strike in the center somehow. Whether it is with d5 or with f5, that remains to be seen.
Okay, this is very exciting, guys. Ali Reza Firuza taking things in his own hands. He's not like कि भाई मैं black हूँ, मैं आराम से खेलूँगा. He's like, I want to make my chances. And I want to make sure that my team can bank on me.
And he's right. Bhai, this also takes a lot of guts to play against Fabi, who's one of the best prepared guys in the whole world right now. And Kings Indian के ऊपर भी knight g8 पे रखा है भाई. That is even more impressive to me. Wow. As he goes a5.
ये मूव का क्या मतलब है?
भाई knight a6, knight c5 करके आराम से खेलेगा. फिर middle game में कुछ, you know, he is going to create some havoc. You can see he already has a 40-second sort of advantage over Fabi in this position. Knight a6 on the board.
Guys, as Sahaj Bhai just said, to do this against Caruana is very risky because if Fabi gets an advantage, he often plays like a machine. And then Firouzja could very well be staring at his first defeat if he doesn't play well, but he is high on confidence. And जब आप confidence very high होता है आपका confidence, you can take these risks.
Absolutely, because he knows 5 out of 5 already scored कर चुके हैं. We are halfway through this, you know, global chess league over here, and he knows he has defeated all of these players before, so he can do it again.
Let's see. Let's see now. Bishop comes out to e3. Fabi, this is a good chance for him to press with the white pieces. Meanwhile, guys, I want to show you something that's very interesting that's happening on board 2. Anish Giri versus Wei Yi. So यहाँ पे, if you see what's happening here, Sahaj Bhai, break this down. d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5. ठीक है, c3.
So this is Le Quang Liam's London system, yeah, where he goes bishop f4, but he pushes c3 first.
मार दिया.
तो c5 पे d5 मार दो, and c5 को आप defend कर सकते हो b4 से.
And he did not. He played bishop e3, knight came out, pawn to b4. Anish is like, I'm a pawn up. Bishop e7, g3. The knight came here to attack the bishop. Now the bishop moved ahead. If you take here, I'll happily take with the pawn or the queen. So he went e5. And now you see both the knights are defending this pawn. And he kicked one of the knights.
Wow. I think a great move there by Anish. He goes e takes d4, pawn takes g4 आया, d takes e3. So many trades are happening back to back. Knight c3, knight. भाई कितनी चालों से तो trades ही हो रहे हैं.
By takes, check, knight is hanging. So knight has to go back. And now rook d1. This is still Anish's preparation, guys.
Absolutely. You look at his time, almost a 3-minute advantage. He goes knight takes d5, bishop e6.
He's also so well prepared.
Look at rook h5.
Wow, guys, did you just see that? The rook lift has come in. The knight is looking this way. यहाँ से भी disco हो सकता है, यहाँ से भी disco हो सकता है.
Absolutely. एक चाल queen d7 खेल दिया, knight f6 check is just GG. That is game over.
My goodness, guys, very dangerous position. Right now, Wei Yi is treading on thin ice. उसको बहुत ही accurately खेलना होगा. The bar is even. There's only one right move in the position. How easy is it when you don't know or when you've forgotten your preparation?
I think in this format, very difficult. Yeah, that move right now is rook c8,
yes,
which feels highly illogical because पहले तो आप सोचोगे कि can't I just castle? I would love to castle here because my king is unsafe on e8.
Right.
And let's just castle, and that's a slight mistake here.
Because then white goes bishop g2, and now if you play rook c8, like थोड़े time बाद, white is going to do castling by hand, king f1, king g1, and white's advantage is very fine. Like, बहुत सही position है.
And if you're wondering why that is, that's because white's h file is completely open and black has castled on the short side. So the king's safety is a bit in question right now. I have my rook, my queen, and my knight all eyeing on the h7 pawn. The queen can just hop in with queen f4, and that looks very scary for Wei Yi here.
By the way, Wei Yi, don't underestimate him. He is a candidate. He finished second at the World Cup. He found rook c8. Or फिर Anish plays bishop h3, and maybe it's given as a small question mark here. I don't think that's the right assessment. It's still his preparation. Look at his time. He has 4-minute lead on the clock.
Absolutely. And did you see the follow-up moves? Black has to play g6 here, Sagar bhai. And look at this. After g6, you have queen e4. You just hang the rook fully.
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
And you take the rook on h5 and then I play g5.
अरे नहीं. ये अगर man, if this is Anish Giri's preparation, that means he really worked hard the entire night and today morning against Wei Yi, and he has come up with some brilliant prep. Oh, G6 on the board!
He's going to sacrifice his rook.
Let's have the analysis board here. Let's have the analysis board. Let's look at Anish Giri. No, we'll look at this game, one game. Oh my goodness, there are more actions on other boards, but we'll go there. Let's hang in here. Will Anish play Queen E4 here?
You know, Anish was looking on the left side and I think he was kind of trying to remember. Yes, he was trying to remember. Abhi ruk dena tha ya fir next move pe dena tha, but it is going to happen. Look at that. On the board, Queen E4 has been played.
Queen E4.
And he sacrifices a whole rook.
Guys, this is not double question mark. I would even go to this Oh, double exclam.
Beautiful move by Anish Giri here.
AG here for really putting pressure on Wei.
I mean, if you hang the whole rook, of course it's pressure. Yeah. Black has to go GH5, but there is no escaping this. If you don't take on H5, I think my rook on H5 is going to be a very dangerous piece to conduct the attack on the king side. Maybe you can go short castle, but then still the king side is so weak.
Wei is right now stunned. He usually doesn't have many expressions. He is so worried right now. Guys, if you look at the body language of both the players, you will see Anish hardly focusing on the board, exuding confidence, while Wei is a bit nervous. He's looking at the clock. Oh my God, I'm down to 12 minutes and all of this. This is very interesting. We will come back to this one because there is one board, Sahaj Bhai, where there are fireworks happening. Nino Batsyashvili versus Alexandra Koschenyuk. Board 5, look at where the black king is.
Wait, was there a Greek gift in this position?
Yes.
There was a Greek gift indeed.
Let's start from the beginning here. We had the London system. We did see ki knight upar aaya. And then we said the pawns will roll. Take, bishop.
Oh, H4 and bishop takes H7 check. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Oh,
Boom.
wow.
Boom.
Apparently it was...
And it was a blunder.
Wow. It
takes knight G5 and now she had to go back. Alexandra Koschenyuk had to go back, but it's such a dangerous and a risky move to play because firstly queen takes D5 is a check and then you go king H8.
Absolutely, and you might wonder that white has these queen E4, queen D3 type of ideas to put pressure on the H7 square, but there's just bishop F5. That one bishop does a wonderful job of guarding the entire position, and Sagar, the same thing applies if after king G8 I go queen H5 immediately.
Yes, if I go here, queen to H5, the bishop is coming here, and this is also very good position for black, but you know what? Alexandra Koschenyuk got worried. She thought my opponent, she believed Nino. She came up.
Wow. So maybe, you know, Nino's form in this event and this sacrifice, I mean, you will believe it, yeah, more or less. And now the gambit, which was a blunder, is now a brilliancy, basically.
What a moment this is in the game. And the Alpine SG Pipers are now ahead in this match, not in terms of points, but in position. They have a great position here. Nino Batsyashvili. And look at this, guys. This is the playing hall. If you are in the auditorium there and you are watching this, just have a look at this beautiful 6 boards that you can see in front of you. The icon board in the middle. And look at the number of young kids there. The Triveni Continental Kings. Fans are here. Guys, wave to the camera. Just all of you, so many of them here. I think it's amazing.
Absolutely. The defending champions, Triveni Continental Kings. And for Alpine SG Pipers, I just want to take a moment because Nino has sacrificed a bishop. And if we can go back to Anish's board, the male superstar board too, he has sacrificed a rook again.
उसने क्या खेला? Queen E4 खेला था. Then Wei got a bit worried. And he played king F8, which is still a good move. And Anish goes queen F4 without taking much time. He has a 7-minute lead on the clock.
It's move 18, and Anish has not spent much time thinking about this game whatsoever, which leads me to believe that this is still his preparation.
You know, guys, we often talk about opening prep, theory, and how chess is becoming predictable. But even at this top level, even with guys like Anish and Wei, if you dig deep enough, there's still gold waiting to be explored.
Absolutely, and Anish is, showing us the way for that. Where is the gold? Because if black goes pawn takes rook in this position, Sagar bhai, there is queen h6 check, and it is game over. So that rook right now is basically poisoned.
So, agar aap marte ho, to check, and suddenly if king goes here, it's gone. And if you go this way, it's still gone because now you lose the queen.
Absolutely, and the queen and knight combination, the most dangerous combination in chess in action here. After queen f4, he's thinking,
let's go to our icon board now. Alireza Firouzja, by the way, guys, look what he is doing. He is weaving his magic here. We left off the game. Let's back up a bit. Bishop e3, bishop h6. He traded his bad bishop क्योंकि ये सारे pawns यही bishop के color पे है.
Absolutely, because once you trade off the bishop in this structure, white के dark squares काफी weak हो सकते हैं.
Right.
The square on c5, the square on d4, the square on f4, and so on and so on. So it was very important to take away the dark squares, and look at that, an inaccuracy by Fabi going g4, and Alireza goes knight d7 and reroutes his knight to the queen side, putting some pressure as white has castled on the queen side as well. And look at this, f4 by Fabi. He is here to win the game.
He's playing aggressively, Sahaj bhai, but you so rightly pointed कि जो dark squares है ये सारे weak हो चुके हैं, and it feels like Alireza Firouzja, he just can't put a foot wrong here.
Every move he's making is turning out to be the right one. Every opening decision he's making. I mean, Fabi has no opening advantage anymore. If you guys remember that Alireza took a massive risk in the opening by playing the King's Indian while putting his knight on g8, not on f6, which is usually gives your opponent a sizable advantage. That advantage is gone, and Alireza is now fighting for the win.
Yes, Alireza is slightly better, or you can say at least practically has the easier position to play here, because look at this white bishop. It's blocked by its own pawn here. So while he's doing that, Anish Giri has got a winning position on board too, guys. Unbelievable here. The most solid grandmaster in the world, Wei, blunders with queen a5 check, and Anish is like, Wei, you have fallen for my trap.
Absolutely. I think Wei's point was that if I sidestep my queen all the way to the a5 square, oh, he missed knight g5.
No, wait. Bhai, Sahaj bhai, you are a GM. You see it in a flash. Please break this down. Why is this game over?
Basically, I think the queen and the rook are too far away from the king, and white's pieces, the queen and the knight on d5, the knight on f3 are just joining the attack with a tempo very, very quickly. I feel that Anish does not have this exact position in his preparation, but he knows that it's a blunder. So he's going to take some time to think about, the follow-up. By the way, look at how Anish is thinking here. Look at his body language.
Like, can we go full screen on Anish?
He's completely locked in right now, trying to calculate all of the possibilities where he can find a win, because he knows that win is there.
It's there. He knows he did not check this move in his notes, which means the engine doesn't recommend it. If the engine doesn't recommend it, should be a bad move. And there you have to find the refutation on the board. Sahaj bhai, from your personal experience, is it easy or tough?
This move, I think initially your mind will go towards queen h6 check, because we are wired to think in this way. First you look at checks, then you look at captures, then you look at threats. These are the direct ways to sort of think in chess, and queen h6 is the only check available for Anish. So this is what his first move should be. But once he calculates his knight f6, king e7, he will realize that there is not much remaining in this position anymore, and then his mind will shift towards, okay, what threat can I generate here? And that move is knight g5 here.
Knight to g5, guys, threatening the bishop. If you take the knight here, I simply take here, and there's no one who can protect this mate. A small trivia to all the people who are watching this: what do you play here as white? White to play and win. There are many ways. Anish hasn't made a move yet, or has he?
By the way, to those, I mean, we're going to wait for them to answer, right?
Yes, there is a beautiful move here, and I think you see it, Sahaj bhai.
I think there are many ways to win here, but yeah, there is one which is completely seals the deal, and that is knight e6 check.
And you lose the queen. So that's the reason why there are certain moves that don't work after knight g5. Maybe if I try to defend my bishop here, that runs into another brilliancy. Knight takes pawn. Okay, this is crazy.
I cannot lie. There is no chance that I looked at knight takes f7. That is not an easy move to see, and I have reason to believe this is what Vishy missed.
Check here and mate.
Wow. Wow.
By itni sundar position. This is so beautiful. Will Anish Giri manage to finish it? And rightly, he's taking his time here. This is a big edge for the Alpine SG Pipers, with Anish in a winning position, Nino in a winning position, and perhaps this is what it takes to beat the leaders in the tournament. Yes, let's have a look at the 6 boards. There you see the 2 boards in the middle of your screen. Anish and Nino winning.
And both of them down in material as well. Nino having sacrificed a bishop and Anish having sacrificed a whole rook. Yet they are both winning. All of the other boards look more or less balanced to me. Maybe the top left corner, the icon board, having a slight advantage with the black pieces. But even if Alireza wins this, it's not going to be enough, Sagar bhai.
Someone else has to strike. But let's see if there are more twists and turns here as we go to our board number 3 between Ramesh Babu Pragnananda and Vidit Gujarati. Sej bhai, Vidit has been very creative here. He's brought his rook on the 3rd rank. It's well positioned. Knight is well placed. Do you think that black is the one who's trying to press here, or is it white?
Good question. I think probably white, because black does not have the light colored bishop in this scenario, which is super important, because just like how in Roy Lopez or the Spanish, we have the Spanish bishop, in the Italian, we have the Italian bishop, which is the bishop on b3, and that basically is the soul of your position. It's the entire power, and you need the light bishop for the black side as well in order to challenge it. He does have his pieces very well placed. The rook on g6, knight on d5, queen on d7. But I think that bishop on b3 is too powerful here to be worried about some kind of an attack.
So mainly Vidit has to be very careful here, because, you know, one thing that the Triveni Continental Kings can't afford now is another board going down. They need to find places where they can hit somewhere, and perhaps there's one board where they are doing it, at least to some extent, and that is the Prodigy board between Leon Mendonça and Marc Andrea Morizzi. It does feel here that black is slightly better because of the f4 pawn weakness.
I think you have summed it up really well. The king side pawn structure is really bad for white. The f4 and the h4 pawns. Also, the pawn on d4 is isolated, so that is also something you have to keep an eye out for Leon here. Here, I think black can, go for the win, and that is good news for the Triveni Continental Kings.
And one more player who might do the trick for Triveni, Zhu Jinner on board 4. Now, this game is looking very even, like, the Italian slow game that we were talking about. But don't you feel, Sej bhai, that somehow the black pieces look slightly better positioned than white? Look at this queen on b1.
Yeah, and look at those rooks, the d1 and e. That e2 rook has nothing. It cannot even go to d2 or e1, so that rook is a bit paralyzed. The queen on b1, as you mentioned, is not the best piece in the game as well. I think Zhu Jinner should have the practical edge here.
Right, so Zhu Jinner slightly better, Marc Andrea Morizzi slightly better, but the advantages of the Alpine SG Pipers are much bigger. We need to go to Anish Giri game. Has he found knight g5? Oh, he finds it.
Absolutely. The answer is yes. And Vishy responds with knight to d8, and there he goes.
Oh my God, look at this move by Anish. Anish playing like an engine today.
Wow, and look at this checkmate. If you go rook g8.
Okay, pehle to rook mar raha hai, barabar?
Right. There is rook is hanging. I think this is just GG. If you go rook g8, knight h7 check.
Bye.
King e8.
Okay.
Knight df6 check.
Okay.
King e7.
Yeah, and let's ask our viewers.
Exactly.
Yes. Guys, socho mate in one. Kaise ho raha hai? How to checkmate in one? Don't think about taking that rook.
Yes.
It's not a mate.
It's very tempting to take the rook. I agree with you, but do you see the mate? It is so good. It is so beautiful, actually.
Bahut sundar mate, and there we see people there. Triveni team, guys. maybe this game is not going your way, but there could be others that can come back. But here, there's this incredible move, Rook D7, boom bam mate.
Wow, that is insane. And by the way, Sagar, I took a look. There is an even more beautiful mate here.
क्या बात है?
There is,
बताओ.
after king e7, white can go queen takes e6 check.
अरे bye.
King takes e6, g5 check.
Oh.
And if you go king e7, then rook d7 is mate.
That's using all your pieces.
Exactly, all your resources. And if king e5, there is a pawn mate, yeah, with f4. This is beautiful.
Man, that just goes to show how dominating Anish Giri's position right now. We won't be surprised if Wei Yi resigns here. Also, guys, you cannot go king g8 to defend your rook here because of check. King goes here, and now knight takes h5, attacking the rook, and a mate on g7 incoming soon.
Exactly, and you cannot move the rook for the same reasons because the knight will take on h7, and that would just be winning here for Anish.
Right, so this one, Anish is winning. And by the way, Vidit Gujarati on board 3, he is beginning to sort of press here. Pragnananda's last move, questionable.
Wait, is that bishop on b3, the
Isn't it
Italian
hanging?
bishop is hanging. Oh, but I have knight c5 most likely.
Oh, ये देखो भाई, अगर ये मारते हैं, knight jumps in. This is Pragg's big trick, okay?
Absolutely.
So we can't take the bishop.
You have to move your knight somewhere.
We have to move our knight. Let's say knight f4.
Can I take that knight on f4?
Take here.
ef4 and then I play d4.
And look at this move. Sahaj bhai, very tough to find, but queen f5, I pin you here. मैं आपका bishop भी मार रहा हूँ. ये थोड़ा tough है ढूंढना.
Bilkul. Because I can still play d4 in this position and kind of fizzle out, but very difficult for Vidit to find this. But if he does, ये assess करना भी मुश्किल है ना?
Correct. ये जो last move which Pragg did, c4, he from a slightly better position, he goes into a slightly worse position here. But guys, practically can Vidit find these tough moves? You can see Vidit there. He is looking very determined today. उसको ढूंढना है. उसके पास 7 minutes बचे हैं. सहज भाई, this might be a very critical game for the Triveni Continental Kings because on the other two boards, they are losing the game. Let's go to Nino versus Kostyanyuk, board number 5. भाई यहाँ पर checkmate आ रहा है.
Oh, queen g6 check is so strong. It's such a major threat in the position. And let's not forget, firstly, Nino is not down in material anymore. She was down a bishop, but not anymore. You cannot go pawn takes e3 as well because the d6 bishop is hanging by the rook. This is just busted.
कुछ भी king एकदम ऐसे, you know, like it's like a crossroads, and the king is right in the middle of it, and cars are coming from all ends. It's
Absolutely. And if you try to, you know, move the king from the crossroads, let's say you go king f7,
भागना है भाई.
then there is a beautiful tactic here. Queen takes rook check. Queen takes queen. भाई इतनी बढ़िया tactics आ रही हैं आज board पे नहीं?
Yeah, this game has, I mean, this round or this matchup has some tactics that are very rich in nature, and you can see Alexandra Kostyanyuk's body language there. She knows that it's over. Knight e7 has been played by her, but don't give up, guys. We have seen turnarounds happening like crazy in this event. We must quickly check. By the way, h6. Oh, she's kind of getting her rook into the game now.
Yep, there is a massive time difference as well between these two players of 5 minutes. If you take that pawn on h6, I'll go rook h6, and it is game over.
So, Sahaj bhai, it's time for us to do a roundup now. Let's start from board number 1. Let's go to our icon board, Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. भाई यहाँ पर क्या लग रहा है आपको? Do you think Alireza has something here, or has the position suddenly started to look favorable for Fabi?
So I think it looks more or less equal to me, but I think Alireza is banking on his clock because he has about 2-minute advantage over his opponent, and that's really going to cost in the later phase of the game. And I think Alireza tab tak, he's going to play it a bit slow. So I'll still say that Alireza has a good chance of winning this game because practically Fabi has problems on the duck squares for me still.
Interesting. Okay, board number 2 here. It is game over, guys. This is happening. What Wei did was, after queen e5, he moved here, he gave up He's a rook. No, he's actually not rook down because Anish had sacrificed a rook, but it's equal material and it's going to be checkmate very soon. So this one going in the way of Alpine SG Pipers.
Absolutely. I think Anish
No
is
doubt.
going to win for the Alpine SG Pipers. Great news for them.
Hi, Vidit Gujarati did find knight f4, and then when Pragnananda played d4, he did find knight f5 as well. Is Vidit kind of making this his game?
Absolutely. Vidit sort of, might be the hero the Triveni Continental Kings very much need for this match. He has a sizable advantage here, and Pragg has an only move in this position.
Hi, Pragg
is
must ye knight ko nikalo, because if he takes the pawn here, thinking ki ye knight mar raha hai, boom, jumps in, attacks the queen. Queen takes. Fork.
What a beautiful fork. Itne sare folks are happening in the game, but I think Pragg will find bishop takes f4, and the time is balanced as well, so I think Vidit having good chances practically. What would your assessment be of this game? You know these players so well.
I know Vidit very well. I know Pragg very well. It's just that Vidit often, when he gets good positions, he goes wrong sometimes, but there are days when he's flawless. Is that the day today? आज दिन है या नहीं वो ये देखने की दूरी है, but Vidit went wrong by taking here. There was another move, knight h4, which was slightly more preferable. It's very complicated, but guys, suffice it to say कि the position is equal here right now, so we leave it at that. Then go to the board number 4, Ho Yifan versus Zhu Jinner.
I'm going to say that this match is most likely going to end in a draw, although I do like how Yifan's position a bit more here.
क्योंकि queen activate हो सकती है.
Exactly. The queen is active with b2, c2, both of these squares. The rook also has found activity on the c file. So I think some practical chances for Hao Yifan here, but I think objectively this should be a draw.
Okay, so equal here on board 4, and board number 5. Complete domination by Alpine SG Pipers. We don't need to even discuss this game. It's over, done and dusted. Nino Batsiashvili, what a player she is. She has scored 4 wins and 1 draw. She's going to make it 5 wins for her team.
And she has beaten Alexandra Kostyanyuk 2 times. The chess queen twice after this victory over here. It's plus 11 as we can see, which is too much. We'll see a resignation very, very soon on this match. And let's go to the Prodigy board.
This is where the Triveni Continental Kings can strike gold. Marc-Andrea Morizzi, better not just on the board, also on the clock by 8 minutes extra.
Wow, 8 minutes is too many minutes because, and he has an extra pawn as well in this position. Wow, that's...
I think Marc-Andrea will do it.
Yeah.
He will strike for Triveni, and that will be 4 points. So right now, there's only 1 game where Triveni is dominating, but 2 games where Alpine SG Pipers are dominating. Very interesting and exciting this matchup. And trade. सब कुछ trade हो रहा है भाई. When ahead in material exchange.
Basically, they need the prince of chess, the speed demon, to strike one more time.
Let's go board
for
1.
them. They just that's what the Triveni Continental Kings need in this match.
आज नहीं जीतने देगा उसको. देखो भाई, Ali Reza's knights are doing the knight dance here, and also this knight wants to rotate here. The other knight wants to sit here, but the bishop is like, जाने नहीं देंगे हम तुमको. He's keeping an eye on that pawn.
Absolutely, but maybe I can use that other knight on a6 to go b8, knight d7 and knight d5. Something along those lines. But I think, again, Firouzja is playing really slow moves, not changing the position much, because he's banking on the fact that Fabi is going to get low on time, and that's when he will strike.
Guys, one thing by the way, we have a result on board 5. We have Nino Batsiashvili leading from the front, winning the game, and Alpine SG Pipers get 3 points on the scoreboard. That's good news for them. One thing that I've seen, by the way, let's go to Anish Giri game, board number 2.
Oof.
Here we see resignation will come in pretty soon as well.
Oh, look at that.
He's
Rook
going
c5.
for, I think he's going bishop e6.
Oh, bishop e6 is also there. I mean, so many strong moves. Rook e5. Oh, by the way, you cannot play rook c5. The queen h1 is checkmate.
Oh.
Wow.
Boom. Let's not go there.
Yeah. Let's not touch the rook. We'll give some checks. Maybe we go bishop e6. I think that's quite normal.
Because once ye mara, if you take with the queen, rook e5, you lose the queen.
Absolutely. So bishop e6, a very safe choice there.
So one thing, Sahaj bhai, which I have seen in Triveni Continental Kings is that if one or two of their players are in danger, the other players rise up to the occasion. I have a feeling that today they might fall a bit short. Yes, maybe Marc-Andrea Morizzi will rise, but who's the next one?
The prince of chess. I think he's
Ali.
going to go 6
Ali
out
will
of
do
6.
it.
Absolutely. I think he has the perfect position for it. I think Fabi having half the time of Fabi. So it's definitely, we cannot count him out just yet.
Guys, Wei is going to resign here. We are going to go next to that board, the icon board. 6-0 will be the scorecard. Okay, our director Saab is like, let's go now. Let's not wait. Because Alireza Firouzja, although has 3 extra minutes on the clock, Fabi has more space. But a question mark.
I think he's expanding. Maybe he wants to go G5 and gain some
ho
space.
Ho gaya. Game number 2 is done. Sorry, Sahaj bhai. Had to cut you on that because 6-0 is the score.
Wow, Alpine SG Pipers, I think playing wonderfully. And look at that last move. Bhai, Anish ne dono rook sack kare aaj. He sacked the first rook on H5 and the second rook on D8 to win the game.
Wow, that's so pretty. So pretty. King takes Mara yahan par. Queen takes F8. And if Queen comes here, bhai, bahut sare ways to win hai. But I guess this should get the work done.
Exactly, you just go into the end game.
And pawn end game jeet lo.
You have too many pawns here. It should be winning. And where he resigns there, I think a great win for Anish and the Alpine SG Pipers. Maybe we should
go to the game of Vidit versus Pragg very quickly to just see what's happening here. Draw ho jayega aise lag raha hai bhai.
Knight F6 check.
Knight
F6 check. The royal folk is incoming.
King hata do bhai, Vidit
Move
bhai.
the king. Move the king with it.
Vidit bhai moves his king. King H8 sidestepping. Although, it just feels that black structure is much better than white.
Yeah, absolutely. Because white also has, white has more space, but black has more connected pawns.
Oh, you were right. Alireza Firouzja on board number 1 seems to have. No, it's not. Oh, nothing happened. I thought.
Oh, there was a chance. Yeah,
there was a chance. He went back. He took here. No, it wasn't. The engine went crazy for a second. That's why I went like, oh, what happened? 95. Fabi right now is a pawn up, but he gives back the pawn. Okay.
Yeah, but Fabi also has less than 2 minutes on the clock with 9 moves to make. This is exactly the type of position where Firouzja can strike.
Yes.
Bhai, this is difficult, I think, for Fabi. I think Alireza strikes here.
You think right now, although the position looks slightly better for white?
Yeah, simply because of the time. You will, I think, start to panic in this scenario. Fabi ka plan is
B4 khelunga.
Right. That's why I want to go rook a8 in this position and to not allow b4. So again, slow moves. Don't give your opponent any initiative. And when your opponent hits that below 45-second mark, that's when you strike.
Sahaj bhai, Zhu Jinner on board 4 is winning now. She is better. The Triveni Continental Kings are like, we are not going down. We are going to make a comeback. What are they doing here? Zhu Jinner beating Hoi Fan.
It's the same story. Yeah? The difference between the clock. The person who manages the time better is the one who ends up winning. Knight d6, Hoi Fan's last move was a huge blunder. And by the way, she has 5 seconds and no increment.
Oh, she has to reach. Can we go full screen on this one? 7 moves to make in 5 seconds?
There is no chance.
No way. She's going to lose this. Bishop e4. I think she might just resign here.
Wow, Bishop e4 and she goes Knight g3. She's about to lose on time. 1 second she has only on the clock.
And she's like, okay, this is not going to work out for her. And Marc-Andrea Morizzi wins here. Can we go to Hoi Fan game? Maybe Zhu Jinner wins there on board 4. Board 4. Can we go to Black 1? So 2 back-to-back wins for the Triveni Continental Kings.
And just like that, they're back on the leaderboard with 8 points.
8-6 now, all down to the 2 boards. Fabi Firouzja, let's go to the icon board. And Pragg Vidit. Okay, first one, Sahaj bhai. Can Fabi strike for the Alpine SG Pipers? Then they win. If Firouzja now doesn't need to do much, he needs to hold a draw.
But I think he will still try to play for a win. And meanwhile, he goes A4. Okay, A4. He wants to play B4 in the next move. And look at that. Firouzja is already striking. He senses that his opponent has less time on the clock. And this is the time to complicate matters with G5.
And Sahaj Bhai really giving high importance to that 2 extra minutes that Firouzja has, but the position remains complicated. You can see there Fabi looking at the screen. He's like, oh my God, I have to win, because now the score, I'm 6 points. The opposing team is 8 points.
Wow, 2 losses back to back. So he is in a must-win situation. Oh, rook e3, slight inaccuracy by Fabi there. Bishop g4, guarding that f5 square ताकि knight f5 check ना आ सके. Is it time to play b4?
Oh,
and
it is. Does it. Fabi is pushing forward. His pawns are moving ahead. Can he beat Alireza Firouzja? Meanwhile, very quickly checking Pragnananda and Vidit. भाई यहाँ पर आपको क्या लगता है? Can Pragg push here? He's slightly better against Vidit, but looks like it might end in a draw.
I think Pragg can push here for sure, because some pressure on the back rank, and those pawns on c5, d4 look a bit dangerous to me. Maybe knight c4 and d5 is what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure if it works.
Oh, he pins it here. Pragg pins the b pawn. If Vidit holds it here, that would be a huge thing for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Yeah, he has 15 seconds more, so he's in a good place to kind of hold the position down, but tough spot for Vidit here. He has to go rook b2 perhaps. He goes g5, opening
making space for the king, but white's advantage growing bit by bit. Knight c4 here खेलना है क्या भाई?
A knight c4, knight e5, knight d7 is what I'm thinking भाई.
Arey, going all in. He's going for it.
He goes for the knight. Is it knight c4? Yup, played on the board. And by the way, that's a mistake.
Oh, that's wrong. That's a bad move, because Vidit now can give a check, play rook d1.
Oh, he goes king g7. He's offering the pawn on b6. But wait, can I not just take the pawn on b6 and I'm just a pawn up?
You can. And Vidit is happy with this because his king is quickly coming to the center. Maybe he will even insert a check first to push the king away.
By the way, a very important point here. You have to go rook b1 check. If you don't play rook b1 check and you take the pawn on b6, then Vidit will be worse here.
Then Vidit would be in trouble because the white king will quickly come from here. So Vidit needs to give a check. He gives it. He gives it. He is in shape here. He's playing excellent chess, and it's right now equal. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana is pressing. Guys, oh, he takes... By the way, this endgame is equal. Let's go to the board war. Fabi versus Alireza.
Yeah, by the way, Pragg and Vidit most likely going to draw this match. We are not sure, but Fabi gave us 34 seconds.
And Firouzja has 1 minute. And there is a bishop here, which is putting pressure on this pawn. b5 is on the cards. A pawn is a passer. Bhai, mujhe to Fabi ki position pasand aa rahi.
If you play b5, I have d5, yeah? Oh, look at that rookie one, and just like that, Firouzja has a better position here. I'm telling you, he manages these complications so well, and there we have
3 is a draw. No!
Wait, what?
Pragg won? Pragg won! Guys, Pragg won. We need to check the final moves. What happened there? He just blundered. If we look at the digital board here, king h2, we were here. He took the pawn, rook b6, rook c1, knight e3, and he blundered here, and I think he lost on time.
Wow.
He lost on time in a position that was worse but holdable perhaps. Let's quickly go now to the top board, because now the Alpine SG Pipers have won. But imagine here, if Firouzja wins, the Triveni Continental Kings will make it.
Wow, just right now they just have a 1 point advantage with 8-9, but Firouzja, the prince of chess, can make a comeback. And look at that, c5 and d4 check played. He goes king b3.
दोनों कितना अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, right?
Yes,
एकदम बार को बराबरी पर रोक के रखा है दोनों ने.
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. And he goes rook b8. You want to push those pawns a6 or b6, but thoda risk लग रहा है because black can sack with knight b6. He goes rook h1, taking control of the open file.
Right now, guys, objectively, it is better for Fabiano. And look at the Triveni team. They are all looking at the board. They are hoping, Alireza, please do it one more time. एक बार और हो जाए भाई.
He goes rook e8. By the way, he played that move in just 4 seconds. Knight e1, a mistake. Knight c6 is possible.
Knight f7, a beautiful move also. Rook is coming in by, bishop is hanging. Fabi needs to save it.
Yeah, he has 12 seconds on the clock. Not much time to think. Move the bishop somewhere, and black is going to play rook e3 check instantly.
Played it. Rook e3. Rook comes in. This is such a risky position. White pawns are rushing down. Black knights are coming in. भाई क्या होगा यहाँ पर?
2 seconds में फिर से खेला उसने Alireza ने, and look at that, Fabi having 7 seconds on the clock.
Oh,
what's the move?
My heart can't take this, guys. This is high stress. If you are in the auditorium, you are having one of the best experiences of your life. Watching these two gladiators fight, look at it. It's equal. It's still equal.
And it's winning.
Oh, Alireza was winning.
No. He goes rook h2. That was the best move. Ace. Oh.
And now Fabi is winning.
Yep, he is just going to promote.
Oh, Fabi is winning. Fabi is winning. Firouzja has no time.
Wow, Fabi has to play really fast though. We cannot count him out. 8 queen is possible.
Oh, he makes a queen and he puts down the piece.
Wait a second. He goes rook c2 check and king b1. He can... Oh.
King e5? Oh. What? He's coming in with his king?
He goes
no
king d4.
way. What is he doing?
Why ho kya raha hai?
Why? Rook mar diya. Check. Is he going to win on time?
Knight d2 has to be played and he gives up. Oh, bit king c3 was a draw there.
Oh, no. I can't believe Alireza is queen down and still fighting.
Unbelievable. Queen d6 only move and played by Fabiano Caruana there. What a player.
What are these two guys doing? A draw is enough for Fabi. Fabi, take a draw.
No, he doesn't.
Your team wins it.
He doesn't take a draw. He goes for the win. And I think...
And Alireza Firouzja bangs the table. He's like, I've lost this. Fabiano Caruana is doing the unthinkable here. He's going to beat Alireza.
Yeah,
the moves have stopped. But on the digital board and a smile on the face, Fabiano Caruana wins this.
Wow.
And the Alpine SG Pipers have done it by.
Wow, fully deserved. Fabi reclaiming that spot by unbelievable.
Look at Anish Giri coming to Fabi and saying, man, Fabi, you earned my respect. How did you do that?
He earned all of our respect with that match. I mean, can you believe he was a queen down for like 10 moves? And still, there were only moves to be played. What a match.
Man, you know what, Sahaj? It's a big, tough task for us to decide the player of the match here. Will it be Fabi who beat Firouzja? Will it be Anish who showed unbelievable prep? Or will it be Nino who beat... I think we should go with Fabi. No one has beaten Alireza.
I completely agreed with you. Like Fabi, it has to be Fabi.
We can announce that they are this match's winner. Alpine SG Pipers.
And guys, the Alpine SG Pipers are the winners of this match by 12-8. They played insane matchup to beat one of the favorites of this tournament, the Triveni Continental Kings. They have shown such good chess, but Alpine SG Pipers were like, you know what? Today, we've come well prepared. I think preparation played a big role, Sahaj, by today.
Yes, 2 matches for them. You know, the match of Anish and then Nino as well. Both of them looked heavy prep, Anish specifically, and that sealed the spot for them. But wow, Fabi ke liye massive respect though.
Bhai, Fabi. I want to see the highlights of that one.
Still trying
to देखना है भाई कैसे जीता वो वाला under pressure where Firouzja was at him. And in the end, Sahaj bhai, queen down में Firouzja बचा रहा था शायद position.
भाई वो king d4, king c3, the king was just भाई मैं खुद ही करता हूँ, you know. It felt so amazing, but Fabi kept his cool.
Yes, and Pragg also winning for his team there, beating Vidit Gujarati, proving that important point that was needed. And I think for Pragg, it was an important point for himself at a personal level. Guys, the Triveni team does not feel very happy right now, but they did fight very well. It's time for us to go on a short break, and on the other side, we will have more action coming for you.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
माँ, मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती
और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
And there's one name on everyone's mind, and we've got Arohi with the Icon Award winner.
What a roller coaster of a game this has been, and it all came down to the all-important Icon Board. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 17, played between the Alpine SG Pipers and the Triveni Continental Kings here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us this evening is Mr. Nikhil Alulkar, India Business Unit Head, Tech Mahindra. And the Player of the Match award goes to Fabiano Caruana from Alpine SG Pipers. We should call you the Fabulous Caruana because that's how the game was. I mean, how did you do it? Tell me that.
Well, it was super tough, very out of control. But I mean, Alireza is in really great form here, so I knew it would be a very dangerous game. And I think I could have lost. It could have been a draw, but I mean, any result was possible. And it came to time scramble. I had 1 second on my clock, so it was a crazy game.
So there was this one moment where you made a queen. He went ahead with his king. What were your thoughts at that point?
Yeah, of course. Once I have an extra queen, I should be winning. But I have 2 seconds, and he's still trying to checkmate me. So it wasn't so easy. I was still a bit confused about the position. I don't know if I kept things under control, to be honest. But I was mostly just trying not to lose on time.
You know, before the game started, did you have this in mind that Alireza hasn't yet lost a game? He's won all 5 on 5. Was that on your mind?
Yeah, of course. It's impossible not to think about that he's winning all his games, and he beat me in the first half. Yeah, it's. I was trying not to let it get too much into my head because I know that, you know, with this format, anything can happen in any game. So just because he won 5 games doesn't mean that I'm doomed. But of course, I was still a bit nervous.
Fair, but I want to know, you know, at the end of it all came down to that one icon board. Not just y'all, I don't know what you were thinking, that's what I'm going to ask you, but everybody here, we were on the edge of our seats because we were as invested in the game as you were. Did you know that it was all down to you?
No, I couldn't even check all the results. I didn't know. I thought that my team was doing well because I saw that Anish was winning early on, and I saw that Nino had a great position. So I was like fairly happy with the match situation. But you know, anything can happen in the last seconds. Like winning positions can be reversed very quickly. So, and I didn't have time to check the results. You know, I was only looking at my board and my clock.
Well, all's well that ends well. Congratulations on your win. I won't keep you from the celebration.
Thank you.
That is it from the presentation ceremony. An amazing win for Alpine SG Pipers. This one, we'll be on to the next one. Back to the studio.
Congratulations to the Alpine SG Pipers. What a win and what a moment taking down the tournament leader, the leader of the Global Chess League so far, Triveni Continental Kings. It was a decisive result on each and every of those top 6 boards and came down to the battle between Ferocious Firouzja and Fabulous Fabi. And what a game that was. Sehet, an absolute roller coaster. We were enthralled by your commentary with Sagar there, had us on the edge of our seats. It could have gone either way.
We were on the edge of our seat ourselves. We were not sure what's going on. I mean, Alireza was down a whole queen, and yet Fabi had to find only moves. That never happens in chess, Harshit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of chess you have to play to beat someone like Firouzja, Alireza. That was not enough, though, for Firouzja Alireza, as he will still be on the top of the leaderboard, but for sure a big win for the Alpine SG Pipers.
And I want to talk about our player of the match a little bit because when you're playing against a guy like Firouzja, who's unstoppable, 5 out of 5. I mean, he's been on an absolute rampage for the Triveni Continental Kings, showing zero regard for reputation here in Mumbai. No matter who he's playing against, he's winning. When you're facing that guy, when you're Fabiano Caruana, to get the job done in high-pressure situations, playing on those last few seconds, how well did Fabi manage his nerves?
I have no clue how he managed his nerves because, I mean, a majority of the players, would not be able to do what he did today. I'm not even sure if Fabi can do what he did today again many times because, I mean, this was an absolute treat to watch. But yeah, I think I'm very happy that he was able to get the win for the Alpine SG Pipers and take down the tournament leaders as well on the same day.
Yeah, and these are the final moments of that game where Alireza was going in forward with the king. Look at Pragg. He's like, what is happening? Leon is like, what? How is this even going on? But finally, Queen D6. That was the key move. And here you can see all the players on the edge of their seats. Kostyuk is like, will Firouzja manage to win again? But no, it was not enough compensation. And Pragg is like, just wait. Let's not celebrate yet. It's Firouzja we are playing against.
And even Pragg and Mendonça couldn't believe what they were seeing happen right there. In the last few moments, And the final handshake there by Alireza Firouzja as he gives up, but just the facts ahead that he kept the game going. And look at that celebration from Anish Giri.
Yeah.
He's got the fist bump, you know. His good friend Fabiano, they're getting the job done for the team, and it's all smiles. How incredible it was that Firouzja kept fighting like a king, taking the charge till the very end. It wasn't good enough, but that's what champions are made of as well. What a game to be proud of by both of them.
He fought like a lion, Firouzja, but Fabiano managed to take him down. It was the top 3 boards from Alpine SG Pipers that managed to win. They took the momentum on their back to make sure that the Alpine SG Pipers take down the leaders, Triveni Continental Kings.
You know, Anish, when Anish comes to the board and gives you like a pat on the back, you know you've done a good job.
And what a job done by Alpine SG Pipers, which means our leaderboard shakes up one more time. The Kings have been taken down from the top, but guess what? They are so high up there with their match points, still enjoying that position there, but there will be others potentially joining them at 12 match points, Triveni Continental Kings. And we have the Upgrad Mumba Masters coming up next in action. They could potentially join the leaders, the fight for championship with Alpine SG Pipers along with Ganges Grandmasters, making a B for the finish line there. Fire's American Gambits, PVG Alaskan Knights, bottom of the leaderboard. This is a league wide open. We'll be back with more analysis and insights in just a few.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी? माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी। बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं जिसे मंजूर, ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी? माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी। बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं जिसे मंजूर, ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
Going to be the Mumba Masters taking on the Ganges Grandmasters. What an epic clash this will be. And we've got Arohi with the team coaches to get their thoughts before the epic clash.
The Masters and the Grandmasters, we have them playing each other today. The Upgrad Mumba Masters, we have Hari Krishna and Vishnu Prasanna for the Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters present here with us. Also along with them, Mr. Gopakumar Sudhakaran, the Deputy Chief Arbiter. And now may we please have the exchange of the Kings. Hari Krishna, white today?
Yeah,
This is your chance to do a double.
happy to get white pieces today, yes.
Why so?
Okay, that's the no option, right? So,
Now you've started knowing my questions before I actually put one.
well, there is no toss, so it's pretty much clear. So yeah, the second half of the tournament begins, and now the colors are pretty much clear to the players, so it's slightly different from first five.
Does it help you plan better as a team?
Yeah, definitely. When you know the color which you are playing, obviously it makes easier for the players to prepare.
The last time that you all played the Ganges Grandmasters, it was very easy for you because it was a dominating victory. Looking for something like that today as well.
We just have to play good chess. They are very strong team with Vishy Anand on board one and many other good players. So just because we win one match, like dominating performance doesn't mean anything. So we still have to go there and give our best.
So talking about this season so far, we've seen Humpy take a lot of risks. Is that going to continue in the upcoming games? Is that something you will have spoken of as a team?
I don't know.
All right. Oh, all the best for today's game. Thank you so much. Vishnu, can we please have you with us here? How prepped are you for today's game?
First of all, I'm happy for this half because I was not very lucky with the toss, so I don't have to choose anymore. Right. Yeah, so second half is very clear. We all know what we're getting in each game, so it's much more easier to be prepared. And yeah, and also there are clearly no favorites in this event, as the previous match also showed. And yeah, we're excited for the second half and prepared as well.
Spoke to Javokir yesterday. He mentioned that he's only lost one game so far against Mahindra. Today he plays him again. Any special plans for that one?
No, I think that was a very close game, and a lot of pressure from the other games kind of impacted that result, I would say. But yeah, I mean, it's an even fight, and Javokir is in great form as the other games show. So maybe he'll have his revenge today.
All the best to your team and hope you have a good one.
Thank you. Thanks.
That is it from here. Back to the studio. Coming back with a cracker of a game.
Can't wait to get the action started on that one. But first, let's just talk about the thoughts that the team coaches shared with us there. For Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna, he's saying that there are no favorites in this tournament. But I will point out that their first matchup against the Upgrad Mumba Masters was a dominating 17-4 victory. And I'll start with you, Harshit, on this. What are the big lessons learned for the Ganges Grandmasters? What are the big takeaways from there? Where do we see them switching that up?
I think what happened in the first match was that they saw some of the early upsets from their team. They were down in the match. This kind of motivated the other players to take risk, which also backfire. And here they need to kind of understand which boards they should take risk on, because if they don't know which boards to take risk on, it's going to be a mess.
Colors will be reversed. Will destinies be reversed as well?
100%, because I think for Ronak, I think that's the one board which was, I think, a huge shocker on day one itself, and those mistakes don't happen often.
It might just come down to that final prodigy board. But let's backtrack to what Vishnu was saying about no favorites. And this was our previous match, because going into it, it felt like the Kings were a massive favorite. And then it became the Alpine SG Pipers taking them down in this one. What did we make of this clash? It was Maurizio who got the point for the Kings.
Well, Leon was on a roll. He won 2 games in a row, but Marc-André Maurizio, being the current French champion, was able to defeat him on the Prodigy board. And then if we go to the Superstar Women's board, between Nino Batsiashvili and Alexandra Kostyanyuk Batsiashvili, who has been on a roll. She has 5.5 points out of 6 now. I mean,
undefeated.
Unbelievable performance. And the game between Zhu Jiner and Howie Fan. Zhu Jiner with the black pieces took down the former world number 1 on the clock, but actually even on the board she was much better.
And also going to the Superstar men's board, the Pragg versus Vidit match I think was a huge shocker, because Pragg playing sort of that Italian, such a slow game, but at the end
He got with it on time and the board as well. And moving to Anish versus Weiyi, this was an absolute treat to watch because Anish blurted out some 20 move preparation and completely dominated with a double rook sacrifice. I mean, this was a complete domination for me by Anish.
And what a power statement that was, right? You bring in this preparation and then you finish it off in this spectacular style with not just a single, but 2 rooks thrown at your opponent to be picked up. It almost felt like Anish Giri defeated Weiyi like Weiyi.
Absolutely. I think it was I have not seen Anish do that before, and I think this is maybe Anish 2.0, Anish 3.0, we never know.
I think he wanted to make a statement that there is a reason why he qualified to the candidates, and Anish Giri playing one of the best games in this tournament so far.
Anish Giri bringing on a fantastic attacking performance against a king attacker himself, Weiyi, in that one. But then it all came down to this epic clash. I think this will be a replay, a rewind we'll have in our memories for a very, very long time. I'm going to give the floor to you, Sahaj, to start with. Break this down for us. What were you feeling when you were watching this in action?
So Alireza took a big risk in this match by going for this King's Indian opening and keeping his knight on g8. We knew that he was trying to play for a win, but Fabi kept his cool throughout. He had about 1 or 2 minutes less than his opponent, but in those crunch moments, he had a winning position, Alireza, but somehow Fabi kept finding only moves after only moves after only moves. Despite that, that's the move, Queen d6 right there, and any other move was just losing for him, even though he was a queen up, which is a complete shock to me. And somehow he kept his cool and won the match. And look at the reactions of Pragg and Leon over there. Even they cannot believe what is going on, and we couldn't believe what is going on. We are still processing, I think, this victory over here. And there it is, Alireza resigns. But there's all smiles here. We are all appreciating the beauty of chess.
I love how you put that. I think exactly what you said. Even the players, after an incredibly nerve-wracking end, Fabi finding that only queen move to not only win the game, but to not be lost in that position. Bringing that queen with just 2 seconds on the clock. Just the nerves, the pure control the players showed. And for Alireza at the end, you know, hands in the air, handshake, smiles. I think he also has to give it. Fabi, you were the real king in this one.
Yeah, you deserved it.
There is a reason why you have to come to the Royal Opera House to watch games like this. You know, you're on the edge of the seats. If Fabi did not manage to convert that and Alireza won, Triveni would have extended their lead by how much? 6 points?
Yes, something
It
like
would
that.
have gone to 15 match points, which would have almost made it insurmountable for the rest. So I think a lot of players, a lot of teams were actually rooting for Alpine SG Pipers to do well in this one.
Absolutely. And I think this is also a statement from the Triveni Continental Kings that if you want to beat us, this is what you have to do again and again and again.
I really like how you put that you can't count on one board. Your icon player has to show up. It's top to bottom. Expect decisive results. If you have to come at the king, you better play like a king. And that's what Fabiano Caruana did, which leaves us with a fantastic leaderboard right now. There's still 2 matches coming up. So we're expecting big shakeups. But right now, this is where we stand. Harshit, what catches your eye?
I think Upgrade Mumba Masters next match is what catches my eyes, because if they win their game with a good margin, they are going to take the pole position. Right now you can see they are on 9 match points, but 56 game points is what they are currently on. So if they win their match, it's for sure that they are going to take the lead in this tournament, and I think that's the reason why this next game between Upgrade Mumba Masters and the Ganges Grandmasters is going to be one to follow.
You can't miss that action. For these 2 teams, it is an opportunity to join the Triveni Continental Kings at the end of day 6, right there at the top of the leaderboard. Remember, it's a fight to finish at top 2 to fight for championship. And that's the big battle coming up. The Upgrade Mumba Masters up against the Ganges Grandmasters. It will be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking on Vishwanathan Anand. We are 2 matches down, 2 coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more analysis.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी? माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी। बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
माँ, मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा
जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी वॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
And will it be all the way up for the upgrad Mumba Masters, or will the flow of the Ganges Grandmasters take the cake today and find themselves at the top of the leaderboard? A huge match coming up for these two teams as Maxime Varshelagarav and Vishy will battle on the icon board. And to break it all of that down, I've got Grandmaster Sahaj Rova and Grandmaster Harshit Raja here with me. And I want to ask both of you, Harshit, Sahaj, let's start with what happened to them in their previous clash. A 17-4 whitewash by the upgrad Mumba Masters playing with the black pieces that day. How is this going to turn around for the Ganges Grandmasters, or will we see another dominating performance?
I mean, it all started by this big blunder, this oversight by Ronak Sadhwani against Daneshwar Bardia. He placed his bishop to A3, losing it for free, and this is the matchup that I'm talking about. And Ronak Sadhwani is definitely going to be trying to avenge that result, and that's why on this board I am going to be going with Ganges Grandmasters Ronak Sadhwani to take home these full points.
I think I will support that statement, and I'm going to go with Ganges Grandmasters as well. Ronak is going to make a comeback. Vamos.
Let's go.
For Ronak Sadhwani, it is a personal grudge match, but that's the storyline on some of our women boards as well. So let's take a look at the superstar matchups that we've got. It's not just the Prodigy board. And we've got Polina Shivalova. She was the only winner from the Ganges Grandmasters in their first encounter against the upgrad Mumba Masters. She's up against Humpy. And then we've got Harika versus Stavrula. Who has the edge in this matchup?
You know, I think Koneru Humpy on paper is definitely a favorite in this match, but Polina Shivalova has been the backbone of the Ganges Grandmasters team, bringing a lot of important points for them, and I'm actually going to side with Polina Shivalova to continue her form in this game, and I expect Polina Shivalova to bring Ganges Grandmasters another set of points from this match.
I couldn't agree more, because I'm going to go with the Ganges Grandmasters one more time. Let's go, Polina Shivalova.
Are you just going to be copying Harshit Raja for all his predictions?
No, no.
Like, I'll say what he said.
No, Polina Shivalova, because she has been, I think, the best performer in this team for me so far. She has been performing
I think in a spectacular fashion, and she did defeat Humpy as well in the previous clash.
And now if we talk about the match between Harika Dronavali and Stavrula Solakidu, I think Solakidu has been struggling in this tournament. I don't even know if she has won a single game, and this is the reason why in this match I'm going to expect Harika Dronavali to be putting a lot of pressure in this match.
I like where your head's at for both of you because you're absolutely on point with that. Polina Shivalova currently the top performer on the Superstar Women board there, and exactly the same Harika, one of the absolute top performers alongside Nino Batsiashvili on her board. 11 board points for both these players. So looking like it's a bit of a mix-up there. One board, you're going for the Mumba Masters, and the other, the Ganges Grand Masters. So that board, it feels like the Superstar Women. The edge lies with both these teams. Let's move on to our Superstar Men board. We've seen just how critical these can be. And we're going to have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Javakir Sindarov. Javakir, one of the top performers here at the Global Chess League in Season 3. He's going to face the Shark Attack. And on the other side, it's the Wesley So Solid against the world number 4, Vincent Kaima.
You know, for Sindarov and Shakhriyar, their first matchup was a bit of a surprise for me because Shak played so well and, took down Javakir Sindarov with the black pieces. And I feel Sindarov has been in spectacular shape, winning the World Cup. And I think here also as well, he defeated Richard Rapport yesterday in 20 moves with the black pieces. I think he is going, for me, I'm going to wave the flag of Ganges Grandmasters here and going to go with Sindarov.
And he lost the first game, Sindarov, against Shakhriyar, and after that he has won 4 games in a row. Wow. And that's why we are going with him again to win this match. And then in the match between Wesley So and Vincent Keimer, if you can go back to that graphic, I have a feeling that this game is going to end in a draw. And that's why I'm going to wave both of the flags, as we expect this game to end in a peaceful result.
Lots of flags going on here, but then that means that you're giving, on our Superstar Men board, the advantage to the Ganges Grandmasters. A draw between Wesley and Vincent. Shak, Javakir, you think the edge is with Javakir, just given the momentum that he has on his one side. He lost the first game to exactly the guy he'll be facing right now, but has been unstoppable since then. Has been on a hot streak. Can Shak do what he did in their first encounter there? And now I want to go to the big clash, the icon board, and again, the storyline of how in these big matches, we had the Triveni Continental Kings, the leader at pole position, going down because of that icon match. How critical is this going to be? Do you believe that it might come down to the clash between Vishy or Maxime, or will they rally on the other boards and keep this solid?
No, this is the icon board, and I think this is the most important one for both of these teams over here. In their previous match, MVL did get the better of Vishy, but I believe that's also because Vishy doesn't play as much anymore, and it was the first round on the first day, but now Vishy is fully warmed up, and for me, Vishy is the stronger player, and I'm going to wave the flag of the Ganges Grandmasters over here.
I'm going to wave the flag of upgrade Mumba Masters, actually, as I do still think that Maxime Vacher-Lagrave has been playing super well in this tournament. When it comes to rapid chess, he's definitely one of the favorites.
It could very well come down to that icon board and what happens there. But again, the Global Chess League, it has shown time and time again that every single board matters. How much pressure will there be on Vishy Anand, on Maxime Vacher-Lagrave? The big question, we'll find out. I'm going to put each of you on the corner because you said Ganges Grandmasters on that icon board. Imagine this is a boxing ring and you're on the corner of the Ganges Grandmasters. Your players are about to enter the arena. What are you telling them right now, Sahaj?
I'm telling them that I think what happened in their previous match was a complete blunder, but now the team is looking really fine, and they are both, all of them seem completely warmed up, and just win. Just go and win.
Stay calm and keep winning is what Sahaj's advice to the Ganges Grandmasters will be. They have found their form in the last couple of matches, after a tough start, really coming back. If they win, they will join Triveni Continental Kings on the top of the leaderboard. I'm putting you on the side of Upgrad Mumba Masters because you were waving the green flag. What are you telling your army right now?
I'm just telling them, guys, keep doing what you're doing because they have been playing super well. And all the boards, they have very good camaraderie between the team. One thing I would love to tell all of them is keep an eye on what's happening on the other boards because it's very important to see what's happening on all the games. And here you can see the Upgrad Mumba Masters making their way into the arena. Harika Dronavali, Daneshwar Bardia, who has been a hero for them. led by their team coach, the super strong Hari Krishna.
I love it. Harshit and Sehaj locker room talk with the players. Seems like it's done as we see the players make their way through to the arena, which means we're just moments away from liftoff. We can hear the crowd go wild as they see the legend, the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand walk past right behind him. It is the young, the German #1, world #4, Vincent Keimer, and Sinderov, the boy who's been on fire, Polina Shivalova. What a performance by her so far. Then we've got Stavrula, followed by Ronak Sadhwani, who will be on the prodigy board. And finally, captain there, coach there, holding the flag for the Ganges Grandmaster, Vishnu Prasanna. It truly feels like the Ganges have found their flow in the last few days.
For sure, I think. And this is why I'm going with the Ganges Grandmaster victory today, because I feel things are working well for them. And when you have Sindarov and Vishy in the same team, you are the favorites.
It's fascinating that you say that, especially after a 17-4 loss, the belief that you have in their team. And of course, again, there's been a big turnaround by the Ganges Grandmaster in the last few games. If you had to point where you're looking at striking top to prodigy board, what is it going to be for you, Sahaj?
I think board number 3 between Mamedyarov and Javakir Sindarov is the one place I'm looking to strike 100%, because Sindarov with the black pieces is an absolute beast. And then Shuvalova as well against Humpy, because Shuvalova has been in the form of, I mean, she's been in the best form.
So Sindarov and Shuvalova for you, and what are you looking at the Upgrad Mumba Masters? Where are they making the points?
I'm looking at the icon board between Maxim Oshalagraf and Vishy, and also the board between Harika and Stavrula, because Stavrula has been struggling in this event, and that's why I'm hoping that Harika can put enough pressure on her to topple her.
Love it. We've set the storylines. We've set the stage. Who are the favorites? Who has the edge? One thing's for sure. This is going to be an epic, epic clash. A big battle between the Upgrad Mumba Masters taking on the Ganges Grandmasters. It's happening right here, right now at the Royal Opera House. And on the other side of the break, we will see the players take their seats. It's time for the showdown.
You Mumba, new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumba GT.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move. भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move. भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
You Mumba, new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumba GT.
in match number 3 of today. Please welcome the home team, Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roll like a
Please put your hands together for the players. Maxime Vashilagrav, Wesley So, Shakriyar Mamedirao, Koneru Hampi, Harika Dronavalli, Badia Daneshwar, along with their coach Hari Krishna. And now give it up for the team that flows powerfully, the Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters.
It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate.
Please welcome the stars, Vishwanathan Anand, Vincent Kaima, Javokir Sindarov, Polina Shuvalova, Stavrula Solakidu, Ronak Sadvani, along with their coach Vishnu Prasad. Please give it up for both the teams. All the best. You may please take your boards. And now for the first move, we have joining us Mr. Mohit Kapoor, Group Chief Technology Officer, Mahindra, along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
Guys, get ready for a big clash here at the Royal Opera House. We have the Ganges Grandmasters led by Vishy Anand on the right of your screen. MVL on the left of your screen. The guest of honor makes C4 the English opening, and joining me for this commentary session is the one and only Grandmaster Harshit Raja.
Let's go, Sagar Bhai. I'm so excited to commentate on this match, as previously we saw that the Upgrad Mumba Masters defeated them 17-4, and we have kickoff between the game of Harika and Polina Shuvalova. Also here you can see Harika versus Tavi. Yes. G3 being played.
Harika goes for a very quiet move, but let's start with Hampi versus Polina Shuvalova on the board number 4, and here we see the knight comes out to F3, and then we had B3 by Hampi. She did lose to Polina Shuvalova the last time they played. That was the only loss for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. Rest all the games they did well, either a draw and 4 wins.
And I like this strategy by Hampi, keeping it solid, just playing a long game, because when it comes to strategic chess, there are few players in the world of women's chess who are better than Hampi.
Agreed. Let's go to Harika's game. Harika playing with the white pieces, goes for G3. It's like Hampi going from the other side, Harika going from this side. G3, C5, Bishop G2, and now we have a Sicilian kind of a position.
We actually do. We have a close Sicilian where white opted to develop his bishop on the fianchetto side. On the king's, bishop comes to G2, and white's idea generally is to push F4 and launch a quick attack, and I think it makes sense to try and put pressure on Stavi on this board.
Right, and so while we are seeing the women superstar boards, let's head over to the male superstar boards. On board number 2, we have the game between Wesley So and Vincent Keimer as the arbiter comes in. A handshake there, and Wesley opens with pawn to E4. And on the other one, oh, this one is a cracker of an encounter, Harshit Bhai.
I completely agree. I think this game is going to be the one we keep our eyes closely attached to, as knight F3, D5 and B3. Shaq going for the same opening like Hampi.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they all practice together, Harshit Bhai, and they do give each other some ideas that, oh, we can do this, we can do that. And this one, C4 played here by Shaq. I think this one will be filled with lot of excitement.
And you know, it kind of makes sense to play something a bit offbeat, because Javokir Sindarov has been playing all the mainstream tournaments. He won the World Cup.
And in the World Cup, Harshit Bhai, he prepared for 30 days in a row.
Exactly. And you know, that's why you want to take someone like Sindarov out of his prep. Now you can see Shakriyar going for G3, developing his other bishop next to the king there. He's going to castle shot.
Right, so this is his position, and Wesley versus Vincent. Wow, Wesley, so today going for something little bit offbeat as well. If we go to board number 2, knight to c3, knight f6, he goes g3.
Bhai, I think the whole Mumba Masters team has decided कि आज bishop normal नहीं निकालना है. G3 नहीं तो B3 से ही निकालना है.
Yeah, they all decide to fee and keto their position as we now have action on the icon board and the prodigy board. Let's go here. Oh
let's go.
Vishy. You know, I can tell you guys, Vishy Anand and MVL, this clash is going to be filled with so much excitement. It was the same opening last time.
Exactly. And he goes for Italian though.
Oh, last time it was Rui Lopez.
It was the Spanish opening, but this time around Maxim goes and chooses to play the Italian opening. C3, knight comes into f6, hitting the pawn on e4.
Oh, and d4. Very direct move. By the way, guys, we are used to these days seeing d3 as the main move. d4 is much more direct, but takes e5, d5 played, and bishop goes to b5, pinning the knight.
Hitting the knight on f6 as well, so we expect Vishy to go knight to e4.
He does it.
And he goes for it.
He does it.
C takes d4 is generally how white recaptures the pawn.
And bishop goes back here to p6.
And he does do.
Of course, he does it.
That.
And now black will put the bishop here, f6 break, short castle. These are all typical ideas in this position. Vishy castles. Bhai, I'm actually curious to see who will surprise whom in this opening, because this is well-known theory.
Exactly, and I'm sure MVL has some small idea prepared, because if he doesn't, this opening is known to be very, very solid for the black pieces.
Right, so bishop goes to e3 now, and Vishy pausing a bit here. He's thinking whether he should go bishop g4. There are also some other ideas like f6 or f5. He does go bg4. Let's go.
He goes bishop g4, pins the knight on f3, and now you can see that the pawn on d4 is coming under a lot of pressure as the knight looks on this direction. The bishop also putting pressure at h3. Maxim immediately challenging the pinned bishop. The bishop which pins the knight on f3. Bishop goes back to h5. And is it time to go g4?
Not yet,
Too much.
Harshit bhai. Queen c2 is generally considered the main move here, I believe. Let's see what Maxim does here. By the way, today is a full house in the Royal Opera House. At least in the fan zone, we have so many people. And if our director Saab later can show us the few views inside the playing hall.
And here we have it.
Wow.
The people glued to their seats. Hello, guys.
Yeah, there's so many people there enjoying the commentary with the headphones there. We have that little kid there, young boy, 5-year-old there. He's come all the way to watch these games. Beautiful. This is what you want the Global Chess League to do, to inspire the next generation and in the fan park.
Yes, we can see that some of the players are giving a simul. I think today Buddy Pranav was giving a simul to many of the players. A great opportunity for everyone to come here, listen to our commentary. And I recognize that person.
Yes.
A big chess fan.
He was there in Goa for the World Cup. He's here. There are many chess fans who have come all the way, leaving their work and everything. They're like, bhai, Global Chess League ho raha hai, to hum kahan kaam karte baithenge? You know, we have to watch chess. And by the way, Rook C1, this is the move which may come as a small surprise to Vishy, because generally this may not be the most played move in the position.
And more people
by
from
the
inside
way,
the playing hall.
This is the family of Gaurav Rakshit, who is the commissioner of the Global Chess League. So wonderful to see all three of them here.
And you definitely did not make them very comfortable. But it's great to have them all watching this.
Yeah. And everyone there in the playing hall is wearing headsets. There's a balcony from where you can see the games. It's a beautiful venue, the Royal Opera House, one of the best ones. Let's go to the game of Vishy now. Right now, Rook to C1 played, putting pressure on C-file, and you can see Vishy is taking his time at this moment because Maxim has given the first surprise in this game.
And there are only a few moments when you can afford to spend 2 or 3 minutes, and I think Vishy recognizes that this is one of them. Do you want to quickly go to the Prodigy board? Because that's the board we saw a result when they played last. Ronak blundering his bishop when they had played And I think Ronak is definitely going to try to change that narrative, as here he tries to play a risky opening.
Well, it's an interesting opening, Harshit bhai. The queen is putting pressure on this pawn. A question to Raunak is, does he want to castle and put his king on that side? Does he want to push his pawn forward? These are some of the options that Raunak is grappling with right now.
Yeah, because if you castle short right now, you always have to be worried that the white knight will go to f3 and then bishop will jump into h6. Well, the
bishop could come here and the other rook could come here. This one looks really nice for Daneshwar, but Raunak is, going to try for his revenge.
For sure. Early stages so far, but it will be interesting to see how it develops. Is there any other game?
I want to draw our attention to the Javokir Sindaro versus Shakriyar Mamedyaro board number 3 encounter, where we have seen the game actually went into Tarash defense territory because takes, castles and d4 played, and generally Harshit bhai, this position is considered very comfortable for white. But look at Sindaro's last move. h5, he's trying to create play on the king side.
This is definitely something Javokir Sindarov has prepared, because the idea, the concept of giving up the dark squared bishop definitely comes as a surprise.
So here you mean?
For sure, because generally we have this pawn on d5, which is on light square. So we want to keep our dark squared bishop to kind of have this color complexion, but he voluntarily gives it up and recognizes that after rook to e8, we can play pawn to h5 and h4 and get this compensation.
You know, if some old master of the past, like great players like Aaron Nimzovich or Capablanca or Botvinnik would have looked at this, they would have said, Javokir, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind to give up that bishop for the knight? But when, you pass it through Stockfish, Stockfish is like, my son, that's a great move.
And this is what innovation in terms of technology has done to chess, right? We have been seeing a lot of concepts, thematic ideas that were previously rejected, which have kind of found new meaning in today's chess.
Right, that's beautifully put there. And right now we see that after the move bishop b2, Javokir is taking his time. He is thinking whether he should push his pawn to h4 or not. Javokir is on 4 points out of 5. Like, he's won 4 of his games. His only loss came to Shak.
And the question is if we are going to see a full circle here. Shakriyar will be like, yes, you won 4 games, but I was the one who beat you last time. Let's quickly check the game of Harika and Solakhidu, because I was of the opinion that Harika will be trying to, put a lot of pressure on the person who's struggling. But right. Solakhidu might just rise up to the occasion.
Right, Solakhidu's last move, rook moving here, has enabled the plan of pushing the pawn forward 2 steps and creating the play with this rocket on g7. So, Harshit bhai, white does have nice position with an open f-file, but white must do something soon. Black has a clear plan.
I completely agree with you. Black's idea of going b5, b4 must be thwarted against, and I think we should go knight c4 here, so that once black plays b5, we can reroute our knight from e3 to d5, which is definitely a better square for this knight on a3.
And I think Harika will do just that. She's thinking now, and we should also check the game of Koneru Hampi taking on Polina Shuvalova. Here, Koneru Hampi has played the last move. Wow.
Polina Shuvalova is playing so well in this tournament. Look at this. She goes knight c6, cd5, and the awareness with which she moves her bishop to a6, hitting the queen on e2. Because if you move your queen to e1, guess the next move for black. No, it's not taking the pawn on d5, but knight to b4.
Ooh, jumping on the light squares, threatening all sorts of stuff here, Harshit bhai. This can become very dangerous. For Hampi, maybe the best idea is to just push the pawn forward to d3, but also looking a bit passive.
Exactly, with that bishop eyeing the queen on e2, this does look quite comfortable for black. And Polina Shuvalova, who has been the star of Ganges Grandmasters, again is trying to complicate things for Hampi.
Right, and now that we've seen almost all the games, guys, it's time to go back to our icon board to see how Vishy Anand reacted to the move rook c1. Vishy, after quite some thought, played knight back to e7, a good move. Pawn came up, he brought his bishop back. Pawn came one step forward ahead, and he's trying to trap the bishop. So Vishy is like, sorry, there's no trapping happening here. I'm breaking your center, and now it's MVL who's thinking.
I push karte hai pawn ko h5 pe, pawn h5, pawn to h6.
But Harshit bhai, now instead of going passively here, I'll take your knight first, attacking your queen.
Ooh, that's
so
nice.
You take back with rook perhaps, or pawn?
Let's say with the rook.
Okay, let's take here, and now I put my bishop here on a nice central square.
Oh, to be honest, I should not probably take with the rook, because bishop to a5 at some point is going to pin my rook to the king.
So take it with the pawn.
Let me take with the pawn on c3, and then you want to place the bishop on e4.
Yes.
Putting pressure on this, that's definitely
and
a good...
you know,
oh, and this happened. This actually is on the board.
It's on the board, and I can tell you guys, on first appearance, this looks like an amazing position for black. The knight is pinned, the king is in the center, the rook is eyeing down the knight. Yet, Maxime has prepared this and is playing once again. I think this is modern theory or the modern approach to chess. It's not about appearances, guys. It's all about what can be made to work and what the engines are suggesting.
But the engines were not suggesting this move, rook to h3 here.
First take.
Exactly.
He mixed it up.
He botched up the move order, because now after rook takes h3, Vishy can capture the knight on f3. And the point is, guys, that after rook takes f3, f takes e5, the bishop on b6, which was blocked by these pawns, suddenly opens up.
So that's a great point, Harshit bhai, and that's the reason why Maxime had to begin with taking here, and now rook h3. And as you said, the bishop is kind of blocked in here, and this would have been an advantage to white.
Exactly. Instead, in the game, rook to h3 happened.
And rook h3, and now you can see that Vishy can take here at the right time, and there we see one of India's very, very well-known international masters in the crowd. We have Chandrasekhar Gokhale, who is here along with his wife and friends here. It's so nice to see him. He's traveled here all the way from Pune, and I mean, he and his brother Jayant Gokhale were at one point two of the best junior players of India.
Yeah, I mean, I know them quite well. It's so good to see that we are getting to see so many strong players and friends, long-time followers of the game of chess here at the Royal Opera House.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for, taking us down to the field of play here to see all the fans who have gathered here, looking at the games. And whenever I see young kids seeing chess, it just warms my heart. I enjoy it immensely. Meanwhile, Vishy also goes slightly wrong. He goes c6, okay. The bishop comes back, and now Harshit bhai, it's important for Vishy perhaps to take the knight. The reason for it is that if you take directly on e5, the knight jumps in, and you don't want to allow it, so you take the knight.
And what would happen if I take the bishop on d3? Why is that a bad move?
Well, if you take here, then queen takes, and then all this, the knight is always jumping here. You mentioned about this bishop being passive. It's not a good idea there.
And at some point, the knight from f3 can also jump into g5. Do we have any moves? Yes, he does take the knight on f3.
He takes it. Vishy is class.
Yeah,
he understands. Guys, he's oozing of chess. Vishy, I generally have in the morning in breakfast dosa, or I have my muesli, but Vishy is always having his chess moves. He's so much into chess, man. He understands all these things.
I mean, I've had the privilege of going on a few dinners with him, and even on those dinners, I could see the passion in him with which he used to analyze the chess positions. And
yeah, you give him a position anywhere, anything, his eyes light up. Even now, it's just beautiful.
But bhai, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been a former world blitz champion when it comes to quick chess. His intuition and the speed with which he can find the best moves is absolutely stunning. It was not a blunder.
Yes.
Rook does not come to f5, comes to f4, eyeing the pawn on g4.
And he's looking here. And guys, now Maxime is better. But I can tell you, whatever little I have learnt about chess, I get this sense that it's black who's pushing somehow. The reason why I feel is that the king looks a bit weak in the center. The queen can move, the f file is open, but Harshit bhai, the engine here says white is better. If you can explain to our viewers, why is that?
To be honest, practically, I don't really agree with the assessment of the engine. Yes, maybe engine like find some idea like rook to b1 and maybe even to b4 to try and exchange this rook on f4. But practically, with the white king on e1, and the ideas that you highlighted, queen coming into a5, the rook joining the party with f8, I would actually disagree with the evaluation and say that Vishy has a slight advantage.
Wow, and now Maxim finds the first right move.
And maybe he'll prove to us why.
He'll be like, Bete, please understand why this position is good for white. And I think we are ready to learn. Because
absolutely.
It should be a very concrete way, Harshit bhai. I think it's b5 here and rook to b4. Trying to get rid of this, suddenly you have f4 coming, the c6 pawn could become a weakness.
And it's a race where the black is going to try and expand on the queen side with pawn to a5 or pawn to c5 as you mentioned, but white's pawns are going towards the black king, whereas the black pawns are going nowhere.
Right, okay. Yes, the knight is a bit passive, that's true guys. On e7, does not have great squares. Vishy needs to think about it, but Vishy loves his knights, and right now, Vishwanathan Anand is thinking for his moves. He's 4 minutes down on the clock.
But
Wesley so on board 2 is better. This tournament has not been going Vincent's way, Harshit bhai, and this position is not good for him.
And the reason is, for everyone watching, is that white has this beautiful rook on d1, eyeing the queen on d8. At some point, a move like pawn to e5 is going to be very hard to meet, because if you take with the d pawn, suddenly your bishop on d7 is loose, this bishop on g2 opens up, the knight from c3 can jump into d5, and then the bishop on b2 opens up, whereas the pawn on h5, it feels as if is attacking the white king, but not really, because if you push h4, white will just push pawn to g4.
True. So all of these factors means that Wesley So is clearly better, and hopefully Wesley gets the point here for the upgrade Mumba Masters. He is thinking for now. Let's quickly head over to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Oh my goodness. Look at what's happened here. After bishop b2, Jawokir plays h4. Knight goes to c5. Queen g5. And guess what did Mamedyarov do here?
He took the pawn on h4. And
we are told not to touch our kingside pawns, and here all the rules are being broken, Harshit bhai.
And you know, we get to see this old school style of chess played by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against this young and like this Alpha Zero style of play by Jawokir, who gave up his dark squared bishop, and Shakhriyar is ready to take the knight on e4 and go queen d6.
So take here, and now guys, there is a beautiful move here, and while you think about it, white to play, we show you what the young fans have been able to do here. Look at this youngster, on his chessboard, all three of them have so many signatures here of the top players. I can already recognize Anish Giri there.
Fabiano.
I can see Fabi there. Wow, it's amazing.
That's definitely
Pragg there.
That's definitely going to be one board you don't want to take out from the
your home.
From your home.
You just want to frame it somewhere. Do it, guys. This is beautiful. Love it. Keep it safely with you. And the move that we were talking about here is rook to c3, Harshit bhai. Look at this move. The rook will swing over to g3, and then along with the bishop here will be deadly.
Yeah, it will be very hard to defend attack from that bishop on b2, the dark squared bishop, which, you know, is currently unopposed after white takes the pawn on h4. Why is Sindarov thinking? You have to take. He does takes it now.
He takes, and I'm pretty sure Shak has on his mind to take this knight on e4. But, Harshit bhai, there's also a tempting option to gobble up a central pawn.
I was about to ask you, why can we not simply capture the pawn on d5? Is it knight to g5?
But why not take here and then e2 pawn perhaps?
I like knight to g5, to be honest, to bring in the knight to h3 and somehow create chances on the white's king side.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Sneaky, sneaky. Tricky, tricky.
Tricky, tricky. Trying to attack here, Harshit bhai. And this one is looking good for Mamedyarov.
Oh, but Wesley
completely winning.
How did his rook come into g5?
Well, the rooks are jumping here. The rooks are jumping, and as Amruta, my wife, likes to say always, "Mujhko bhi tu lift kara de." Thodi si to lift kara de. What a rook lift.
And that is one good rook there on g5. Queen is going to come into c3 next. And how do you prevent the checkmating idea on g7?
No, that's really tough because pawn push forward is met with rook takes knight, and all these bishops are doing is looking into just void. There's nothing happening there.
And Wesley is schooling Vincent Keimer in this game. What about the game of Koneru Hampi?
Yes, let's look at the other one. Where is the point coming in for the Ganges Grandmasters? Because right now, the upgrade Mumba Masters are dominating, and here as well, very good position for Hampi.
Yeah, actually after bishop to a6, can we just backtrack a little bit to understand how Hampi managed to push back all of black's pieces?
She went with the knight,
uh-huh.
and then she broke with d4, and then a4, and somehow Polina Shuvalova's position has gotten really bad. Hampi's bishop, this is the common story. The bishop on b2 in almost all games is a monster.
Also bishop on g2. Both bishops doing a fantastic job there. And maybe rook a c1 now, just eyeing that pawn on c5, which is currently a weakness. Hampi doing very well.
Right. And Hampi is better. Going to Harika's board on board 5. And we have a beautiful shot, Harshit Bhai, from the venue where we have this young boy holding the biography of Gukesh. And has he got a signature of Gukesh on it? Maybe today is the day when he takes it on it. So nice.
Oh, it would be such a nice gift for him to, get it signed by Gukesh. Hello, hello.
Love it. That's very nice. Thank you so much for showing us those visuals. Meanwhile, Stavrula Solakidu is slightly better here with the black pieces. The knight is looking on this square. The queen is looking here. So is the rook. I think black can try in this game.
Oh, definitely. And at some point, after the black knight exchanges itself with this bishop on e3, the bishop from g7 will come into e5. And it's opposite colored, but we have seen that whenever a side is attacking the opposite colored bishops, it's very hard to defend against it. So Harika is in small trouble. This is the only board, in fact, where the Ganges Grandmasters is putting pressure. Do you want to quickly go back to the icon board?
Just last, we were going like all the games. Should we check the Prodigy board to finish our journey? So the Prodigy board right now, Harshit Bhai, does look roundabout even. Maybe white is slightly better because of this majority. So here, perhaps upgrade Mumba Masters can push a bit, but should be a draw.
I think it's probably going to end in a draw. And this means that a lot of emphasis should go on the icon board as Maxime is suddenly much better.
Well, Maxime was pushing, guys. Look at this idea. He found it. Rook b1 to b4. What a beautiful move to free up his f-pawn to join in. And now rook f8. He takes, king f1.
to
and
G2.
It might be possible, Harshit Bhai, to go to g3, remove the rook and push f4.
Well, he's doing it. c5, king to g2 happened, pawn to c4, and what bishop comes back to c2, and the pawn on d5 is weak. This is really promising for MVL.
Right, bishop c2 and the king can go forward and the queen is there. Vishy did not even make a mistake, it feels. And MVL is just kind of getting the advantage. That's the power of MVL's play.
And these are the small margins that which the players are playing in the Global Chess League. One small mistake you make and someone like Maxime Vacher-Lagrave is not going to let you go. He's looking at, inflicting a second defeat to Vishwanathan Anand.
Right. And while all the people here in the crowd are following this, we see the tournament director himself following all the action, Bharat Singh Chauhan, one of the people who's worked tirelessly for Indian chess, sitting there and watching the games. Really wonderful to see him also enjoying what he loves the most.
And you come to the Royal Opera House, you don't know whom you can sit next to. You can sit next to the tournament director, an international master, some grandmasters potentially also there. Guys, come here.
Yes, it's beautiful here. And F4. By the way,
mistake.
you know, Harshit Bhai, we were thinking this is the move that MVL wants.
Yes.
And the moment he played it, the evaluation has swung in the favor of Vishy Anand.
And why is the case?
I don't know. I think one of the most amazing moves here is B4. And if you take here, suddenly I hit your rook and D4, D3, two passers. Can Vishy be the one putting pressure suddenly?
Yeah, and the pawns on F4 and E5 do look a bit overextended here as the rook on E3 is undefended. And if black gets D4, D3 as you highlighted, this is going to be good news for Vishy.
I'm actually thinking if Maxim wouldn't have rushed here and played a move like Queen B1, double attack on H7 and B5, he would have been better.
This was such a nice hidden tactic in the position Queen to B1. After F4, Vishy did make a move.
He played it!
B4.
Whoa! The Madras Tiger is on the prowl, guys. Look at him. 50. You know this. He had 5 minutes, 27 seconds, and he finds this move B4.
B4 is like a statement move. It says, welcome to the jungle.
Wow. Vishy Anand, you know, he spotted that, Harshit Bhai, that this was his opportunity to get these two passers rolling in the center. And this can go now in any direction, this game.
And just by the expressions of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, you can kind of sense that he noticed something has gone wrong in his position. Vishy, on the other hand, starts to get a bit excited about his chances.
Yes. And he takes it. Oh, Queen B6. Vishy finds it. Attacks the rook. D4 incoming, guys.
Ooh.
Rook F3.
This is the moment.
Vishy's better. D4 coming in. Can Vishy turn this around?
Why you have to push?
He has to push. Come on. D4, D3 is coming. And he pushes.
He pushes the pawn.
He pushes it. That's a good move. Vishy Anand, all of a sudden, from being down in this game, is better. He pushes one step ahead.
Again he pushes.
Here pawn ruk nahi rahe, bhai. Maybe the best thing MVL can do now is sack his bishop for these two pawns.
No, but it's very hard to convince yourself to give up that bishop on E4. But maybe if black gets to play queen to D4,
yeah,
the pawns on C4 and D3 are just rolling down the
look
board.
At this. Queen D4. I can get my rook to D8, D2, C3. Then the knight suddenly comes in somehow. Wow, this is actually great news for the Ganges Grandmasters because let's just round this up. Harshit Bhai, let's go quickly. Board number 1, Ganges Grandmasters pushing. Board number 2, Wesley So
this is mate,
game over. Guys, this is over. This is not going to be saved by Vincent Keimer. So point to the upgrade Mumba Masters. Board number 3, I like White's position, but I don't think it will be enough. Should be a draw. Agreed?
I think there are still some chances for Shakhriyar because look at the clock. 8.5 minutes for him. I'm actually going to say that Shakhriyar
is going to
has
win.
good chances.
Okay. Then we go to board 4. Humpy here. Definitely pressing, but still not like a lost position for Shuvalova. She can hold it.
Yeah, somehow I actually still like White's chances in this board as well.
For sure. White has very good chances, but perhaps closer to equality. And this is the board where actually the Ganges Grandmasters can strike against Stavrula is better on this board. And going to the final board, Daneshwar Bardia is trying to press against Raunak Sadhwani. So the match here is kind of two games, Anand and Stavrula pushing for Ganges Grandmasters. And yes, let's have the 6 boards here to just see this. We have board 1 on the left, middle, better for white. But at the bottom, middle, is better for black there.
Yeah, and maybe we can come back here to Raunak's live position as after
Prodigy
knight to
board.
C2, the Prodigy board. You know, I wanted to show you this one variation that if white plays bishop to C5, you should never ever move your rook from the 8th rank to A5 because bishop to F8 and your king is going to get checkmated here.
Harshit Bhai, the tricky master here finds a great line there and going quickly to the icon board.
He gives up the bishop.
Did he give up the bishop?
He did give up the bishop.
He sacked it, guys. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave understood the dangers here and he's like, Vishy, I respect your pawns. I take them off.
No, but respect to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for kind of realizing that this is the moment he should give up the bishop and the position is around level.
Yeah, this is not easy for both sides to play. Rook can come to D7, attacking the knight. And A3 played here. Vishy is better objectively. But Harshit Bhai, I think White's position is also not so bad. He has 3 pawns for a piece.
The only problem in White's position is that the queens are still on the board. If White can take off the queens...
So what you're saying is, imagine I go here, you give a check, take, this would be very good news for White.
Oh, this would be terrible for
Why
Black.
This is terrible.
This is completely winning. So keeping the queens on the board is vital for Black strategy here. And the reason is that you need to come and hover your pieces around this White king.
Right. Okay. So king on g3 is the big weakness that Vishy has to press against. He has 4.5 minutes on the clock. And ooh, rook d6, a big error here. Queen e3. And look at this. It might be that the game could get over because f4 is hanging. You have to go queen f3. Boom, check. If you come back here, I could trade and take this pawn, but I don't want to go into any endgames. I go here to c1, attacking this. And this could be very dangerous.
But Black needs to be precise to find this. He does give queen e3 check.
Queen e3,
queen e1 check
f3.
also played.
And queen e1. Vishy is doing this. Oh, there's a tactic. Harshit Bhai.
What is it?
King h3. Guys, what is the beautiful move here for Black?
Spicy tactic.
It's a beautiful one. And the move here is sacking your queen and then taking this with a check and winning a pawn on a3. Okay. Now, let's see if this happens on the board. Queen e1. Vishy Anand here. Very, very critical moment. Very critical moment of this match and the game. The icon boards today are simply too good. Harshit Bhai, we had Gukesh versus Hikaru. Then Fabi versus Ali Reza. And now this one.
And after queen e1 check, Maxim is deciding whether he should drop back with his queen to f2, which might be a good idea because after king h3, we did see that Black has the tactic and king h3 played.
Oh!
Will he find it?
Oh my God. Vishy, can he play? By the way, there are other good moves as well. It's not the only move. He won?
What? No. So Wesley won.
Oh, Wesley so won on board
Checkmated actually.
Wow.
Almost.
Look at this final position, guys. This is called domination. Unbelievable play by Wesley. So let's quickly go to board number 1.
And he took the pawn on e5.
Vishy Anand took the pawn on e5, rook d8 to deflect the rook, queen f6, and now Vishy is clearly better. And you can see Vishy is looking at other boards. He's like, I have the chance.
He does have the chance. Wesley so brings full points for the upgrade Mumba Masters.
And I must tell you guys, Harshit Bhai's intuition was spot on. While Vishy is trying to convert this, the upgrade Mumba Masters are pressing on board number 4. Koneru Humpy is almost winning her game against Polina Shuvalova.
And just so that everyone knows, if you drop back one move, there was a reason why she did not take the pawn on c6 after rook a7, because after rook takes c6, rook a8, and you have back rank problems. But mistake.
So she played f6 here, making a luft for the king. Humpy pushes the pawn forward. It was a bad move. You had to play rook a6, but such decisions are very difficult to understand. Now king e8, king d7, and maybe Shuvalova survives.
Yes, she does have better chances to hold this game now.
And there is definitely a lot of action, but Harshit Bhai, we should go to our icon board. This is the game where we should keep our attention. There could be ups and downs on other boards as well. We will keep our eyes on it right now. The upgrade Mumba Masters are leading 3-0 thanks to the victory of Wesley So.
Yes, they are leading 3-0, and this is the board where the Ganges Grandmasters can, take the lead back if they win with the black pieces. Knight comes to f6. The queen and knight are known to be a deadly combo when they're attacking.
But somehow these pawns are taking away the space from the king. So whenever my queen gets active, you have a perpetual somehow. So,
I have to be careful.
I do understand that Vishy has his chances, but somehow it looks very easy for Maxim to play. Queen b5, a5, a6. Meanwhile, Vishy has to coordinate his queen and knight if he wants to win.
It's never going to be easy to beat Maxim Vacher-Lagrave. Even if you're a piece up, he has 2 pawns in compensation now, and queen c8 hits the pawn on g4. Oh, Harika.
By the way, going to board number 5, Dronawali Harika is in big trouble. Stavrula Solakidu has to, she has to hit today. She has to strike.
But this is bad news for the upgrade Mumba Masters.
Yeah, pressure here. And I think this one, I don't think Harika can save. You have a great knight here, a bad bishop here, and the pawn is falling. I think black will win this.
I do think so too. And this means that she's going to bring home an important 4 points.
4 points for the Ganges Grandmasters. This match is trickier than one would have thought. Anything can happen.
And let's come back to the icon board. As Vishy provoked white into playing f5, which means you no longer have perpetual.
Whoa, Vishy, what a genius. Queen f4, Harshit bhai, take here? No.
No, let's not trade the queens.
Don't
Queen
take.
to c3 check.
Queen to c3, coming in. He's playing it. Queen c3 on the board.
And if king e2, the knight is going to join the party. Knight to d5 now.
Bring the knight in. Get the knight into e3.
He's thinking, he goes queen, what?
Check.
Queen c2 check, okay.
It's a huge advantage for Vishy. +4, guys. But Vishy has 2 minutes, 53 seconds. Can he do it?
I think now that he has reached the time control with an extra piece, the white king almost checkmated. I do think Vishy is going to win this game for sure,
Oh, he's going for some tricky stuff here. Check and knight jumping in with a mate. Knight jumping in with a mate.
And maybe queen h1 now.
Can he go queen h1?
I think it should be a good move.
Wow. He plays queen e1. He's doing it this way. He's doing it now this way. If king f3, there is queen f1 check.
Maxim
goes king g2, but now it's time to get the knight. Harshit bhai.
Knight d5, knight e3. That should be.
Oh, knight d5 you want, right. That's also beautiful. And guys.
And look at Maxim. He's looking at what's happening on the other boards. Well, it's not going to help him on his board as he's completely losing. Queen e2 check by Vishy. Can we remind everyone what's the live score right now? It's 3-0 for the upgrade Mumba Masters team.
Yes, and they are winning. Shak is winning.
Oh, Shak is
on board 3.
winning.
Guys, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov turned it around for the upgrade Mumba Masters. What a champion. And Humpy once again winning on board 4. This match is going the way of upgrade Mumba Masters. Look at this. Humpy is better. Polina needs to hold this because Vishy is winning. Stavrula is winning for the Ganges Grandmasters.
But Shakhriyar is also winning.
Shakhriyar is winning. It can go crazy. And Vishy, by the way, I think on board 1, if we go to board 1, I think resignation is imminent here.
But queen c2 check, is Vishy going wrong?
Why? Queen c2, king f3, he can repeat.
Well, he must repeat.
Or maybe knight g5 check.
This conversion is
slightly tricky.
Turning out to be harder than we thought it would be. King goes to g3, queen c3 check, but Vishy is hesitating.
Yeah, Vishy is hesitating, guys, but it is not easy to break Maxim Vashir Lagrav here. It's so tricky here for Vishy Anand.
Now, Maxim has to go king to f1. Can he find it? No, he goes king h2.
Which is also fine. Queen c2 check could come in.
Oh, by the way, 6 seconds on Humpy's board.
Let's go to Humpy.
6 versus 5.
Humpy versus Shuvalova. We have some moves coming in here. I think Humpy is going to win this.
She's completely winning.
She come back with her rook. She will win the e4 pawn. And we have a big
Shakhriyar
result.
wins.
On board number 3, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov wins, taking it to 6-0 for the upgrade Mumba Masters. Humpy will make it 9-0. But guys, still there could be potentially anything happening because of a very simple reason. Vishy is winning, Stavrula is winning. That's 8 points for the Ganges.
Which brings us to the Prodigy board.
Prodigy board. Raunak needs to strike for the Ganges Grandmasters if they want to win.
And it's bullet time control. 1 minute each. Raunak has 15 seconds more than his opponent. The engine says it's equal, but I do think it's possible to win.
G6, anything can happen here. Black, if he manages to win, he could be the hero for his team. But is Vishy winning, Harshit bhai? That's the big question.
Vishy has to win. Can we go to his board?
Yeah, let's go to the icon board. Vishy's knight and queen are dancing around, somehow not able to combine so well.
Exactly, the white king is slippery as an eel. He's running into f4 and e5.
Once the king gets into the open ground, it might get very tough. You have to catch it.
And what is the knight doing on e1 now?
Oh my goodness. And MVL showing why he's so difficult to beat. Queen g2.
He's running. King f4.
King f4. King coming out.
White king is going to run to the queen side. King e5.
White, I think Vishy is going to let this slip. That's the feeling. And if Vishy lets this slip, oh! And meanwhile, Polina Shuvalova.
Yeah, about to resign.
Yeah, she's going to resign. She resigns.
She resigns. She resigns.
She just resigned there. Guys, Polina Shuvalova. No, she did not. What? I just thought, but she's
yeah, pawn to e7. You have one too many pawns. This should be rook d1 is the easiest way to win here. Followed by king to d7.
Oh, she did it.
Yeah.
She did it.
Yeah.
Takes.
And king d8 now.
And Polina resigns. Humpy scores the third win for the upgrade Mumba Masters. 9-0 is the score. What a great performance by the upgrade Mumba Masters. And on board number 1, MVL is now equal. My goodness.
And this turns out to be the Achilles heel for the Ganges Grandmasters, as they are just unable to score points against them. Last time, the upgrade Mumba Masters defeated them 17-4. Now they're leading 9-0.
And Stavrula scores the win against Harika, which means the score is now 9-4 in the favor of, and Vishy agrees to a draw. Big miss there for Anand, and you can see there he's not so happy. Let's go to the last board. But guys, big news in upgrade Mumba Masters have beaten the Ganges Grandmasters irrespective
and Ronak has 2 seconds
of the result here.
Ronak has 2 seconds on his clock. He shouldn't lose on time because the game points are still important.
It's repetition, and Ronak is like, yeah, I have to repeat because there's no chance. He repeats. It's a draw. It's 11-6 victory. Daneshwar was just like, did we win? Did we win? Yes.
Yes, you have won.
Yes, you won. And guys, this is over. The entire match is done. 11-6 is the score in the favor of upgrade Mumba Masters.
And here you can still see MVL and Vishy analyzing that game. That must be a difficult game for Vishy to get over, as he slipped. He let MVL slip there into a 11-6 victory.
Great play there by the upgrade Mumba Masters. They needed this win to maintain their top position. The Ganges Grandmasters tried their hardest, but look at MVL there. He held it like anything, yeah, Arshid bhai. He was like dead lost at some point.
Dead lost, and the local team is all smiles, high fives all around as they defeated the Ganges Grandmaster once again.
Right, and by the way, now both the teams will come to the front of the stage when we will let the arbiter take over and speak. But for now, the players in their respective dugouts are discussing with each other how they did it. And Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, what a guy, beating Sindarov twice in a row. Yes, and maybe the player of the match here, for sure, I think, should go to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov to beat Javokir Sindarov 2-0. Not so easy. And
invite the teams up.
Let's go to the playing venue to hear the arbiter.
So we have a result. By a score of 11 game points to 6, the winners of this match were the upgrade Bombay Masters. Bombay Masters.
And there we see the teams now doing the customary handshake with each other, and definitely a lot of smiles on the face of the upgrade Mumba Masters. They played really well. Their coach and captain Hari Krishna is extremely happy with this performance of his team. And for Ganges Grandmasters, they fought well, Harshit Bhai, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough at all. And here you can see what is Ronak talking to the Orbiter. Maybe there was some issue there, but yes, they make their way out of the fan zone. And here you can see the happy smile on the face of Maxime as he leads the team.
Shock. And I think we always love to see the upgrade Mumba Masters celebrating. Their team is so involved in this event, and we would love. And there you see Raunak, he was so unhappy. He wanted to win.
Yeah, and it just shows that it's not about your own result, but the team result. Because Ronak drew his game a fine result, but you can see Suhail Chandok high-fiving his teammates as he is the owner of the upgrade Mumba Masters.
Right, a lot of things to be happy about for the upgrade Mumba Masters, guys. A win for them with a score of 11-6. The Ganges Grandmasters tried their best. It's time for us to go on a short break, and on the other side, we'll be back very soon.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with Upgrad. Make your move now.
Bharat ka apna solar, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move. Bharat ka apna solar, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with Upgrad. Make your move now.
Bharat ka apna solar, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with Upgrad. Make your move now.
Bharat ka apna solar, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move. Bharat ka apna solar, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with Upgrad. Make your move now.
Bharat ka apna solar, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
For the Mumba Masters, but with a name like that, you can't keep them down for too long. The upgrade Mumba Masters with an 11-6 victory against the Ganges Grandmasters. And for the player of the match, Arohi, take it away.
With that thumping victory, the Mumba Masters jump to the top of the table. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 18, played between the upgrade Mumba Masters and Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters this evening here in Mumbai. Now to give away the Man of the Match award, we have Mr. Saurabh Jha, Senior VP and Global Head, Data and AI Tech Mahindra, joining us. The Player of the Match award goes to Shakhriyar Mamedirao from Upgrade Mumba Masters. Congratulations. Let me tell you, Sundarov was looking forward to play against you because he had won 4 out of his 5 games. Yesterday he told me he's eyeing this one. He wants to win this one. You tell me, how does it feel to defeat the World Cup winner twice in 4 days?
First of all, thank you very much. Of course, I'm first very happy for my team, Mumbai. Mumbai is doing very well in this tournament, and we hope continue play like this. And to win, of course, Sindarov twice is very good. But my all opponents is very strong, and for me it's not big difference in Sindarov or another opponents, because every chess player, every game is very hard here, and I wish all the best for my opponents. Thank you.
So, you know, the commentators are particularly proud of you and surprised and impressed with this one move that you played. Sundarov played a pawn to h4 and then you simply took it. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it was some time problems, but he played well. I take g-take h4. First 3 minutes, I don't think about this, but next 2 minutes, I think why not to take pawn. Okay, I think it's a very interesting move. It is not logical, but it's interesting.
And played off in the end in your favor. So, I mean, all's well that ends well. Tell me something about the team bonding that Upgrade Mumba have, because you're known for you're known as a team which has some immense team bonding, and you have friends in the teams. You go out, you do your lunches, you do your dinners. Tell us something about that.
Yeah, you know, during the tournament is, of course, every chess player is very busy because next day preparation and normally to sleeping. But we have very good friendly team. We have very good captain. We have very good sponsor. I mean, the team is very good, very friendly, and we just enjoying from chess. We are enjoying from Mumbai. We love Mumbai, and we play for Mumbai. Thank you very much.
All the more reason to celebrate. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your win today. That is it from the presentation ceremony. We'll be back with the last game for the evening shortly. As of now, back to the studio.
And with that, Shakhriyar Mamedirao winning all the hearts, saying he's doing it for Mumbai, for his team, for the Upgrade Mumba Masters. They're getting their 11-6 win, their second win here in the 3rd season against the Ganges Grandmasters. And what a game this was by Shakhriyar Mamedirao. He takes down Sindarov, who's been a star performer for Ganges, who's been doing incredibly well, feeling almost unstoppable there on an extremely high score. Javakir Sindarov, 15 board points, putting a stop to that. But what impressed me was that this was a strategic masterpiece, very different from the usual Shak style that we're used to.
Absolutely. It almost feels like the players kind of swapped. Yes, Wesley played like Shak and Shak played like Wesley, because Wesley completely just thrashed his opponent in a very dynamic way, and Shakhriyar just in that positional, IQP in an endgame. It was a very nice squeeze. Overall, I think a great team performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Very clean performance by the entire team. They picked off where someone was lacking, and this is why the Upgrade Mumba Masters is such a favorite to qualify for the finals.
They're making a strong statement not only to qualify for the finals, but potentially be the big winners. They've been at the top, been consistent throughout. Again, just talking there, Shak, was about the team spirit, about the team camaraderie that they have, the good feeling. You're in good spirits, you play good chess. And that means this is how our leaderboard is looking at going into the final match of the day that's about to come up. And we'll talk about that in just a few, but take a look at what we have in front of us. There are 2 teams at the top. This has been the storyline so far here in Mumbai at the Royal Opera House. Upgrade Mumba Masters who have been upgrading their game every single round in this tournament, and Triveni Continental Kings with 12 match points. Then you've got a two-way tie between the Pipers and the Grandmasters with 9 apiece, Fire's American Gambits and the PBG Alaskan Knights with 6 match points. We've got one more match coming up to close the day. It's going to be primetime chess as the top of the leaderboard, Triveni Continental Kings takes on the PBG Alaskan Knights. We'll break all of that down for you. More inside scoops coming up on the other side of this break.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
मामा लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं जिसे मंजूर, ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वो एक ढक्कन। पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
मामा लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं जिसे मंजूर, ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
It's the Kings and the Knights, and both of them know how to fight. This one is going to be interesting. We're here for the color swap for Triveni Continental Kings. We'll be playing against the PBG Alaskan Knights. We have Luke Van Bailey for Triveni Continental Kings and Swams Mishra for PBG Alaskan Knights. Can we have the color swap, please? Also joining, Mr. Alan Atkinson, Deputy Chief Arbiter, present here for the swap. Luke, white after that loss, feels good?
Well, you know, I was actually quite upset after the loss, you know, and tonight's game is extremely crucial because, you know, you want to get back on track, you know, but, you know, we play Gukesh, Vishy and company, so, well, at least we have white, yes.
So Triveni is known for, you know, giving those comebacks after the setbacks. Can we see something of that sort in this game from you today?
Well, I don't think I needed to tell the team anything, you know, I think if I would tell them something, it probably would make it worse, you know. But yeah, I think, well, they know that what the mission is.
How's Firouzja doing when it comes to thinking about this game, approaching this game? He's been winning on the trot. Unfortunately, the first loss for him came today. He's got to play another one now.
Yeah, well, I guess his streak had to end at some point anyway. And of course, he could have won, he could have lost, you know. But with 2 seconds on the clock, you know, anything could happen. So, well, it is what it is. Caruana is a top player as well. So, should give him some credit as well.
You know, hopefully this takes off that winning pressure from him and he can probably get back to his winning ways after this one.
No, pressure's always on. So either I put pressure on him or he puts pressure on himself.
All right, let's hope this one goes your way. Thank you so much for joining us. All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Swams, what are plans with black?
So I think we already played Triveni with white pieces. So this time it's black, and of course we want to go for the revenge.
Coming off of a win, the spirits must be high. 2 wins on the trot, and it's at the right moment that PBG has peaked.
Yeah, I think towards it's the right time. We are getting one more win will get us to the middle of the table, and I think that can keep the league very interesting.
Let's talk about time a bit because that seems to be of the essence. Sara, Arjun thrived under the pressure of the timing in the last game. Gukesh, however, couldn't. What is the conversation in the team?
So I think it was Gukesh was in control of the game throughout, but a small hiccup around the end, and of course Hikaru was very accurate in the end and did not give a second chance at all. But of course Arjun and Sara worked out well for the team, and it's a good thing, especially Sara winning and scoring her first win as well.
The best part is you all are getting into this after a win, so all the best for the game today.
Thank you very much.
That is it from the color swap. We'll be having a cracker of a game coming your way. This is the last one for the day.
And it's going to be primetime chess at its absolute finest as these two teams go head-to-head for the PBG Alaska Knights, fresh from their back-to-back 2 victories, even though they lost on the icon board. Gukesh going down in that last match. For the Triveni Continental Kings just today, they suffered a big defeat. What's going to be the mindset of these two teams coming into this final match of the day with very different trajectories today, Sahaj?
I mean, PBG Alaskan Knights, and we're going to call them PUBG Alaskan Knights because they have won 2 games in a row, and they are on track to be winning their 3rd game because their opponents, or well, the icon board has lost their first match, and that is, I think, a problem.
Yeah, I mean, Alireza Firouzja going down for the first time in this tournament ever, and I think, as you rightly said, PBG Alaska Knights riding on momentum right now, and very important match for them to have any chance to finish in the finals. If they lose, they're out.
It's going to be the Kings battling out the Knights. But let's talk about the importance of all boards, because that's exactly what we saw play out in the upgrade.
Today is the day when with the black pieces.
Only win that the Gambits Grandmaster as
with
And as you can see, Mumbai mein josh hai, jazba hai. What an incredible atmosphere we have. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohit Kapoor, for that. Mentioning his favorite player, Vishy Anand. Definitely not alone in that, sir. You are such a legend of the game. We saw him in action in that previous matchup as well on the icon board. A draw against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave it was. Got more icons coming on. But I want to talk about this a little bit because chess truly does break barriers. You know, we started the league from Dubai, London, Mumbai. What's next? He says bigger and better. How does that even happen?
I mean, sports is one of the only things that breaks all the barriers, right? As you said, it breaks religion, it breaks everything. It brings together so many people from different parts of the world. Here we have 13 of the best players out of 14 playing here in Mumbai, and I'm super pumped to see where this Global Chess League turns out to go.
And one of those superstars, Javokir Senderov, we just saw him in action for the Ganges Grandmasters on their men's superstar board. It was Javokir and Vincent for the Grandmasters, but they did fall short to the shock attack. And Wesley, so huge turnarounds on these boards, Sahaj.
Absolutely. Can't believe what happened with Senderov, by the way. But Shark, I think, taking it yet again against Javokir Senderov. What a match it was. And Wesley So just completely demolishing Vincent Keimer in that quick fashion. This is what I was talking about. Shark is the attacker and Wesley So is the solid player, but it felt like the players were swapped in this match, Harshad.
Yeah, the experience did prevail against the youth. The two youngsters, Javokir and Vincent Keimer, falling short against the very experienced Shakriar and Wesley So.
Incredible board action there was, and there we have Mr. Kapoor and many of our favorite player, the legend himself. We've seen the fans go absolutely wild every time Vishy enters the arena. He's around. That's the man everyone's aiming for to get the autographs. And he was up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's been so much in form as the icon player for the Upgrad Mumba Masters, one of the top icon performers here right now. And he held a very difficult draw, I want to say. Vishy putting the pressure, and that is what the match came down to. Had Anand converted this, we would have been looking at a very different leaderboard.
A very different storyline altogether. Vishy was so close to winning, and I'm sure he's going to be kicking himself for not converting that massive advantage.
And that's how the story ended for the Ganges Grandmasters, Upgrad Mumba Masters taking an 11-6 win. And that was the happy team right there with Sohail Chandok, such a big supporter of sports, loves chess. And there we see all smiles. They know exactly how important it is to be at the top of that leaderboard. They've been consistent throughout. We are 3 matches down, and we have some primetime television coming up next. It's PVG Alaska Knights taking on the Triveni Continental Kings, and we break down all the action in our studio on the other side of this break.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
मामा लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
मामा लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
It's the final match of the day, and what a clash we set ourselves up for. It's the PBG Alaska Knights who are finding a late form here at the third season of the Global Chess League, taking on the ever-consistent but one team that did suffer a setback today, Triveni Continental Kings. A story of two cities here today coming into this match with the day these two have had. And I want to reference back to something that the team coaches said as we also bring on our prodigy board, a fight that we're going to see on each and every matchup here. Grandmaster Leok Van Valley for the Triveni Continental Kings saying that my team knows what's the mission here. How does the PBG Alaska Knights make it mission impossible for the Kings?
It starts at this prodigy board, Tanya, because Daniel Darda has been struggling so much in this tournament. If he does not manage to pick up his pace right now, right here, they are going to struggle a lot in order to beat the Triveni Continental Kings.
You know, I'm going to go ahead and say that it's going to go for Triveni Continental Kings right here. We can wave the flag right here. Let's go.
So that is an edge to Moritzi for the Continental Kings according to our panel. But let's move on and talk a little bit about the women's superstar board now. You've got superstars all across here. For the Kings, you've got Zhuzhina, world number 2, Alexandra Kostyniuk. How do Katrina Lagno and Sara Kadem make their opportunities in this matchup?
You know, Sara did win her match earlier in the day, but I feel Kostyniuk is just the chess queen for a reason. And also Sara has not been in the best form so far either. And she's playing with the black pieces. So I'm going to go ahead and give this to Alexandra Kostyniuk of the Triveni Continental Kings. What about you, Harshad?
And for the game of Zhuzhina and Katrina Lagno, what I think is important for the PBG Alaska Knights is to get 1 point between these two matches, between both two women's board. They need 1 point. Let's go to the Superstar men's board to see and predict the results there. And these are the matches that we have here. Lenier Dominguez taking on Vidit Gujarati and Arjun Irigesi taking on Vei. I predict Vei and Vidit Gujarati to score more than 1 point between these two boards.
Wow, you're saying so one player will win and the other one is going to take a draw.
Yes.
I think it's going to be 1 or maybe 1.5 for the PBG Alaska Knights. So for me, Arjun might win or make a draw, and Lenier might win, is what I'm going to say.
So you're
Let's
waving
go.
the green flag, I'm waving the pink flag. And Tanya, what do we have set up for?
You know, it's going to be the epic clash, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that one because it might just come down to that board. It's the one we've all been waiting for. It is going to be an epic board one between the icons. It's going to be Ali Reza Firouzja taking on the world champion Gukesh Domaraju. Ali Reza Firouzja has been unstoppable in this tournament until today, losing his first game today to Fabiano Caruana. But what a fight that was. Could have gone either ways in those final seconds. And we saw Ali Reza and Fabi both at the end of that matchup, right in those critical moments where they suddenly shake hands with big, big smiles. And there we have it played out. A stunning move by Fabiano as he slid his queen to a very important square. Pragg couldn't believe it. Mendonça couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe it on our studio. The Triveni Continental Kings completely in awe and shocked there. Alireza Firouzja tried, but it wasn't enough. And eventually there, smiles. He's saying, hold on, not over yet, not over. You know how tricky Firouzja is. But the tricks were not enough. Both players pushing each other to the absolute edge, handshakes and smiles. That's what you get when two artists are at play.
Absolutely. This not just the highlight of today, but it might be the highlight of the entire event for me. This match right here. What a play by Fabiano Caruana.
I mean, he has painted the picture. If you want to defeat the team of Triveni Continental Kings, you have to play a masterpiece. And will Gukesh manage to do it against Firouzja Alireza? This is the biggest question that we have for the next match.
And that's the big thing, right? This was yesterday, his win against Fabiano Caruana. And there we had the resignation. Gukesh with the fist pump. He needs to find that champion's mentality in himself going ahead of the Alireza clash. But today was a different story for Gukesh. About to take down the world number 2, about to get that win. There were no high fives to follow after that. This was a happy Gukesh today. How does he repeat that story? He's up against Alireza Firouzja, a very difficult loss to Hikaru earlier on in the day. Do you think he's had enough time to recover?
I don't think it was a difficult loss in that sense, because I think Gukesh has played much better today than previous, of his matches. Because I think the win that he had yesterday gave him that confidence, and I think he's still riding that. So he's still playing much better, I think, and has a good chance against Firouzja.
He needs to get his whole team in the zone. If they want to make a complete comeback, they'll win their 3rd win in a row as a team if they can win this match. And here you can see Gukesh is ready to enter the arena, about to just get the confirmation from the official there. And here you can see Gukesh entering the arena with Arjun, Lenier Dominguez, behind them, Katrina Lagno, Sara Khadem, and finally Daneshwar Bardia.
And the team is getting ready to enter the Gladiators arena. They'll have to play like gladiators this once, from top to bottom. And there we see coach Swayams Mishra. He said it, that he believes his team has peaked at the right time. One team that has been peaking it all the way here at the Global Chess League. It's been the Triveni Continental Kings. They've shown setbacks do not hold the Kings back for too long. Will it be Leo Kwan Valley's Triveni Continental Kings with a big bounce back performance, or will the PBG Alaskan Knights continue their run, continue their form? And I want to ask you one question. Have they peaked at the right time, or do you think, is there still hope left for the PBG Alaskan Knights to make it to the top 2?
You know, I have a feeling that PBG Alaskan Knights knows exactly when to push the nitro button. If you push the nitro button way too quickly, you might not win the race. PBG Alaskan Knights still have the chance to press it at the right point.
Yeah, they have won 2 in a row, and they could win the 3rd one. That would be, I think, a great story. So I'm going to go with the PBG Alaskan Knights.
You know what? You have heard me say this before. Once a PBG Alaskan fan, Knights fan, always a fan. I'm also with you, Sej. Bye, let's go.
It's green flags all the way here in our studio right now.
Oh, look at you.
One side of the board, we will have the Triveni Continental Kings looking for their 3rd season title. On the other side, PBG Alaskan Knights looking for their 3rd win in a row. It's time to get to the chess. It's time for the pieces to start flying. On the other side of the break, it's all chess action.
Don't you go anywhere.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
In the final clash of the evening, the Kings stand to make a comeback. Please welcome Triveni Continental Kings.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide.
Give it up for the players, starting with Ali Reza Firoja, Wei Yi, Vidit Gujarati, Zujina, Alexandra Kostenyuk, Makandria Moritzi, along with their coach Luke Van Wely. And now let's call the Knights who are riding high on their win. Give it up for PBG Alaskan Knights. Please put your hands together for Gukesh Dommaraju, Arjun Erigaizi, Lenia Dominguez, Katerina Lagno, Sara Kadem, Daniel Darda, and their coach Swayams Mishra. All the best to both the teams. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Ms. Trisha Screwwala, owner, Upgrad Mumba Masters, along with Mr. Gaurav Rakshit, League Commissioner, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Joining them is Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
It's time for action. The final match of the day. Triveni Continental Kings take on the PBG Alaskan Knights, and Knight C3 played. E5 here. Tanya joins me in the commentary. Hello, Tanya.
Sagar, what a way to finish our big day here with a clash between these two titans, but also just the matchup that we have for PBG Alaskan Knights looking for their third win in a row. For Ali Reza Firouzja's Triveni Continental Kings looking for that comeback, and it might be the women's board that might prove to be critical in this matchup.
Absolutely. Zuzhiner takes on Katrina Lagno, and Kostenyuk here against Sara Kadem opens the game with pawn to e4. And guys, look at the environment there. Ali Reza against Gukesh at the center board, and all six boards looking really intense.
It's center court as the two players are awaiting the starts of the clock on theirs. It will be the final game to start. A staggered start, which gives us the opportunity to catch the action across all six matches.
Right, as we go into Zuzhiner versus Katrina Lagno, we have Zuzhiner opening up with the London system. Tanya, a very interesting opening choice.
And we've been seeing the London appear quite a bit in Mumbai, very often here at the Royal Opera House. And now the big question again, will Lagno take her queen out early, starting to direct attack against B2? But when there's a London system, we know it's going to be a fun fight.
Absolutely. Let's look at the second women's superstar board, Kostenyuk versus Sara Khadeb. It's actually, you can see London reversed. You know, on d4, d5, bishop f4 ke jagah, we have the Italian here with bishop on c4 and a little move a3 by Alexandra, just trying to surprise her opponent a bit.
And this was the move employed by Alireza Firouzja in one of their previous games. And I wonder if this is Triveni Continental Kings' scoop, inside scoop here,
for sure,
to sit and prepare, because a3 is not the standard move here. As we go to the men's superstar board, Veyi immediately responds with the king's pawn opening as well.
Right, and we have Vidit versus Dominguez, two of the most solid and positional players in chess. And we have d4, d5 here. Let's go with Vidit and Dominguez first, and then we'll go to Ajubai versus Veyi.
And for Vidit, he suffered a loss today against Pragnananda. He has to forget about that, Sagar. He's facing the mighty Lenier right now of the PBG Alaskan Knights, and it looks like the Alaskan Knights have finally joined the party here at the Royal Opera House,
sure,
you know, with 2 back-to-back victories.
And if they win one more, that would be a huge thing. And as we see, the Queen's Gambit accepted on the board, supposed to be a solid opening, but against Vidit, could be a dangerous thing as he loves to play positional chess.
He's a strategic master there. He moves the queen away. He wants to occupy that spot with his rook next. Line it up against the black queen. This is traditional Queen's Gambit accepted theory so far, Sagar.
Right.
Both players in familiar territory.
Go to Veyi versus Arjun Erigaisi, and here we have the line that we saw. I think it's slightly different from what generally happens in Rui Lopez, because Arjun brings his bishop out to c5 and knight to e7, Tanya. Slightly offbeat system, but Arjun has played this before. As we go to our prodigy board, Marc-Andrea Morizzi versus Daniel Darda, and the big clash here, Alireza Firouzja versus Gukesh Domaraju.
It's all eyes on Alireza taking on Gukesh with the white pieces. What a thriller he had against Fabiano today. Gukesh equally nerve-wracking against Hikaru Nakamura in those final moments. How will these two champions recover from that? And to start with, to show their intentions, Alireza goes with the London Jobava.
Yes, the London Jobava, guys, is signified with the knight coming to c3 and bishop f4. And look at the speed with which both players have made their moves. Knight comes out to c6, Tanya, threatening e5, and Alireza snatches the pawn. He's 2 pawns up at this point.
Exactly. It wasn't the first one to be taken. c5 gone, d5 gone, but Gukesh looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. He's got more time on the clock. He's blitzing his moves out. He hits that bishop. Also opens up his own bishop to snack on c5 later.
Yes, he will take this, but bishop g5 will come in, pinning this knight here, and Gukesh must have all of this worked out with his coach Gayu. Look at him. Queen a5 check.
You know, it's late in the day, and Alireza is showing that he's hungry, going pawn after pawn here. But Gukesh, this is one of the openings where you really need to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you could be in trouble very early.
And Tanya, look at the engine evaluation. We don't have the strongest of engines here. It says 0.5 advantage.
That's fine, Sagar. I have you. We don't need a very strong engine here. You'll break it down for us.
I'll try my best, Tanya, but I'm a very weak version of Stockfish. But it seems Gukesh has worked with the strongest of engines here and has things figured out as Alireza tries to understand his way through this opening. This already looks dangerous.
And it was a 15-3 victory for the Triveni Continental Kings against the PBG Alaskan Knights in their first encounter. Alireza needed only one inaccuracy by Gukesh in the opening to never give him a chance back into the game. He dominated that with the black pieces. For Gukesh, this one's a grudge match.
Absolutely. This one, I think Gukesh wants to get that win in, and it will be even much better as he would get 4 points for a win here. What do you do here, Tanya, as white? Because black is planning to take the pawn, get the rook in the center, maybe even short castle. Many options.
Very tricky position, and you have to be super precise with white, which is why Alireza goes into a thing. You don't want to allow this harmony in development, take that pawn with the bishop, get your rooks into the game. One of the very thematic ideas here is to push that a3 move. Something that we've seen Alireza do in this tournament very often in different openings. And you're just discouraging white, black even, to take that pawn with the bishop.
But if I take here...
We have a move, Sagar, by the way. Alireza did make a decision on the board.
Oh, he played your move, Tanya.
You know,
A3.
it's A for Alireza. It's A3. Easy find for him. Again, a very thematic idea to stop black from getting bishop takes pawn.
So bishop takes pawn is met with a pawn fork. Although, Tanya, I was wondering if there is a sacrifice here with the knight. Unfortunately, that doesn't work because my rook attacks the queen. I can't take with the bishop here. So that's the reason why Gukesh very quickly goes knight d5.
He says, bhai, no more are you taking that knight. No more are you destroying my pawn structure on the right flank. Knight d5, notice, might look like, hey, I'm losing a piece in the center, but the computer will not allow you to go knight takes knight. That's an illegal move because the queen is pinning the king.
So that's the reason why here knight e2 is a must for Alireza. And how long can Alireza know his theory? We today saw how Anish Giri absolutely blew Vishy off the board with his opening prep. Is this another one of those things happening here, Tanya?
It's a big question, and what a game that was by Anish. A 20-move opening prep and then completely destroying with tactics all across for Vishy in that game right there. For Alireza Firouzja, he's down to 16.5 minutes. He's not showing me that kind of confidence so far.
Oh, he makes a mistake, Tanya.
And then you know, this is not part of the prep. This is not part of the plan.
Not part of the prep, guys. He had to go knight e2 here to defend the knight, but he goes queen d2, and now knight takes knight. Queen takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. And guys, even though Gukesh is a pawn down here, he has the much better position because of a superior pawn structure. Wow. That is a big moment here, and everyone in the crowd looking here very carefully. We have so many people who have come here, Tanya. It's a full house almost at the Royal Opera House.
What a time it is to be a chess fan, right? And there we see you got Sohail Chandok there for the upgrade Mumba Masters. He's waving to us. Let's wave back to him, Sagar, as he's listening to our commentary. You've got the team owners here supporting, rooting for players, watching the chess action unfold.
It's not even his team playing.
He loves the game.
I'm amazed, and that's amazing. Thank you, Sohail, for being here. Knight takes knight, taken. And now, queen takes knight. Will Alireza take it with the queen or the pawn is the question.
Gukesh really striking at that opportunity to seize the initiative. You know, he recognizes that this was an inaccuracy by Alireza. This is the moment that black can start taking over by destroying the pawn structure.
Tanya, do you feel that Alireza is somehow unhappy with how the opening has gone?
I completely agree with you, because right now Gukesh isn't only playing the board, but the opponent as well. Alireza is super tricky as long as the queens are on the board. Divert it towards an endgame. Get those tactics off as quickly as possible. You leave your opponent with a worse pawn formation, and now Gukesh will snap up that c5 pawn, get castling in, the bishops are active, and to me this is more than enough compensation for that pawn deficit that black has.
You know, even the engine says it's better for black, which means it's a huge position for black, and to get that after 15 moves in the opening, that's brilliant opening prep by Gukesh. So right now, bishop comes back to h4. Guys, great stuff.
And what Alireza is trying to set up is that Gukesh has a very active piece on c5. He wants to try to trade that bishop off, get the bishop back, get these two pieces off the board, and then you're looking at easing out the pressure. Gukesh trying to see how does he keep the initiative on. Sagar, let's continue with our trip around the horn here. Let's go over to our superstar men board. Arjun taking on Vishy with the black pieces.
Vishy's last move, guys, was queen h5. Now he's brought his queen into the attack zone here, but Arjun has his king castled while Vishy's king is still in the center. This is looking quite good for Arjun as well. Nice position, Tanya.
And that's an extra, I almost said extra pawn. There's an extra pawn on the left flank right now. So a dynamic imbalance in the pawn structure. 4 versus 3 on the left side, 3 versus 2 on the right side of the board. open position. I'm liking Black's chances here, simply because that bishop as well at the center, the bishop on e3, blocked by its own 2 pawns, will have to guide that d4 pawn for a long, long time. It feels like more piece activity for Arjun.
Absolutely. The knight can jump here, the pawn can push here. This is looking quite even, and with black pieces, Arjun could potentially take over. Let's go to the next board, Tanya. Vidit is playing against Lanier, and we have mass trades that have happened on this board. It feels like Vidit is very slightly better, but will it be enough?
It's 10 minutes into the game, and about 10 pieces are off the board right now. Vidit, I think so much of this is also about what has happened today in his last game against Pragg there. Very important, could be part of the math strategy here by the Triveni Continental Kings to just hold off Lanier. Get a position with the white pieces where you know you're feeling safe, what we call in chess a position for 2 results. Yes. You have the better pawn structure. It's a good knight versus a bad bishop right now. Let's mark those F pawns, the double tower that black has right now, rook on the open line. If anyone will push this, it's got to be white. A very safe position for Vidit to try to get the win in.
And I think a very dangerous one for Lanier Dominguez. He must be careful, because if Vidit starts to get his king in and then perhaps starts putting pressure with his rook, this can become dangerous. But for now, closer to equal, then better for white. There's a huge news happening on board 4. Katrina Lagno, who's been a major force for the team of PBG Alaskan Knights. She did beat Ho Yifan yesterday. Will she get the better of Zhu Jinner here?
That is what this question mark on the board is exactly asking. King to b1, that last move that was played by Zhu Jinner right now, putting the king on a safe spot. It's always usually a good idea. And I wonder, Sagar, if it's about a central break currently. Is this Lagno's opportunity to seize the initiative by breaking out with that e-pawn moving 2 steps forward?
Beautiful.
Asking some big questions. Notice the pin with the bishop X-raying the white rook. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn. Now you can't pick up the knight because you lose the rook on d1.
Yeah, this is a very important moment. Katrina Lagno can strike in the center. And Tanya, black has 2 bishops. And when you have the bishops, you open up the position. So very good one for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
And I have to say, it's not even a very hard to find move. It's actually the first move that has to be on your radar. All your pieces are developed. Usually the way to fight for an advantage is to get a break into the position, a pawn break.
Right.
So Katrina Lagno, I'm expecting her to go all out with e5. Will it be enough or not? Time will tell.
Okay. So these positions, this one looking good for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Alexandra Kostenyuk on the 5th board. For the Triveni Continental Kings, has space going for her. Even though this is early days, Tanya, I get this sense that Kostenyuk is doing really well here.
It's early days in the position, but it's late at night here in Mumbai. You know, there's so much drama that has happened here already, and I think this is going to be equally dramatic. Whatever you're saying, optically, I have to say white does look better here. Beautiful pieces at the center. You're talking about space on the left flank. I can see space on the right flank being created with the F-pawn moving forward as well. I'd say Sara Kadem on the defense in this one.
Yeah, Sara has to play carefully here, guys. She did play a great game in the morning round, or you can say in the evening round. But right now, she needs to be careful against Kostenyuk as we go to our prodigy board. Even here, similar story. Marc-Andrea Morizzi has huge space against Daniel Darda. This is the board on which the Triveni Continental Kings might just strike.
And it might be right now that they do it, the Kings, you know. There are 3 attackers on the weakness, the d6 pawn. Bishop takes pawn to me just looks like a healthy extra pawn for white.
But Tanya, this is hanging, right?
So you, and if you start with bishop takes bishop, you'll take with the knight hitting the 2 pieces. That's the point.
Take, and if you take here, then take, and then this is hanging. And if, as you rightly pointed out, if you start with this, then takes would attack the queen and the bishop. Although, this could work, because if you take my queen, I take your queen.
Okay, those are tactics that I did miss. I will admit that the line does go on. So the knights will not come to the defense of the PBG Alaskan Knights if bishop takes bishop was the move to follow up. And he's thinking about it. He hasn't yet made a decision, calculating, navigating his way through these complications. But I think he finds it.
I think he should find it, and if he does, then the Triveni Continental Kings would be better. And Tanya, let's quickly go to our icon board because Gukesh is kind of turning on the heat here.
And let's do an action replay from when we left it last to get to this point, Sagar, before we break this down. It was at this position we felt that Gukesh was doing really well. Pawn down, but look at that piece activity.
Yes, he long castled.
A lead in development as well. All of White's pieces on the first rank.
And now bishop c4. He wants to trade here so that his rook can infiltrate. So Firouzja tries to defend the bishop. And now look at this maneuver. Rook d6. Knight goes out. And rook c6, he's eyeing the c3 pawn. The weak pawn. And Firouzja says, enough of defending. I'm lashing out here. Not the best of decisions.
But this is really Firouzja's intuitive play, right? He doesn't like to just sit and suffer in a position, to sit and defend without any counter chances, any counter play. So even if the computer says it's not the best move in the position, he wants to change the dynamics, change the nature of the game as quickly as possible, because from a human perspective, Sagar, that's what turns the result around then.
I agree.
I do like this decision by Firouzja, whether the evaluation bar approves or not.
It's a good decision, but it could go against him if Gukesh finds a series of accurate moves. It could start off with bringing this rook into the game. You either bring it here or here. Both these squares look really nice.
To me, the first question is, can Gukesh go for a very direct approach? Can you simply pick up the bishop, try to win the c-pawn? And I think this is what Firouzja is hoping for. You take it with your pawn.
Because if you take with the king...
Check. And win the pawn back. And look at the interest that you have on that regain of material. Beautiful files for the rooks.
This is absolutely great. So you take with the pawn. And then I take the pawn here.
Slide the rook over, get that active rook off the board as quickly as you can. And now suddenly you can see that it's White who's putting pressure in the center. Gukesh's knight at the edge of the board, and things could start turning around here.
I love it. I love the analysis that you've done here, Tanya. I think Gukesh should not be greedy. He should be like believing in his position, believing in his coordination, and not go after that pawn.
And that's what Ali Reza set himself up for, right? With this last move, he's saying, you can win your pawn back. I'm giving it to you. He's provoking Gukesh to establish a material balance, but it would be the wrong choice for him. He needs to believe in the power of the pieces. It's quality over quantity right now.
Absolutely, and you can see Ali Reza being slightly fidgety. He's moving around. He wants to see other boards. He wants to see what's happening on the boards of his teammates.
He's missing the dynamism of chess, you know. It's a simplified position. Ali Reza likes it when the rooks are on the board, and it's Gukesh's rook that does come to that center file.
Beautiful move.
Gukesh will not get greedy. He's going for more.
He says that right now, I'm putting pressure here, and Tanya, the point is now if you waste time, let's say with something like g3, I now take and take this, and now this pawn is starting to hang with both the rooks coming in. So this is good news for Gukesh. He's playing well. He's slightly better. Not so sure if it's enough for win or not, but that's
It's
okay.
such a comfortable position with black for Gukesh right now. He's also held it pretty good on the clock so far. I think for the PBG Alaskan Knights, it's advantage knights on the icon board right now.
I agree, and we need to actually check what Wei Yi is up to. Somehow, Wei Yi has magically maneuvered his pieces with the bishop coming to c2 on this long diagonal. Bishop looking here, queen active. This seems like Arjun's rook is running out of squares, Tanya.
There's only one square of safety that I see for that rook, and it's right next to his other rook right now. Fall all the way back. But Arjun, he's thinking, there's something, if that's the only move, there's something he doesn't like about it. Is he about to go for an exchange sacrifice in this position?
That won't be so good. Actually, he needs to go back, but he doesn't like his position after that, because there is b4 here.
He's making a decision,
B6.
Sagar.
He's going to play that.
He
He's
has
going to come back.
It's not enough to give up material here, Arjun. Oh, whoa.
What?
Whoa, he does it. And this was on my mind. Arjun's about to sacrifice in exchange.
Huge move. And guys, it could very well be a big mistake, because Wei Yi calmly chops it off. He's like, Arjun, thank you so much for the gift. Arjun comes here, and now Wei Yi is winning.
He just won an exchange. I'm trying to understand what Arjun has in mind. And if you try to break that down, he wants to pick up that central pawn. He's hitting the queen. Arjun looking for compensation. He's a player who plays for the initiative. But Sagar, there's this feeling that this isn't enough. And is this going to come back to bite the Knights at some point?
I think so. Also, the thing is, maybe Arjun got desperate here. He just didn't like the fact that he was going passive and he hated his position and said, let me do this. But I think it's perhaps going to come and haunt him even more. Where he goes Queen G5.
That exchange sacrifice, was it brave? Was it desperation? These two words are two sides of the same coin in chess sometimes.
So that is great news for the Triveni Continental Kings here. With its game is still slightly very even. We are going to go there a bit later. Let's go to our icon board. Gukesh plays Rook D8 and Tanya, Alireza is not making his move.
Alireza is not happy right now. He is thinking, the thing is, he likes the kind of positions where he's got a lot of attack to play for, even if he's slightly worse, even if he's on the back foot, as long as it's a rich position. This is an endgame where he's on the defense. He has an extra pawn. Do the math, it's 7 pawns for white and only 6 for black. But all of Gukesh's piece is super active. A terrible pawn structure for Alireza. He takes a decision. He does trade. Gukesh will immediately pick that pawn up at the center of the board. And Alireza better be ready with his next move.
Tanya, do you think like the way the position is, it feels like for a foodie, you're giving some meals without the salt and sugar in it? You know, it's there, everything's there, but the taste isn't there.
Very well could be. I think that's a beautiful analogy in this position where, you know, you have that extra pawn, if you're Alireza right now. You feel like you should be fine, but somehow, as a player, you're missing the essence of it.
Right.
He's not enjoying it. And there it is. He loses that pawn. By the way, Gukesh with a very interesting approach here. But has he given away most of his advantage?
That's because he wanted to get back some material. Again, it's difficult sometimes to just simply say, I'll take this back. And this would have been the right decision. Gukesh was clearly better here. But he took here, and then went after this pawn. And Alireza was like, thank you so much, Gukesh. Now I'm active. I no longer have to worry.
Do you think that actually goes on in players' minds, these conversations? Is Alireza actually thinking, thanks, bhai, for giving me this opportunity to come right back into this game?
I think so. I mean, right now, Alireza feels happier than before. Gukesh, on the other hand, perhaps he's okay with this as well. The position is kind of even. But Tanya, I do love the white's king. It's running in. It could take this pawn. Could become dangerous for Gukesh.
Triveni Continental Kings for a reason. Playing with that piece in the endgame. And I have to say, it's the most active piece currently that Alireza has. Look at that knight at the edge of the board. Knights on the edge fall off the hedge. You've got the 2 rooks, which are still to make a single move right now. For Gukesh, I love the activity between the 2 rooks. The black knight ready to jump on to c4 as well. Sagar, I still think that Gukesh is the happier out of the 2 in this endgame.
Could be, but I can just trade one of the rooks. That's what I was thinking that Alireza should do. He just trades one rook and then his king feels better. He's going for something. He's ready with his move. He goes knight f2. That was the best move by the engine. Beautiful move.
I mean, the guy has been on form, right? Let's just remind everyone. Alireza Firouzja so far, the Royal Opera House. He's taken down the world number 2. He beat the world number 3. He's beaten the 5-time world champion Vishy and also beat world champion Gukesh in their encounter just a few days ago. He did lose out in a crazy battle against Fabiano today. Put a stop to that hot streak, looking to bounce right back.
Oh, meanwhile, Gukesh's knight comes in, attacks the rook, takes away the c1 square. You can no longer trade it. That's only 2 rooks and a knight on the board, but you can sense the tension building here.
Can he go hungry right now? Late in the evening, can you chomp on that pawn?
Of course, Tanya, you have to do it. Otherwise, you are losing this pawn. The white pieces are getting active. Let's take it. He takes it. Rook takes g2 on the board.
He picks up the pawn, and one more time in the game, we have a material deficit. This time it's Gukesh who's got the extra pawn.
So, Tanya, if we have to do a quick roundup of this battle, should we do from board 1 to 6 so that people can know who's up ahead? Maybe we can have a look at first each board and then have the 6 boards to show our viewers. By the way, knight takes pawn taken here.
And there are some checks that you have to calculate. Can we just stay on this for just 1 second? Because I want to point out. that you could go check on the king, but the white knight would have jumped to the center of the board and it would have been all fine. So instead, Gukesh doing the same. He's saying, Alireza, you brought your knight into the game. Mine isn't going to stay too behind. That knight is heading for some deadly checks on d3 or potentially e6.
These are the checks coming in.
Knight d3, knight f2, Sagar coming in with some forking ideas as well.
Ooh, have to be careful here. As Alireza, the best move is to trade one of the rooks with rook g1.
I have a question for you. Are you picking white or black in this endgame? If you had to play from one side.
For me, it's too difficult. I love white, I must say, because the knight, king, and the pawn are active. I have a passer here, but then again, I just can't calculate this to the end. It's very complex, Tanya, even though there are just 6 pieces on the board, 2 rooks and a knight per side, too many checks, too many maneuvers.
I'm going to predict that there are a lot of plot twists ahead in this game. The fact that the knights are there, the 2 majors, the 2 rooks there, white's king in the center, as you said, one of the most active pieces, it could also come under tremendous checkmating ideas. You know, as long as the 2 rooks remain. I think for Alireza, it's very important to get one of the rooks off the board as quickly as he can.
Yeah, that would be really cool. And while Alireza and Gukesh are thinking, let's say this is drawn, okay, equal on board 1.
I will say that's the least likely outcome in this one. I actually think we'll have a decisive icon board.
Oh my God, that's too much, Tanya.
There are too many tricks.
No, they have 10 minutes.
Look at the 2 versus 1 on the left flank. Long term, that e-pawn, yes, it's there, but it could also be a weakness. I think Gukesh is putting pressure in this, Sagar. That king, so many checks on the board. Alireza, he needs to get the pieces off the board right now. Somehow trade as much as you can.
Okay. Tanya's very much feeling that something's going to happen here. We will stay.
Picture abhi baki hai.
We'll keep coming back to this game, Tanya. But Vei, I think Vei is going to score that point for the Triveni Continental Kings. He's totally better. He's just winning here. I mean, I think he'll take this one.
And it's all about king's safety. For Arjun, he sacrificed that exchange, so there's material deficit for Arjun. Black's king is the one that's feeling the heat. Look at that, no pawn fortress in front of it. So many weaknesses. I don't see Vei messing it up. He also has Arjun's number, is what it feels like. In the World Cup, knocking him out in the quarterfinals. A very difficult opponent, Vei, for Arjun Erigaisi.
Right. I think Arjun is in big trouble here. The score, that means, would go 1 in the favor of the Triveni Continental Kings. He brings his rook here. Beautiful move. He's actually sacrificing his bishop here. If that happens, Tanya, look at this. Boom. Takes. And then you take back here or simply fork with beautiful tactics.
And look at that. For Vei, counter offense is the best defense. He says, you attack my bishop, but I'm coming for your king. I'm coming for your other pieces right now. Uses the opportunity to get his rook into the game and gets awarded a brilliancy for that.
So equal on board 1, better for Triveni Continental Kings on board 2. I would also go to say that this is starting to look really good for Vidit. Slowly and steadily, I have a feeling Vidit might be much more better than what the bar is saying here. Agree?
100% agree. It's such a Vidit position, this one. No weaknesses for white. A beautiful knight on c4 that can never be dislodged for the rest of the game. The horrible pawn structure. Look at the weaknesses all across the board spread out. A6 pawn, the 2 double pawns, the H pawn that you're highlighting. The white king ready to path up on that F3 square and start targeting it. Vidit is loving life right now.
Vidit is in this chill zone. Yeah, he's like having a nice vacation, sipping on his lemonade here and trying to convert this. This is good for the Triveni Continental Kings. But what is not good for the Triveni Continental Kings is board number 4, Zhu Jinner, is going to lose this one. I think Katrina Lagno is killing it here.
It really does feel like. I mean, I'm looking at this. You've got the bishop pair as black, an open position, complete control at the center of the board there. White, meanwhile, pieces across flanks, no coordination, no big targets. And also this F file open. There might be ideas of black actually just cashing in on that pin eventually, and it might be the moment, it might happen right now. E4, are you winning material immediately?
Absolutely. This is the move that might just come in, and Katrina would take the full point home. But on board number 5, once again, the Triveni Continental Kings are pushing ahead. Alexandra Kostenyuk is better against Sara Khadem.
Look at the pressure that she has, you know, that pawn on e5, the knight which has just jumped to the board, putting pressure on d6, asking for a decision there. You take pawn takes pawn, you lose on the spot. I thought you just go pawn takes pawn. That knight is x-rayed for that f7 pawn, the one behind it. But you're going to lose a piece. Rook takes knight, thank you very much.
Yeah, rook takes knight. I think she wants to trade queens and try her luck in this position. Maybe rook takes c4 and say, okay, I can hold this maybe.
Maybe being the keyword there. I think you can try it, but very rarely will you succeed down a piece in this position.
I agree. So this is the game where Triveni are better. And then the final board, Mark Andrea Morizzi, 2 pieces for a rook here. Also pressing for the Triveni. Maybe Daniel Darda gets the half point.
You know, Sagar, as you've been doing the roundup, the name that I see popping up has been the pink flag here.
Yes.
The Triveni Continental Kings across the board. So for the PBG Alaskan Knights, it might just come back to their top board. Gukesh in that endgame against Alireza Firouzja. I said it. I'm expecting a decisive result in this one. I don't know in whose way it will go, but it's a very rich endgame. And look at that. Alireza actually did offer a rook trade here.
He played the best move.
He played the move that wants to get the pieces off the board, and guess what Gukesh did?
Gukesh is like, I need my 2 rooks to keep harassing your king. He goes here and b6. Wow, this little pawn move, he's sacrificing or giving up his pawn on h7, Tanya.
I'll also point out the h2 pawn currently weak as well. It's very important that black made some breathing space for the king. The idea of b6 is to get the king on the light squares from b7 to a6. Maybe in the faraway future, that king even marches up to assist a passer. I really like this approach by Gukesh.
Very cool, you know, just understanding.
He's playing for a win, let me tell you that. The fact that he didn't trade Alireza's rook, Gukesh is ambitious in this endgame.
He is ambitious, but you know, Tanya, sometimes you can misjudge a position and then it can go downhill from here. There's check coming in, knight takes h7, you can take the h2 pawn. Oh, he did take? No. What happened? He's not played his move. Alireza has. He played a move or rook g7.
Alireza is also trapping. He's boxing Gukesh's king in a kill zone right now, getting it stuck on the last rank. If there's a check from the other rook on any of these squares, it's going to be a checkmate. Watch out, Gukesh.
Check. Gukesh gives a check.
Blocks the rook as well.
Only move.
No path in.
Only move, Tanya, but it's a double attack on the king and on the rook and the knight. How do you save material?
You might have to go on the counter offense. That knight might have to jump forward to hit Alireza's rook from b2.
Did you see Gukesh staring at Alireza? I think Gukesh feels that Alireza has gone wrong. Somehow. Because king d4, is there something that we cannot see here? What's happening?
The only move that comes to my mind is to attack the white rook. There's no way to defend both the pieces.
No, but Tanya, this is hanging. So maybe I can take here. If you take the knight, I can take and take this.
And at least you're in control. Yes. But this after rook takes a7, not just the h7 pawn. I think white is fine. Alireza will be happy to trade this off. Sagar, the more complicated move, jump in with your knight and hit that white rook. And I want to show this tactic. King takes rook, knight takes rook, comes with a check.
Check and you win this. Oh!
PBG Alaskan knights for a reason.
Array, knights jumping all around the board, and Alireza, look at his time. He's down to 2 minutes on the clock.
And I think he could have very well missed this knight hop, skip and jump, attacking the rook. And he was relying on the resource of king to d4.
But Tanya, unbelievable resource for white here, which is the only move.
Look, action.
Oh,
action on the board.
He gives up the exchange. He takes on d3. And I wanted to show you some insane move, but I'll do that later. Rook a7, taken. Gukesh is exchange up.
Yes.
And now
there is a pawn. H2. Let's do the math. It's knight and pawn versus a rook. That's 4 points for white, 5 points for black right now. Gukesh on the scale and upper hand. He picks up another pawn. Sagar, is this going to be enough for a win?
I think so. I mean, if Alireza takes here,
has to take it.
He's worse because rook d7, you are forced to trade the rooks, and black is better. So
because
you'll
pick up the a3 pawn at the end of it, and the b pawn will queen in that endgame.
Exactly. You just go here. The rook is a much superior piece than a knight. You need the rooks as white. So what did Alireza do? He came to the center with his knight, but Gukesh is clearly better.
He's clearly better. He can't choke in this game. It is super important for Gukesh to push for the win and make sure to not fall in any kind of perpetual check ideas that the white king, rook and knight, even some checkmating ideas that these three pieces can set up. Ali Reza wants to go king d6, e5, e6, threaten some checks along the 8th rank. He's a tricky player.
He's very tricky and things can go wrong when you're low on time. But the good news is Gukesh has 6 minutes 20 seconds. Ali Reza has 1 minute 20 seconds.
And that's exactly what you need when you're playing against Ali Reza, who again will set up so many traps, combining his king, knight, rook and pawn against Gukesh's king. That's the big hope for white here. Does he look a little bit nervous to you right now, Gukesh?
I think he's excited, Tanya.
He senses it.
Yeah, he's feeling that there is some possibilities that could work for him here because, you know, I want to go to other boards. I want to stay here. I don't know what to do. Let's quickly check one game about Arjun and Vei on board 2. Nothing's changed here. White is pressing. With it, Dominguez. With it pressing, nothing changed. Zuziner, Katrina Lagno. Black is pressing, nothing's changed. Alexandra Kostyanyuk, Sara Khadem. White is winning here. That also we assumed.
Nothing changed.
Marc-Andrea Morizzi, Daniel Darda maybe could end in a draw. This rook endgame.
You say that. Maybe is a very important word because there's an extra a6 pawn. Black has control over it. I think, in fact, Morizzi will try to get his king closer to that left flank and will push this. If anyone's winning, it's the Triveni Continental Kings on this board. For Darda, very important to stay precise in this endgame.
So that means, Tanya, Gukesh's game becomes super important for the PBG Alaskan Knights. He needs to win. And then Lagno's win, and they can come close.
4 points on the line.
Yes.
He's playing with the black pieces here. So that's a huge number of points that he can get for his team right now. And Ali Reza, he slides his rook over all the way to the other side. Look at that. Gukesh cut off the white king. He said, I'm not allowing that king closer to my own king.
Yes.
No setting up any checkmating ideas, Mr. Firouzja.
But now the pawn is hanging, Tanya, and your king cannot come up. Ali Reza's rook is active. It's such an intense battle with both players trying to limit their opponent's chances.
And for Gukesh, he needs to find a way to start pushing that H-pawn. You know, the rook, the black rook is stopping the king from advancing, but it's also stopping his own winning idea. How do you balance that fight?
I don't know, Tanya. This position is so difficult to play. It might seem it's easy. I've been saying this, but there are so many possibilities. Should you defend this pawn? Should you capture this and let him take this pawn? All these decisions are not easy.
Sagar, should we jump on to the other boards? As you mentioned, nothing changed, nothing changed, nothing changed. Has there been any big turnaround? And I want to go to the Arjun board.
Yes.
It felt like Vei was crashing through, but the job isn't done yet.
Well, it seems like Arjun is not going to let Vei take this one easily home because Arjun knows that if he can get half a point here, his team suddenly starts to get this edge in this match.
It's so important for him to try to hold off Vei in this one. It's the best position, I have to say, that Arjun has had all game after sacrificing his rook. You know, there's a 4 versus 2 majority on the left flank. And an extra exchange is only as strong as the open lines you have. Where are these open files?
Beautiful move by Vei. He's trying to trade the rooks, Tanya. If the rooks go off the board, his chances to win increase.
And I think Arjun might be forced to do that because if you slide the rook over, then Vei gets this double rook access on the F line and suddenly that exchange will start talking, which is why Arjun does trade. King takes rook instantly played. Arjun pushing those flank pawns.
He's pushing them, but guys, look at this on board number 3. Just as we had predicted, Vidit Gujarati has won an important pawn and he is doing this in style. I think, Tanya, there might have been more winning positions that Vidit might have messed up in this tournament, but he's not messing this one.
He must not do that. And that has been a storyline for Triveni Continental Kings. So many times Vidit from drawn position loses, from winning position messes that up. This one has to be a clutch victory for Vidit.
Yeah.
For the Kings to have their shot on both 3, get this point against Lenya, and he's close.
Very close, and a beautiful move. Knight e3, the best move according to the engines, because he's attacking here, and if you take, I take back, and a check is coming, and all the pawns are falling.
It's one extra pawn, and I think it might be multiple extra pawns if this was to happen right now. Lenier under big pressure.
Takes it.
And he's down to 9 seconds. For Lenier, there's no time on the clock.
He plays rook c3, Tanya. And by the way, I need to take our attention to the icon board. We have some action. There have been trades. Alireza is back in the battle. Gukesh went wrong by picking up this pawn. He should have defended his pawn here, perhaps. But he went here, takes, and now it's around equal.
Unbelievable. Again, it's the combo of the rook, knight, king, and that pawn threatening to move forward that is giving Ali razor sharp, I want to call him, just how he finds this incredible counterplay. Gukesh, he wants to march down that board.
And
he
look
wants
at
to get the
Gukesh.
other queen.
He's looking at other games. He's like, can I draw this game? No, Gukesh, you cannot. You have to try for a win here. Otherwise, I think Triveni Continental Kings will take this one, and Vidit did Vidit win here. I think Vidit Gujarati has taken this home, and he wins at a critical juncture for his team, taking 3-0 lead in the match.
And this could very well set the tone for the Triveni Continental Kings. The first decisive game gets the job, gets that win against Lenier. Vidit can breathe a sigh of relief with this one.
His first win.
I think Gukesh realizes that the big advantage has slipped right now. He has to be so careful. And we've got another result, Sagar.
Oh, Alexandra Kostenyuk wins her game against Sara Khadem. It's 6-0 in the favor of the Triveni Continental Kings. And more bad news for the Alaskan Knights, perhaps this rook endgame. No, it's good news again. It was drawn, again winning. Now, Katrina Lagno is winning this.
It's because the G-pawn is coming up the board. And that's it. The rook will give a check. The pawn will march up. The king will shoulder the white king. It's unstoppable.
It's winning.
She's going to resign any moment here.
Katrina,
Lagno getting the job done for the Knights.
4 points back for her
Huge.
team. And Arjun is equal. Going to board 2. Arjun Erigaisi has gotten this game back, Tanya.
Sagar, that game might be just ending if you want to capture the last moments of it. And there we see it's actually finished just as we move there. Katrina Lagno gets the first win for the Alaskan Knights. That's 6-4. Already more points than they had in their first encounter. Losing to the Kings 15-3.
Right. And by the way, going now to Arjun's board, I think he blundered again. And this means that Wei Yi is going to score crucial 3 points here, which means that this will be 9-4. And Gukesh needs to win, and so does Daniel Darda on the Prodigy board. Should we quickly go with Gukesh's game, Tanya?
Let's do it. 10 seconds for Wei Yi, 10 seconds for Arjun, though. My heart is still there, Sagar, but it might just come down to that. I'm going to leave the decision to you, but I think Arjun's game, playing on seconds.
But Arjun is going to lose, Tanya. It's completely winning for Wei Yi.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. If there's a turnaround, we'll go right back. But this one, can Gukesh push with an extra exchange?
He's pushing. He's
checks.
winning. He's winning here. He's better. His H-pawn is stronger. His king is safe. Oh my goodness, guys. This means that if Gukesh wins, 4 points for the PPG Alaskan Knights.
That's going to be a massive fight. 8-6, it will come down to the remaining boards there. This might just go down to the wire, and depending on that Prodigy board at the very end, Alireza comes back with the knight, hits the rook. Look at the clock situation right now for Alireza, just 14 seconds. But the clock's never stopped him, and we have a result here.
And we have a result on board 2.
Arjun Erigaisi did not
loses.
manage to save his position.
Wei Yi wins. The score is 9-4 now. And it's all down to Gukesh and Firuza. But Tanya, let me tell you this. If Gukesh wins this, he needs the final board to go his way for his team.
Sagar, this is down to seconds and anything can happen. With no time on the clock, Alireza 5 seconds, he can play 5 games in that much time. Gukesh, can he keep his nerves? Can he go clutch on this mode right now is the big question. H2 is the idea. He's relying on that H-pawn to get the win in. Alireza going for counterplay against Gukesh's king.
There's no way to mate the king. H2 played by Gukesh. Alireza down to 2 seconds.
He's going to keep
checking.
checking.
Check.
He's going to check.
And now Gukesh chops this pawn off. Check coming in.
And queen coming in next.
And Gukesh wins.
And
it's
that's it.
8-9. And let's go to the Prodigy board. Everything depends on this one. But Tanya, great news for Triveni Continental Kings here. They cannot lose this endgame. They're pawn up. And the score very likely is going to be 10-9.
And what a closely contested battle this has turned out to be. But Sagar, we've seen miracles happen in the chess world. Daniel Darda down to 7 seconds on the clock. But they need to win.
Tanya, look at Gukesh's face. The moment he saw that his team is losing, he lost the excitement of his own win.
And yet he stands there to set the pieces back as he usually does. And there we have him. Alireza Firouzja, that's his second loss.
Today, yeah, he lost both his games. But the good news for him is that
And
this
now
one...
it's 2 extra pawns, Sagar. I don't see Daniel Darda turning this around in any universe.
No. And Tanya, how many times have we seen this? That the icon board wins, but the team loses. It keeps happening again and again.
And that's got to be a mixed bag of emotion, right? It happened to Hikaru Nakamura in the previous game as well for the American Gambits. Just feels like once again, Global Chess League makes it clear, you know, every board has to show up.
Absolutely.
You can't rely on a single icon to win the whole match. You have to rally around every single player of yours.
Yes, and you can see here, Daniel Darda trades here, and they go into a king and pawn endgame that is drawn. It's going to be a draw, and the Triveni Continental Kings win this with 10-9 score. Luke Van Veli, with a smile on his face, said that was close there.
It was. It doesn't get closer than that here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. A 10-9 victory. It's handshakes, it's congratulations, but that was a neck-to-neck battle.
And you know, Tanya, Vidit Gujarati scoring that win was really important for the Triveni Continental Kings in this one. And maybe...
Absolutely critical. And there we see Jujana. I think she was still analyzing her game, but for the Triveni Continental Kings, a much-needed win right there. A big comeback by them with that previous loss. And it all came down to all their players. Alireza Firouzja going down on the icon board, but the others showing up, rising to the occasion and delivering when it mattered.
So, Tanya, would we say Vidit should be the MVP of this match? I think he really played a smooth, classy game today.
A super critical victory there for the Kings. Sagar, I can't agree more with you there. And he's the man who's finally smiling. It's something that, you know, he struggled with, converting those positions. He gets it done against a very super solid Lenya. And he did it in classy Vidit style, you know.
Yes.
Gets a positional strategic battle and then manages to clinically convert it. And we head over straight to the arena for the big final handshakes.
In a closely contested last match of the day, Triveni Continental Kings beat PPG Alaska Knights 10-9.
And there we have the handshakes between the teams. Triveni Continental Kings this will do them a world of good. With this victory, they will stay on top of the table. But the PBG Alaskan Knights, they fought really well. Kudos to them. It wasn't enough, Tanya.
It really wasn't. 2 back-to-back victories, but they will not have their third. And I wonder, Sagar, if that builds the storyline, that is this the end of the road for the PBG Alaskan Knights' dreams to fight for championship this season?
Yeah, I think the maximum they can reach is 15 points. You can see the sadness on the face of Lagno, Sara Khadem there, Daniel Darda still speaking with his opponent Morizzi there. I think it might not be enough now, 15 points, but still, they will have to play their best. Who knows? There is an outside chance.
And they might play spoiler to some of the other teams, so still a lot to be done. The PBG Alaskan Knights did wake up, but perhaps woke up a little too late.
Yes, the score line is 10-9 in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings, guys. We will go to a short break, and on the other side, we'll be back with the final presentation ceremony and the show that we will do for the post-game ceremony.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
Come on, guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं.
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना. ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
अबे ढक्कन. पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ.
खाना भी तैयार है. आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
मामा लेट हो जाऊंगी.
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर.
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है.
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही. इंडिपेंडेंस.
And that scoreline tells you all you need to know about just how close the battle was when the Knights took on the Kings. Eventually, the Triveni Continental Kings with a 10-9, a one-margin victory over the PBG Alaskan Knights. And it's time to celebrate the difference maker, the player of the match. Arohi, take it away.
The defending champions for a reason, and today they show exactly why they can make all the comebacks happen. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony for match number 19 played between the Triveni Continental Kings and the PBG Alaskan Knights this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Ashish Kinney, Honorary Secretary, Goa Chess Association, and the Player of the Match award goes to Vidit Gujarati from Triveni Continental Kings. Vidit, congratulations. You've lost quite a few winning games. You've drawn them or either lost them. Today, how does it feel to finally deliver for the team and in such a crucial game?
It's a relief. It's like you're climbing a mountain and you get an oxygen cylinder, you know. I was just dying out here. Like today, I was very upset after the first game. And I'm very happy that my win counted now. And it was really important for the team. So that's a very nice feeling.
So you've played a classy game right from the start. You played your typical positional game against a very strong opponent. Was it difficult? Was it pressure? Was it what?
Yeah, of course there's pressure in every match. But I had looked at this line and I thought maybe I have some chances, although the computers say that it's equal. And during the game I was not sure, should I play for draw? Should I, push a bit more? Eventually I decided I need to take some risk. Because I saw some of my players' position and I thought, okay, maybe it's required. And luckily, he had not completed 40 moves, so he didn't have enough time. And anyways, I was better, but he just lost on time there.
You know, as they say, when it's your day, everything goes your way. And something like that has happened for you today, especially in the second game. Tell me, how does it feel playing in front of your home crowd? You know, you're back in Mumbai. You are from here. People know you. You have huge fans here. How does it feel to play in front of them when they're cheering on for you?
Yeah, it's very nice that people are coming out, supporting. I was feeling bad that I was not playing well and they are coming here. So at least today I've given some reason for them to be happy. But hopefully, you know, in the later parts of the tournament, I can still play better chess and they'll have something to cheer for.
And it always helps, you know, the home crowd having your back. But congratulations on today's win. I'm sure you'll be elated.
Thank you so much.
That is it from the presentation ceremony of the final. And what a long day we've had today. What about you in the studio? Tell me.
Arohi, it's been absolutely awesome in the studio watching all the matches play out, and at the end of the day, Triveni Continental Kings getting that win right there. And what Vidit said, I think that's exactly what great players do. They take adversity, they take challenges, but when it matters the most, they delivered. And Vidit Gujarati did exactly that for the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, Firouzja Alireza was like a lion in the team of Triveni Continental Kings, but now the cubs of the team, Vei and Vidit Gujarati, have taken the responsibility on their shoulders to deliver. And what a nice moment it was to see Firouzja Alireza smiling, even though he lost, his team won.
He lost 2 games in a row and still he was smiling. I think that's great. And also Wei defeating Arjun, Vidit defeating Linear. I mean, this team is completely unstoppable.
A 10-9 victory, a neck-to-neck battle. What a closely contested matchup this was between the Kings and the Knights, getting that win in. And what an immense day of action we've had here at the Royal Opera House. All the matches going down to the wire. Look at the scoreline there. We started the day with a win, with our second victory for the PBG Alaskan Knights, defeating the American Gambits 9-7. The Triveni Continental Kings lost their first match of the day against the Alpine SG Pipers. We then saw the Upgrad Mumba Masters taking down the Ganges Grandmasters, and to finish the day off for desserts, and what desserts these were. Triveni Continental Kings with a 10-9 victory against PBG Alaska Knights, even though their icon lost. The team showing up and delivering there. And this means this is what our leaderboard looks like going into day 7. You know, Vidit said it himself, that his game, his matchup felt like he's climbing mountains. Guess what? They've climbed at the top of the leaderboard. 15 match points for the Continental Kings, followed by the Upgrad Mumba Masters at 12. And Sahaj, as we see this leaderboard, you can start to see the separation come out into play as we head towards, get closer to that finish line.
Absolutely. And Triveni Continental Kings leading the charge. I think for me, they are the favorites simply because they have Alireza, Wei and Vidit Gujarati, of course, leading the charge. Upgrad Mumbai Masters, you know, they're right up there. I think between these two teams, one of them is going to finish at the top.
Yeah, and I actually think that the two teams that we see on the top of the leaderboard here, we are only 3 or 4 matches away from finishing the group stage and going to the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and Upgrad Mumba Masters and Triveni Continental Kings have definitely separated themselves from the rest of the pack.
We really set ourselves for a very exciting finish line there. You know, the difference, just 1 match victory across the board, across the leaderboard there. And we had these 4 epic battles today. You know, before we wrap up, before we bring out to you what's coming on tomorrow, I want to ask the two of you, what was the highlight for you? What was the moment that stood out for you today?
Both games that Alireza Firouzja played, I think hands down, because the first game against Fabi, that when it went down to the wire, you know, both players playing in the seconds, and you know, the similarity in Alireza's games was that in both games, his king just went all the way to the other side of the board. Doesn't matter whether he played with the black pieces or with the white pieces. He's giving us such entertainment, whether he wins or he loses.
True, and that also went on to show how difficult chess is. You have these immense games, you play brilliantly, but 2 back-to-back losses for him. Harshit, do you expect him to make that comeback? 5 out of 5, and then 2 back-to-back losses.
Well, I don't really think that it's going to be difficult for Firouzja to make a comeback. What's more important is to see if there's going to be any team who can change the dynamics of the leaderboard here, as the Triveni Continental Kings and Upgrad Mumba Masters have established themselves on the top 2 spots.
That's the big story. You know, we're talking about Firouzja, who's been such a king for the Triveni Continental Kings. They're at the top of the leaderboard. Look at the action that we have set ourselves up for tomorrow. We start the day with the Fire's American Gambits. At 3 p.m., they take on the Upgrad Mumba Masters. Upgrad Mumba Masters have been so consistent. A huge match for them coming up. We'll then follow that up with the Alpine SG Pipers against Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters, and then the leaders, the ones at the pole position, Triveni Continental Kings. It's going to be them up against the Fire's American Gambits. we end the day with the Ganges Grandmasters taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. And if that doesn't excite you, I'll tell you what will. The end of the day, we'll see Vishwanathan Anand take on a clash with Gukesh Domaraju. It's going to be a day of exciting chess, of immense drama, of thrillers coming your way. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll be back with all the action live from the Royal Opera House. Good night from us.